Recording has started.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here on this second day of the stupendous virtual national conference, which is organized by Professional Development Committee of ICAI and which is hosted by Vasai branch and co-hosted by Amravati, Vapi, Akola and Jalgaon branch of ICAI. Yesterday's inauguration session by our torchbearer, Honorable CA Nihaji Jambusaria sir, the President of ICAI, respected Dr. CA Debashishji Mitra sir, the Vice President of ICAI, CA Babu Ibrahim Kalivaya Lilji sir, the Chairman of Professional Development Committee, and CA Satishji Kumar Gupta sir, the Vice Chairman of Professional Development Committee. And we had also seen two marvelous back-to-back sessions of various speakers. So kudos to all the efforts made by the Professional Development Committee of ICAI for giving us the platform for all our members for updating their knowledge. Now, we are going to start our first session on the second day of this virtual national conference on the topic of SUF creation and taxation. First of all, Saket Mehta, on behalf of Amravati branch of WIRC, would like to take this privilege to welcome and acknowledge the presence of our today's very learned and eminent speaker, our own CCM, Chandrasekhar Ji Chitle sir, the Chairman of Bhopal, Sunilji Salampuria sir, the Chairman of Amravati branch, Prashantji Agrawal sir, the Chairman of Jalgaon branch, CA Vinayakji Bhapna sir, the Chairman of Vapi branch, CA Keyurji Dedia sir, the Chairman of Akola branch, the galaxy of all past chairmen from all the branches, senior members, and all are the members who are attending this webinar from all the corners of our country. Let us say that the world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today. So, I would like to extend my cheerful welcome to all the dignitaries and participants on this virtual platform. As competent dignitaries have given their presence in their busy schedule, I would like to say a few words for them. ईश्वर ने भी कीमती रतन गिनती के ही बनाए हैं. ईश्वर ने भी रतन कीमती के ही बनाए हैं. हमारे बीच में आए. I would an enthusiastic chairman, Sunilji Salampuria sir, to kindly give his welcome remarks on this opening session of second day of Mega National Conference.
Thank you, Saket Bhai, for your kind diagnosis. Very good afternoon to everyone present over here on our today's second day national conference. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you may please continue.
Yes, you are audible, Sunil Bhai. Continue.
I would like to recall our that yesterday we have wonderful learning on Indus AS overview of and implementation guide by CA Praveen Kaushik sir and standard on auditing and practical aspect by CCM Srinivasa Joshi sir. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you on this national conference, which is organized by Professional Development Committee and hosted by Vasai branch and joint hosted by Amravati, Akola, Jalgaon and Vapi branch. So, first of all, I would like to welcome and acknowledge the presence of our today's eminent speaker and also my guru, CA Chandrasekhar Chitre sir and CA Abhishek Tiwari sir, Chairman of Vasai branch, CA Prashantji Agrawal, Chairman of Jalgaon branch, and Vinayak Bapna, Chairman of Vapi branch, and CA K.U. Dedia sir, Chairman of Akola branch, and our branch committee members CA D.D. Khandelwal sir, CA Vipul Patel sir, CA Pawan Jaju, Vice Chairman of Amravati branch, and CA Prakash Varde sir, along with all my managing body and conveners, and all I also welcome the four corners of the members who have attended this seminar in very large number. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to all of us that in spite of lockdown restriction, some part of our country, we are able to conduct this mega national conference. Dear members, I would like to recall that two 2 years ago, our Amravati branch has hosted the national conference, and in that conference, more than 850 participants have registered for that conference. But due to technology, we have seen in this virtual conference that more than 6,000 members have registered for this conference. This shows that technology plays a crucial role in every aspect of our life. This issue was also highlighted by yesterday our torchbearer, Honorable President C.A. Nihar Jambusaria sir and Vice President Dr. Devashish Mitra sir. In physical conference, sometimes there was a moment that our speaker can't get the proper time for their presentation. But in this virtual mode, timing factor is most important. In this virtual mode, we can start the seminar within scheduled time so that the speaker could get the proper time for delivering this presentation. Moving further, I am glad to inform you all that yesterday was the Guru Purnima, and today is the day that I am seeing my Guru as a chief guest, chief speaker on the crucial issue of the taxation of HUF on this virtual mode. I am very proud to tell that what I am today is due to only CA Chandrasekharji Chitre. Sir, I would like to say a few words for my Guru. रोशनी बनकर आए जो हमारी जिंदगी में, ऐसे गुरुओं को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ. जमीन से आसमान तक पहुंचने का रखते हैं जो हुनर, ऐसे शिक्षक को मैं दिल से सलाम करता हूँ. So moving ahead, I want to inform you all that 20 days ago our branch had arranged the seminar of CA Chitre sir on HUF. Considering its importance, we are again here with got the golden opportunity on this topic virtual platform to brush up our knowledge. We all knew that HUF has got the separate entity status in the eye of the law under Income Tax Act, but we need to understand exactly how HUF is formed and what are the requirements and procedure and provisions laid down under the HUF Succession Act 1956. It is also important for all of us to know about HUF, as when disputes arise within the family members, then that cannot be resolved easily. So what are the rights available to the co-partners, and also what is the responsibility of the Karta, and how to resolve the disputes? That all are discussed today. In the end, I would say that our entire participant will surely gain the deep knowledge on the HUF issue and avail this wonderful opportunity, as the Guru had itself come towards our door for giving his blessings and idea. So thank you very much for your patient listening and also giving me opportunity to say my few words on this national conference platform. And my humble request to all that please take care of yourself and stay safe. Thank you. Over to MOC.
Thank you very much, Sunilji Salampuria, Chairman sir, for giving your welcome remarks. It was such a wonderful to listen you, sir. So now we feel honored and privileged to have with us today in this session our CCM, C. Chandrasekharji Chitre sir, as our speaker. Sir, you hardly need any introduction, as you made all of us proud by your venerable work and achievements. I would like to add that Chitreji sir is green like a Cheshire cat. That is, he is always having a fixed broad smile on his face and is always dedicated toward his work and believes in upliftment for our profession. So, with this, I now request our Amravati branch IPC C.A. Vipulji Patel sir to kindly give the brief introduction of our respected over to
Thank you, Saket. Good afternoon to one and all who have joined this national conference through virtual mode. I welcome all of you for this second day of national conference organized by Professional Development Committee hosted by Vasai branch along with Vapi, Akola, Amravati, Jalgaon branches. It is my great pleasure to introduce before all of you our own Central Council member and today's speaker on the topic HUF creation and taxation, C.S. Chandrasekhar Chitade sir. He is practicing as a chartered accountant and senior partner in CV Chitade and Company. He is a Central Council member of the ICAI for the term 2019 to 2022. He is currently the chairman of Direct Taxation Committee and vice chairman of Banking, Financial Services and Insurance Committee of ICAI. He is also the member of group on multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants, financial and tax literacy. He was the former chairman of Corporate Laws and Corporate Governance Committee and former vice chairman of Committee on Public and Government Financial Management. He is also the member of various standing and non-standing committee of ICAI, including International Taxation Committee, Indirect Taxation Committee, Valuation Standard Board, Accounting Standard Board, Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, Internal Audit Standard Board, etc. Sir has also been the member of Managing Committee of Pune branch of ICAI during 1988 to 91, and in that tenure he was the chairman of Pune branch for the year 1988 to 89. He has also served the position of Vice President of Pune Chartered Accountant Society for the term 1997 to 1999. He was the chairman of Direct Taxation Committee of MCCI Pune for more than a decade. He was also the treasurer of Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture for the year 2002 to 2008 and 2012 to 2018. He was also nominated on Cost Accounting Standard Board and on Cost Auditing and Assurance Standard Board of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He was nominated on Committee of ICAI to prepare a representation of Direct Tax Code Bill 2010. He has contributed various draft textbooks which have been adopted as study material for intermediate and final course of the Institute of Cost Accountant of India. He has written several articles on various newspapers and periodicals including the Economic Times, Chartered Accountants Journal, Management Accountant, Taxman, Arthamanthan, Sampada, Sakal, Maharashtra Time, Lok Satta, etc. He was awarded as the first prize of Aarti Doshi Foundation for the best article in PCS newsletter. He has been the lecturer and visiting faculty at Garware College of Commerce and Art at various management institutions. He has delivered several lectures at conferences and meetings of professionals and others on the topic of taxation, investment, accounting, etc. He has also delivered lecture at prestigious Vasanta Vyapakanmala, Pune. He specializes in corporate tax counseling, corporate laws, legal drafting, appellate practice before the first appellate authority and income tax appellate tribunal. With this huge profile and vast knowledge, I welcome our own and mentors to many young chartered accountants, C.S. Chitade sir, before all of you. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vipulji Patel sir, for giving a brief introduction about our speaker sir. We would like to show the gratitude towards Vipulji Patel sir. Despite of being not in proper health, he has given his time to join us on this national conference. So take care of your health sir. So now, with the brief introduction, the time has arrived for which we are eagerly waiting for that moment. Now, I would request our speaker, sir, our own CCM, C. Chandrasekhar Chitade sir, to kindly take the charge over this session and address our gathering. Now, over to C. Chandrasekhar Chitade sir.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Boss of the session, C.A. Saket Mehta, Chairman for this session, Sunil Salampuria, other members of Amravati branch who are on the screen, Vipul Patel, Pawan Jaju, D.D. Khandelwal, Prakash Varde, other I'm seeing Jalgaon branch chairman also on the screen, Pawan Nagar, with Principal Chief Commissioner of Rest of Maharashtra, wherein she applauded Pawanji's contribution. As far as from the Vasai branch, Abhishek Tiwari, from other branches, that is Bafnaji from Vapi branch, and Keyur from Akola branch, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, professional members who are present for the purpose of this webinar. Sunil has rightly said that as far as this virtual hearing or virtual seminars are concerned, you get opportunity to underlined by Honorable President and Vice President as he reported. But I believe that Honorable President and Vice President of late never made this statement because they would have missed the hospitality and the lunch arrangements at Amravati. One would not go in for virtual hearing, but really physical meeting. So maybe sometime in future, we would definitely expect
Sure.
meeting.
Yes.
Sure, sir.
Hello, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, fond of the hospitality of Amravati, Akola, those branches. Anyway, that actually is a demonstration of one family. The topic, but the demonstration when you are organize such programs in a physical manner. Okay, with the change in time, we have to adopt all technologies. So this is one of them. Actually, I was referred one brief for the purpose of tribunal, and wherein the issue was one asset was owned by the HUF, and there was the issue about valuation and allowing of deductions. But then I realized that as far as while examining ownership of that particular asset, the asset did not belong to the HUF, and it was all along being taken as HUF asset. So I discussed with chartered accountants over there. Then I had been to Nasik from where the case came. I discussed with some other chartered accountants, and I realized that there needs to be better understanding of what is HUF, how it is constituted, what role it plays in taxation. And therefore, I tried to engage a lecture on this particular topic. And now that Abhishek Tiwari, I had already committed him earlier. It got postponed. He organized only for Vasai branch. But since it got postponed, he said, now let us not wait for Vasai branch. Let us also join 4 branches. And now here we are with this particular session on HUF, creation and taxation. So let us start with this session. Let me share the PPT, and then alongside the PPT, we'll discuss the topic. I hope the PPT is now visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, what we have to discuss is the topic of creation and taxation of HUF. I have divided this topic into 6 segments. One is why HUF. So that also we need to understand. Then what is HUF, creation of HUF, taxation of HUF, then assets and income of HUF, and partition of HUF. And there are some typical issues which are there. Now I'm sure that as far as time is concerned, we have time up to 5:30. So within those confines, let us see how much we can cover. But if there are any queries, then I would be happy to take them then and there. So first, let us take the topic why HUF. As you are aware that HUF is a separate entity for the purpose of taxation. It is having separate PAN card. HUF can run its own business, can generate income in active manner, in passive manner. It is difficult to attach the HUF property. The threshold benefit of 2.5 lakh is additionally available to the HUF. HUF can avail additional tax benefits like maybe deductions under Chapter 6A. So if the husband and wife and 2 minor children are in the family, maybe both of them are earning say exceeding 10 lakh rupees, then their marginal rate of tax is 30%. But if that excess is clubbed in the hands of HUF or it is brought under the HUF basket, then it may be possible for that particular family to pay tax at a lower limits, and maybe to enjoy the threshold, to enjoy once again investment under section 80C, 80D, maybe interest income, once again claim deduction under 80TTA. So all those additional tax benefits are available. Profits are also generated out of business, so you can augment some resources. You can enter into partnership, acquire shares, acquire securities. So all these are advantages of the HUF. So to say, you can have a separate property for income tax. The attachment of that property is very difficult because minors' interest, other persons' interest are involved in it, and passive as well as active income can be earned by the HUF. But then it is not necessary that there are all advantages. There are some disadvantages also. As firstly, the HUF is not a separate entity. Now let us try to understand, whenever two or more persons come together, they may do business, they may constitute partnership firm, they may constitute a limited liability partnership or a corporate entity. So this corporate entity or limited liability partnership are separate entities in general law, but as far as partnership or HUF is concerned, they are not separate entities. So it is not under general law a different person. All members have equal rights. So whether one deserves, one does not deserve, one contribute, does not contribute, equal share is available to a person. Common property cannot be sold without consent of all members. The birth or marriages impair the rights of existing shareholders. So if there are 5 members, one member gets married, there will be 6 members, and accordingly your right will get reduced, your property will get reduced. Partition and is a tough task. Bank loan, there are certain difficulties because the assets cannot be attached. Banks are not very enthusiastic in giving loan. Closure of asset is problem. Actually, people are not living in joint families, so that is also an issue. Members' dispute may lead to certain aspects about property. So friends, we are discussing this limitation not with a view that to discourage anybody from having an HUF. Of course, HUF is an advantageous entity. However, if a client comes or if a professional suggests that, okay, you constitute an HUF, it is necessary that while you suggesting, you also tell them they should be careful about certain negative aspects, certain limitations. When you are constituting a company or a partnership or LLP, it is not a guarantee that there will not be any dispute, there will not be touching movements on maybe dispute over property or income, etc. So whenever 2 or more persons come together, these all possibilities exist. But whenever client comes to us, it is always better that we point out these disadvantages and tell them that, okay, if you have embarked on a travel, then chances of accident are omnipresent. But that doesn't mean you abandon the travel. Maybe you take due precautions and go on travel. So similarly, you take note of these disadvantages, these limitations, but let us try to embrace the entity which will enable us saving some amount of tax. So that is HUF. So now let us try to understand what is an HUF. HUF is Hindu undivided family. It is also called joint Hindu family in various literature. It is a product of tradition. It is a product of custom. So it is not that like we are doing business, we are doing professional practice, we solicit joining hands together by certain persons and say that, okay, we will constitute partnership, we will constitute limited liability partnership or a company, and then contractual relationship start. Likewise, we cannot tell to some other person that, okay, let us constitute an HUF and do some activity. So HUF is not a product of contract, or it is not product of a law. It is product of a custom. It is product of a tradition. So what it is? Now first let us understand traditionally what is the concept of HUF, and thereafter we can consider what changes the law have brought about in this traditional concept. Now Hindu undivided family is a prodigy of Hindu religion. It is a male dominated entity. So in case of Hindu religion, normally male is the head of the family. So this Hindu undivided family also is headed by a male member of the family. It consists of lineal ascendant from a common ancestor and their wives and daughters. So if we assume that Mr. A and Mrs. A are the common ancestors, then lineal ascendants of Mr. and Mrs. A, maybe they have 2 sons, 1 daughter, sons have got son or daughter, they have got son or daughter. So this would be the expanse of HUF. So all male members from the HUF are considered as coparceners and all female members are considered as the members of the HUF. What is difference between coparceners and members, we will examine. So HUF consists of males and females. Daughters formed in the family are also members, and women who are married in the family are members of the HUF. So coparcenary. Now, as far as these people comprising of HUF are divided into 2 classes. One is coparcener and one is member. Now, traditionally, coparcener are all male members. So, in this case, Mr. A, Mrs. A, then they have 2 sons, B and C, a daughter D. Say B and C have got son or daughter, they have got grandson or granddaughter. So, all A, his son, his grandson and his great-grandson, all these will be the coparceners of HUF traditionally. Others, that is daughters in the family and wives of the male members of the family, are considered as members. Coparceners have got right to claim partition of the HUF. They have right in the property, but as far as members are concerned, they are having right of maintenance out of the property funds. They don't have right in the property. Of course, when the partition takes place, maybe towards maintenance, they will get some share. But as we noticed earlier, it is not a contractual entity or it is not an entity under general law. But under Income Tax Act, when we refer the definition of person under clause 31 of section 2, one of the classes of persons is HUF. Therefore, for the purpose of income tax, HUF is a separate entity and whatever income is earned by the HUF is separately taxed. And that is why an HUF, although it comprises of the family members, they may be individually assessed, yet it will have additional advantage of a threshold limit of 2,50,000, concessional tax rates after 15 lakhs. Maybe if you don't avail concession after 10 lakhs, your income is taxed at 30%. Till then, you get progressive tax rates. You can invest 1,50,000 and claim deduction under ATC, etc. So all those advantages can be claimed by HUF under income tax law, because for income tax law, HUF is a separate entity from the members comprised of HUF. It is not that HUF is nowhere referred. Article 25 of our constitution refers to HUF and it refers the HUF in a broader sense. So it is not that it is confined only to Hindus, but those religions who are also following Hinduism, they are also embraced under the concept of HUF. So even Sikhs, Jain, Buddhist and other religions who are following the Hindu custom, Hindu tradition, to them this particular Hindu law applies, and accordingly they can have a Hindu undivided family. As far as Hindu Succession Act is concerned, it has also made reference that it applies to those who are Hindu by religion in any forms, and any person who is Buddhist, Jain, Sikh or any other religion, he is also considered as a Hindu. So in sum and substance, who are excluded from this Hindu philosophy or Hindu tradition, these are predominantly 4 religions. One is Muslim, one is Christian, one is Parsi and another is Jew. So these members of this religion cannot have an HUF, because HUF is not a concept under these religions, it is concept under a Hindu religion. So they will not have any HUF. One aspect let us examine at this juncture, that it is possible that a Hindu boy gets married to a Christian girl. Then what happens, whether HUF will be there? So we have to examine what religion the wife is following. Husband is following Hindu religion, wife continues to follow Christian religion because she is born and brought up as a Christian individual. In this case, she will not be member of an HUF, and there will not be HUF because to be a family, minimum there has to be 2 members. Here only the boy or the husband is following Hindu religion, wife is following Christian religion, so there are no 2 Hindus. So if there are no 2 persons, there cannot be family. But supposing they begot a daughter, and then that daughter is brought about as a Hindu daughter, so she celebrates Diwali, she worships in temple, she follows all the religions, which are all the rituals which are expected of a Hindu person. Maybe she celebrates Guru Purnima. So all these things which Hindus usually follow, she is following. So in this case, she is a Hindu, and now the boy who is Hindu, his wife is Christian, but daughter is Hindu. So there are two Hindu members in a family. So this is a Hindu undivided family comprising of father and daughter. Though wife is there, she is not following Hindu religion, so she will not be a member of this HUF. But it is possible that a Christian girl marrying a Hindu boy, maybe after marriage, she embraces Hinduism. She also starts following Hindu rituals. She also celebrates Dasra, Diwali, etc. So then she also becomes Hindu, and then she will be member of Hindu undivided family. It is also possible that a Christian boy marries a Hindu daughter or Hindu girl, and then the Christian boy, instead of following Christian religion, he starts following Hindu religion. In that case, he is a follower of Hinduism. So if he becomes follower of a Hindu customs, Hindu rituals, Hindu religion, then in that case, he also can have an HUF. So this is in sum and substance the aspect of Hindu undivided family based on Hinduism and based on family. So as far as this HUF term is concerned, it is included all persons who are Hindus by religion. Section 2 of Hindu Succession Act elaborately declares that it applies to any person who is Hindu by religion in any forms or developments, and includes Vaishnava, Lingayat, followers of Brahmo, Prarthana, Arya Samaj, Buddhist, Jain or Sikhs. So here you will see all those who follow Hinduism in one or the other form, they can have a HUF. The word Hindu, HUF is preceded by Hindu. So again, the same definition has been amplified by Supreme Court. Since I will be sharing this PPT, I am not going into case law, etc. at the moment. Then two different classes as we discussed, coparcenary and a member. So traditionally, coparceners are all male members of the family, and daughters and wives are traditionally members. They are not coparceners. But now with the change in law, daughter has become coparcener, which we will consider separately, but wife continues to be a member, and only coparcener can ask for partition. Member has no right to ask for partition. They have only right of maintenance out of family property. Then under HUF, the concept of Karta is of vital importance. So who is Karta? So it is stated that a person who manages affairs of the family is the Karta. So traditionally, now we discussed of AHUF, Mr. A, Mrs. A, two sons B, C, daughter D, sons and daughters of all this B, C, D, their grandsons, etc. So this is a family. Who is the Karta? And as we have seen, it is a Hindu religion dominated entity where male member is the head of the family and the senior most male member is head of the family. So in this family, Mr. A is the senior most male member. So Mr. A will be Karta of the HUF. Now supposing Mr. A expires, then whether the AHUF will end? The answer is no. AHUF will continue, because besides Mr. A, there are various other members of AHUF, which is Mrs. A, his two sons B and C, daughter D, sons and daughters of B and C, their grandsons. So all those members are living together. So AHUF continues. Only it will have to think of some other Karta, because now A is no more alive. So who is the senior most male member in the family on demise of Mr. A? Senior most member is Mrs. A, but male member is his elder son B. So in this case, automatically, we will become Karta of Mr. AHUF and the family will continue. But the courts have also held that for some reasons, the senior most member is not able or willing to continue as a Karta of the HUF. He does not want to maintain the family activities, the family property. Then in that case, the members of HUF can also elect some other junior member to be Karta of the HUF. So in this case, on demise of A, his elder son B says that, okay, for some reasons, it is not possible for him to be a Karta of the family, to manage the family funds. So they can decide that, okay, the younger member C can become a Karta. So under law, now there is no prohibition for even junior members becoming Karta. However, it has to be with the consent of the other members. He cannot unilaterally become member. traditionally it will be the senior most member. So this is the change brought about. Then, as we have discussed, only male can be Karta. So whether female member can be Karta. So generally, wife cannot be a Karta, a female member cannot be a Karta. But then, take example of an HUF. Now Mr. A HUF, where A, Mrs. A are there, and they have said 3 children, B, C and D. And they are minors, supposing they are of the age 8, 6 and 4. So in that case, those minor children would not be in a position to manage affairs of the HUF. In fact, at that age, they will not be able to manage their own affairs as well. Therefore, we have to think of some other person as a Karta, and there Mrs. A, who is alive, she also can become a Karta, because the other co-persons, particularly the male members B and C, are of the age of 6 and 8 years, so they are not able to manage. So there is no prohibition for wife to become a Karta, but then the appropriate circumstances should exist that the male members are incapable of managing the property of the HUF. Then daughters. Traditionally, as I informed you, that daughters are not co-personers, they are only members. But then whenever a custom is there, that custom is honored by the courts. But till what date? The custom is honored till the date some enactment is made on that custom, and particularly it alters or abolishes that custom. Take example of law for the purpose of abolishing sati. Earlier the custom was, maybe centuries ago, that if a husband dies, then the wife got herself immolated on the pyre of her husband. So she will get herself burned on the pyre of husband himself. But thereafter the society failed. If the husband dies, why wife should end her life? She has to continue her life. She has not done any crime, so she can continue to live as long as she meets with natural death. So the law was enacted, and now not only the female members can burn themselves on death of their husband, but if they do so, it will be a crime, it will be an illegal act. So whenever an act is made, whatever custom was followed hitherto, that custom is no more applicable, the law is applicable. So the custom was that daughters will not be co-personers of the HUF, or they will be only members of the HUF. And the other custom was, as far as the daughter is concerned, on her birth, she will be a member of her father's HUF, and she will continue to be a member till the date of her marriage. Once she gets married, she will cease to be a member of her father's HUF, and she will join her husband's HUF. And in both the HUF, husbands or fathers, she will be member, not a co-personer. In a subsequent period, it was noticed that there is harassment of women folk, and they were told to ask her share in HUF property, and there were various disputes. So in order to avoid that, and in order to give equality in status to the daughter, amendment was made to Hindu Succession Act 1956. And this amendment is operative since 9 September 2005. What this amendment says? The amendment says, as far as HUF is concerned, the daughters will have similar rights equivalent to the sons in the family. Now we have seen that son or a male member in a family is a co-parsoner. So the amendment says that a female member will have right, or the daughter will have right equal to the son. So if the son can be co-parsoner, daughter also can be co-parsoner. So that change has been brought about. So in succession also they have a right, and their status is elevated from a member to a co-parsoner. So they become part owners of the property, and daughter also can claim partition. So these were the advantages of this particular enactment. So after this enactment, in the example we thought of Mr. A, Mrs. A, and their two sons B and C and daughter D. So traditionally, daughter D was not co-parsoner of Mr. A HF. But after this amendment, A's daughter D also is a co-parsoner of her father's HF. That is effect number 1. And the effect number 2 of this amendment is, on marriage of this daughter of Mr. A, she will join HUF of her husband. That is, if she marries to P, so she will become member of PHUF, but she will not cease to be member of AHUF. because she continues to be daughter even after marriage. So even after marriage, daughter will continue to be co-parsoner of her father's HUF. So just try to understand of a woman. A married woman is member of her husband's HUF because she is wife of her husband and wife is not a co-parsoner. So she will be member of her father's HUF and all those HUF in which her husband is a member. But as far as his father's HUF is concerned, in father's HUF, she will be co-parsoner even after marriage. So simultaneously, she will be co-parsoner of father's HUF and member of husband's HUF. As far as this amendment is concerned, all over India, this amendment was brought into effect from 9 September 2005. But in state of Maharashtra, a similar amendment was made on 26 June 1994. So as far as those who are habitants of state of Maharashtra are concerned, the daughters are already co-parsoner since the year 1994. And as far as all over India situation is concerned, the daughters will be members of HUF from 9/9/2005. So this distinction has to be borne in mind. Now daughter status has been elevated. Now let us try to understand another important aspect of HUF, and that is branches of HUF. So we are talking of A HUF, Mr. A, Mrs. A, B, C, two sons, D, their daughters, etc. So a person at a time can be member of how many HUFs? Can he be member of only one HUF and not of any other HUFs? So that we need to understand, because what is the definition of HUF? HUF comes from a common ancestor and it goes to 3 degrees subsequently. So if it is Mr. A HUF, it will include son and daughter of Mr. A, grandson and granddaughter of Mr. A, and great-grandson and great-granddaughters of Mr. A. Thereafter, Mr. A HUF will not have members in a subsequent generation. But as far as his son is concerned, again it will go to 4 generations. So let us try to understand this concept of branches of HUF with the help of this diagram. In the diagram you are able to see Mr. A and Mrs. A at the top. So they are Karta of the Mr. A is Karta and Mrs. A is member of the HUF. Now they have 2 sons B and C and 1 daughter D. B is having 2 daughters, one is unmarried, one is married, and married daughter has got a son. See, the younger son is having a son, he is married and he is having a daughter. So this is a typical family. Now we have to understand what is the HUF and how many HUFs are there. So here all these members would be members of A HUF after the amendment of the Hindu succession law, and even the daughter D will be co-parsoner of A HUF. She will also be member of her husband's HUF. So let us take example of C, who is a younger son. Now in case of C is member of how many HUFs? In the diagram, C is having his wife, children. So there is C HUF. So he is member of C HUF. Also he is member of A HUF because he is son of A. And at both the HUF, he is co-parsoner. In fact, in case of C HUF, he is Karta also. If you consider C's son, then C's son is also having a daughter. So C's son is also having HUF comprised of C's son, his wife and his daughter. So this is C's son's HUF. And he is simultaneously member of his father's HUF, C HUF, and his grandfather HUF, A HUF. If supposing C's son has got a grandson and that grandson is also married and he is having say son or daughter, then in that case C's grandson will be member of his own HUF, that is grandson's HUF, C's son's HUF, C's HUF and A's HUF. So male member simultaneously can be member of 4 HUFs and 4 HUFs will exist. It is not that he will be member of only one HUF. As far as daughter is concerned, daughter will be co-parsoner in all those 4 HUFs. She will be co-parsoner of her father's HUF, she will be co-parsoner of her grandfather's HUF, and she will be co-parsoner of her great-grandfather's HUF. So those 3 HUFs from father's side, she will be a co-parsoner. As far as husband is concerned, in husband's HUF, she is a member. And husband being a male member, he will also be member of 4 HUFs. He will be Karta of his own HUF, he will be a member of his father's HUF, he will be a member of his grandfather's HUF, and he will be a member of his great grandfather's HUF. And in all these 4 HUFs, he will be co-parsoner. So for all these 4 HUFs, his wife D will be a member. So simultaneously, a daughter can be maximum member of co-parsoner of 3 HUF and member of 4 HUF. So this is as far as the branches of HUF is concerned. And the point for your appreciation is, at one point of time, it is not necessary that you are a member of only one HUF. There can be a multiple HUFs which exist, and those multiple HUFs can file returns of income. So in this case, supposing C's son is having a family, C's grandson is having a family. So C's grandson's HUF will file a return. C's son's HUF will file a return of which grandson will be a member. C's HUF will file a return of which C's grandson is a member. And A HUF will file a return of which C's grandson is a member and a co-parsoner. So this way one has to look at branches of HUF. Coordinator, in the meanwhile, if there are any questions in chat box on those points, maybe you can ask so that the concept will get clarified when I discussing the point. Are there any queries up till this point?
No, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Audience, if you have any queries, please put in question and answers so that coordinators can ask me those questions. Now let us come to creation of HUF, and that is more important part of this our discussion, because ultimately unless we create an HUF, there will not be a tax file, and unless there is a tax file, all those tax advantages we discussed cannot be availed. So creation of HUF. Let me tell at the outset, the phrase creation of HUF is itself misleading. As I stated, by contract we cannot create HUF. By contract we can create partnership, we can create limited liability partnership, we can create a company. But HUF is not product of a contract, it is not product of any law. So HUF cannot be created. But then every Hindu is born in a family. So the moment a Hindu is born, he is having an HUF. So take example, if supposing C is born, the moment he is born, he is son of his father A. A's HUF is already there. So he will be member of his father's HUF the moment he is born. His son B, the moment he is born, he will be member of his father's HUF. Daughter D, the moment she takes birth, she will also be member of A's HUF. C's son or B's daughter, the moment B's daughter is born, she is member of her father's HUF, B HUF. The moment C's son is born, C is member of his father's HUF, C HUF. Of course, incidentally, simultaneously, they are also member of A HUF. So, the moment a Hindu person takes birth, whether male or female, he or she is a co-parsoner of the HUF. So, you do not create HUF, HUF is already there. So, what is the meaning of creation of HUF? The meaning of creation of HUF literally is to create tax file of an HUF which already exists because of our custom. So let us now think of how to create tax file. Theoretically, whenever any person is seeking to file a return, he will have to have a permanent account number. That is a starter, a key point for the purpose of income tax law. Any person, be it HUF or be it any other person, unless there is permanent account number, he cannot have any tax file. So here, HUF shall apply in form number 49A. Whatever credentials, address, etc. of Karta should be filled in that form 49A, and that form 49A should be uploaded, and in due course the PAN will be allotted. Only the distinguishing feature for HUF while making application for PAN is it has to give affidavit. That is, Karta has to make an affidavit telling who are all members of the HUF on the date of application. So if A makes an affidavit while he has 2 sons and a daughter, he will say that, okay, I am making an affidavit that there is an AHF, I am Karta of AHF, and these are my members: Mrs. A, wife of a Karta; B, son of a Karta; C, son of a Karta; and D, daughter of a Karta. If supposing at the time of application B is married, so he will say that, okay, Mrs. B is daughter-in-law of Karta. So likewise, you have to write all names of all the members of HUF and their relationship with the Karta. Only as I said that HUF exists, and the moment you take birth, you are a member of an HUF. Let me also try to state at this juncture that it is not only by birth that you become member, but by adoption also one can become member of a certain HUF. So supposing Mr. A is having one son B and he adopts C. In that case, C also will be his son and he also will be member of the HUF. So birth and adoption are considered equivalent, of equivalent nature. And any female member, if she marries to the male member in the HUF, she also becomes member of the HUF, but she is not a coparcener. Now, after having taken a PAN, HUF can open a bank account, and in that bank account, you give the PAN, deposit in cash, say 5-10,000 rupees for accounts opening, and then your account will be available. So this will be the starting point for the purpose of creating or developing assets and income for the HUF. Because unless you have anything in kitty, you cannot start the earning process as far as HUF is concerned. So those two things, PAN and bank account, are absolutely necessary. Now, for the purpose of HUF, to earn income, it is absolutely necessary that HUF should have some capital. Now one will ask, without capital, can anyone not earn the income? The answer is yes. Without capital also you can earn the income. But what are the incomes? Income, if you render service in employment, it would be salary. If you render professional service, if you render labor, you will get paid as professional, as a laborer. So that will be your business income, professional income. If you do business, you will earn income. If you sell capital asset, you will earn income. If you keep fixed deposit, purchase shares, earn dividend income, earn interest income. So all those incomes can be earned. For certain categories of income, capital is necessary. For certain categories, capital is not necessary. So for earning salary income, capital is not necessary. Earning professional income, capital is not necessary. Earning income from labor charges, giving labor services or other services, capital is not necessary. But you will appreciate that all these type of services can be given only by a human being or a natural entity. No, HUF is not entity at all. So if HUF is not entity, it cannot get employed, it cannot give professional services, it cannot give any labor. So this exertion income will not be available to the HUF. So the only alternative that remains is based on capital. You can start a business, earn income. Based on capital, you can acquire assets, sell them, earn capital gain. Or based on capital, you can make investment and have income from other sources. So it is necessary for an HUF to have capital. And the first stage was to have a bank account. Now let us consider some aspects as to how capital gets accredited to the HUF's fold. And there is case of Supreme Court that whenever a bigger HUF gets partitioned, whatever comes to the fold of a smaller HUF or a member of that, a male member of the family, that will become HUF property. So in a given example, again let me go back to the example, that Mr. A HUF is partitioned. When Mr. A is having, let us assume, 4 crore rupees. So Mr. A HUF is partitioned. So Mr. A will get 1 crore, B will get 1 crore, C will get 1 crore, D will get 1 crore. Assuming that out of 1 crore, Mr. A will give some maintenance money to Mrs. A. But whatever amount Mr. A receives is individual asset, not HUF asset, because A HUF is partitioned. So after partition, there will not be any HUF. So A will take 1 crore in his individual capacity. As far as 1 crore rupees coming to B out of partition of A HUF is the amount belonging to the B HUF and not amount belonging to B. So this will be a capital for B HUF. Whatever amount comes to the fold of C will be the amount belonging to C HUF and not amount belonging to C individually. As far as whatever comes to the fold of daughter D, the daughter D's 1 crore rupees will be her individual funds and not HUF funds, because although daughter's right is made equivalent to that of a son, daughter cannot create HUF. She cannot have her own HUF. She can be co-person of father's HUF or she can be member of her husband's HUF, but she cannot have her own HUF. because HUF is traditionally a male-dominated entity. So whatever 1 crore rupee D receives is her individual money, but in sum and substance, on this partition of bigger HUF, A HUF, B HUF got funds, C HUF got funds, and with that they can start earning income. So that is the principle laid down by this particular judgment. Now one more offshoot of this judgment, let us try to understand that at the time of partition, he got 1 crore, C got 1 crore, B was married, so those 1 crore were B HUF property. But C was 14 years old, he was not married. So what will happen? Still that 1 crore rupee will belong to C HUF and not C individually. But since in order to have a family, you need at least 2 persons, not 1 person. 1 person is not a family. So although those money 1 crore rupees are C HUF property, still the income from 1 crore rupees will be taxed in the hands of C. And if we assume that it is placed in a fixed deposit and earning interest at 6%, so 6 lakh rupee income will be included in case of B, in B HUF's return, and in case of C, C individual's return. So whatever other income C has, to that this particular amount of 6 lakh rupee will be added. Now after 10 years, at the age of 24, C gets married. The moment C gets married, this 1 crore rupees will continue to be identified by the HUF, and now in C HUF, besides C, there is Mrs. C. So family is there. So from the date of marriage onwards, this property will become property of HUF, and whatever income is earned from that property will be reported in the HUF's return and not in individual's return. So that also one has to bear in mind. Then traditionally, and this was the case, what was the point of HUF which came to me for appeal? See, whenever any property is inherited, generally we call it as an ancestral property. But in case of ancestral property, it is not necessary that it will be an HUF property. It can be individual property as well. And there, as far as Hindu is concerned, the death can take place in 2 manners. One is he has made a will for disposition of his property, his assets, or he has not made will for disposition of his asset. So if any Hindu dies without making a will, it is said that he has died intestate. And if any Hindu who dies has made a will, it will be a testamentary succession or succession by where a will has been made. It is also possible that a person is having, say, 8 assets, he makes a will. At the time of making will, there were only 6 assets. So he mentions only 6 assets and 2 assets remain to be mentioned. So as far as those 6 assets are concerned, there will be testamentary succession. As far as remaining 2 assets are concerned, there will be intestate succession. So now we are considering the case of intestate succession. So a Hindu person dies and his property is inherited by his sons, daughters, etc. So in a given example, A is having property of, again, say 4 crore rupees. On his death, he has not made a will, so his personal property will be shared as per provisions of Hindu Succession Act 1956. In Hindu Succession Act, they have given class of successors, class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. As far as class 1 is concerned, class 1 includes spouse, children and mother, not father. So at the time of death, if supposing will is not made and if any relative in class 1 is alive, then property will go to that relative. If more relatives are available in class 1, it will go to each relative in class 1 shared equally. If no relative in class 1 is available, then it will go to class 2. If no relative in class 2 is available, it will go to class 3. If no relative is available, to class 4. If no relative is available, to the government of India. So this is the manner of succession. Now here, Mr. A has individual property, personal property of 4 crore and he dies without making a will. So he has got, mother is not alive, so mother will not get anything. But wife is alive, Mrs. A, son is alive, Mr. B, son is alive, C, and daughter is alive, D. So from class 1, 4 relatives are alive. So each of those 4 relatives will get equally 1 crore rupees. So whatever daughter and wife gets, they cannot have an HUF because HUF is a male dominated entity, so they will get individually. But court has held, because of wordings of Sindhu succession law, that even what property is inherited by B and C from his father on intestate succession will be their individual property and not HUF property. So whatever a person receives from his forefathers where will is not made, property is inherited in individual capacity and not in HUF capacity. So that one has to understand while considering the ancestral properties. Now briefly let us consider taxation of HUF. HUF is a separate entity and whatever provisions are otherwise applicable for the individual for computation of income, taxation, deduction, everything is applicable to HUF, excepting that under section 87A whatever relief is available, it is not available to the HUF. And under section 10.2, from the current income, if any disposition is made, that is exempt in the hands of members under section 10.2. So assuming that Mr. A has deposited 1 crore rupees in fixed deposit and he earns 6 lakh rupees interest. So he retains 2 lakh rupees and distributes 2 lakh rupees to B, C and D. In this case, what amount they are receiving is out of income of the HUF. So HUF will pay tax on that income, and as far as received by members of HUF is concerned, it will be tax free. But try to understand there is distinction between current income and assets or accumulated income. Hello. Yep. Let me complete this point, then we can think of. See, as far as accumulated income is concerned, if accumulated income is distributed, it would amount to partition of HUF. Therefore, it will not be permissible, or how it is seen, we will consider while we are on partition. Only current income can be allocated. Income which is accumulated assets cannot be distributed. They can be distributed only on total partition. That takes us to assets and income. Are there any queries up to now?
No, sir.
No, sir. No queries.
Thank you. So we have understood that it is absolutely necessary for an HUF to have assets. Now, how to get assets to the HUF? So let us consider the various mechanisms through which the HUF can have assets. Number one, HUF can receive on partition of a larger HUF. This we have examined with NV Narendranath's case, that A HUF is partition, whatever B and C will get, it will be their HUF property. So on a partition of a larger HUF, smaller HUFs will get capital. This is one mechanism of having capital to an HUF. Now other methods of having capital. Secondly, inheritance. In case of inheritance, we have seen the case of intestate succession. In intestate succession, if any property is inherited, that is inherited in individual capacity. But if there is a testamentary succession, a will is made. And in the will, if the will clearly states that Mr. A writes that I am bequeathing this 1 crore rupees to BHUF, I am bequeathing 1 crore rupees to CHUF, then in that case, whatever you get in succession is received by the HUF and not by B or C individually, because the will has clear mention that the amount is to be bequeathed to BHUF and to CHUF. So when in will this recital is available, the property will be inherited by HUF and that will become capital of the HUF. Please try to understand, maybe as a chartered accountants there is occasion for us to draft wills or maybe to examine any will drafted. So there, instead of giving to the earning sons, it is always better that you suggest that in case of will, rather than saying that give this 1 crore rupees to my son B, you write that give this 1 crore rupees to BHUF. So even if there is no HUF on tax file, with this 1 crore rupees they can start tax file and the capital will be available to BHUF, to CHUF. So in will, there has to be a clear recital that the property is inherited by HUF. You cannot vaguely mention that, okay, his family should be benefited, this, that. If you want to write, you can write, but you clearly write that I am bequeathing property to BHUF, to CHUF. And again, in order to be more specific, you can also give permanent account number of that HUF, so that there is absolutely no doubt. Through succession, Is it necessary that only son's HUF will get property? The answer is no. So in case of daughter D, A can say that, okay, I will give 1 crore rupees to my daughter D. But if daughter is also wealthy, she can request her father that, Daddy, instead of giving 1 crore rupees to me, please give 1 crore rupees to my husband's HUF. So in his will, if Mr. A writes that I am giving 1 crore rupees to my son-in-law P's HUF, in that case, 1 crore rupees, instead of going to his daughter, they will go to P's HUF, and that will be also capital of PHUF. Let us assume that for 30-40 years, A is having a best friend X, and X is having a son Y, and he is having his wife, family members, etc. So A also can, in a will, say that, okay, out of my property, I am giving 10 lakh rupees to my best friend Y's HUF, best friend's son Y's HUF. In that case, Y will receive 10 lakh rupees, not as his own property, but that will be his HUF's property. So to anybody's HUF or any HUF, through will you can give a property, and that will be asset of the HUF. Through this asset, HUF can subsequently earn income. This is second mechanism of having capital. Third is gift. You can also receive gift. An HUF person can say that I am giving gift to the HUF. Only as far as this gift is concerned, this gift has to be taken from near relatives or close friends. If it is taken from outsiders who are not very close, the aspect of genuineness will come into picture. And if you are not able to prove genuineness of the gift, then in that case, it will attract to tax as unexplained cash credit, and maybe 60% tax plus 15% surcharge, etc. that will attract. So three things we considered when we receive any amount by way of succession. As far as succession is concerned, the property received in succession is not income. It is also not liable for estate duty presently. So you will receive whatever received by inheritance as a tax-free money. But when you receive anything by gift, you are aware of provisions of section 56. So section 56 states that if you receive anything as a gift exceeding 50,000 rupees, that will be your taxable income. So if you receive a gift of say 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees would be taxable income of the HUF, and then you will have to pay tax on it. Of course, if that is the only income, because it is below 2 lakh 50,000, no tax is payable. Even if you get gift of 4 lakh rupees, you invest 1 lakh 50,000 in PPF or in life policy or in NSC, then in that case, you will get deduction under section 80C. Your income will be 2 lakh 50,000 and you will not be liable to pay any tax. But there is one exception to the gift, and the question asked is, can a relative not give gift to the HUF? The answer is yes. If relative gives gift to the HUF, maybe of 10 crore rupees, then in that case, that gift will not attract any tax. So C, his relative, can give any amount of gift to C's HUF. But we are not recommending this. And why we are not recommending? Because one has to read subsection 2 of section 64. It says that if any person or any member of the HUF gives gift to the HUF, then income from this amount gifted will be included in the income of the donor and not in the income of the HUF. So lifelong there will be clubbing of this particular amount. So if Mr. C gives 1 crore rupees to CHF, then whatever interest is received on this 1 crore rupees, lifelong it will be taxed in the hands of C. If they purchase share, whatever dividend income is there, it will be C's income. If the shares are sold and capital gain is earned, that capital gain will be taxed in the hands of C. So lifelong clubbing will applicable. Of course, if this gift by a member is invested in a tax-free security, say RBI bonds. So on RBI bonds, if you receive interest, that interest is tax-free, then in that case, even if there is clubbing, there will not be any tax liability. And let me amplify one aspect of clubbing. When we say income from clubbing, gift is clubbed, we have to distinguish between income from amount gifted and income from amount gifted. These are two different concepts. 1 crore rupees gifted by Mr. A to his HUF. In first year, 6 lakh rupee interest will be received. That will be clubbed in income of Mr. A. In second year, again he will receive 6 lakh rupees. That will be clubbed. But on first year 6 lakh rupees, he will receive 36,000 rupees. This is not income amount gifted. It is income from income on amount gifted. So this will not be clubbed. In third year, that FD will receive income on 1 crore rupees. Then that is 6 lakh rupees. Income on first year 6 lakh. Income in second year 6 lakh. And income in second year's interest of 36,000. So aggregate income on income will be 74,160. So clubbing principles say that all these 6 lakh rupees annually will be clubbed, but 36,000, 74,000, 1 lakh 14,000, 1 lakh 57,000, these will not be clubbed because it is not income from amount gifted, it is income from income on amount gifted. So this distinction needs to be borne in mind. Then if you want to start business, you have 10 lakh rupees and business requires 30 lakh rupees. You can take borrowing. Borrowing can be taken from either family members or from outsiders. If it is taken for family members, a word of caution, you pay them normal interest, which is reasonable, then only it would be justified. Otherwise, there will be problems. So these are the case laws on the gifts. Now, after having considered this mechanism for the purpose of having capital, one by partition of larger HUF, another by will, third by gift, fourth by borrowing. Now you have a capital. After having capital, you have to earn income. How you can earn income? So that capital can be placed in investment. You can invest in shares, you can invest in bank fixed deposit, you will earn interest. That is one way in which you can earn income. But HUF also can run a business and earn income. Let us assume that HUF wants to run business of a brokerage. They want to solicit immovable property, sell shares and earn brokerage income. As you are aware that brokerage requires rendering of personal services. HUF is not a person. So how it can render services? So try to understand that you want to start a broking company. So you take a shop in the market. Either you can purchase it or you can take it on rent. Supposing HUF is having 1 crore rupees, they can purchase say shop for 30 lakh rupees. For 10 lakh rupees, they can purchase furniture, fittings, computer, etc. For another 10 lakh rupees, they can get office equipments and other things. And they can employ people. And those employees would be employees of the brokerage company which is owned by the HUF. And they start broking business. If they want to do trading business, they can purchase material, start trading and employ people. So even if HUF is not a person, it can employ people, hire people with the help of capital, pay them remuneration, and whatever business profits are there, they are earned by HUF. The question comes up whether HUF Karta or member can work for HUF. The answer is in affirmative. Yes, they can work for HUF. But if they do not take any remuneration, then there will be problem because that income will be income from business as well as income from services. And since services are rendered by members of HUF, to that extent, income will not be included in HUF's return. But if you pay salary, say 50,000 to the Karta, and he is working from HUF, so the entire profit will belong to HUF because the labor of the Karta is being paid. Can HUF enter into partnership? The answer is no. HUF cannot enter into partnership. However, Supreme Court has elaborately discussed the situation of HUF and partnership. It says that there is no prohibition for HUF to enter into partnership. Partnership is a contract between persons. So HUF can request the Karta or any other person to join as a partner on its behalf. And when such person joins on behalf of HUF as a partner, the income or the share of income which is earned from HUF is having title of HUF. Only under general law, it will be the person who is partner would be the partner. But income will belong to HUF. So if one is interested, he can read or she can read decision of Rasik Lal and Company which elaborately discusses this point. Can HUF enter into LLP? The question was asked to MCA and MCA said no, HUF cannot be a partner or a member in LLP. But again, referring to Rasik Lal and Company, they said that HUF can nominate any individual to become member or partner of the LLP, and that way HUF can earn income. Salary to the working partner. As you are aware, under section 40B, salary is deductible, but salary is remuneration given to the working partner who has agreed to devote time and attention to business of the firm. So here, if the member is a partner, he will be devoting time and attention. HUF will not be able to devote time and attention. So whatever salary is received by a partner who is representative of HUF, it will be his personal income and not HUF income. Elaborate discussion is available in Pune Tribunal judgment.
Sir, questions are also there.
Okay, after this partnership, we will take up questions. Then we will.
नहीं अभी तो चलते रहते हैं थोड़ी
Mute everybody.
Please.
As far as interest is concerned, provisions of section 40B are clear, and let me explain them by way of an example. That if Mr. A is partner on behalf of AHUF, then how interest will be dealt with? Supposing A has given, say, 10 lakh rupees from his own pocket, 8 lakh rupees from the capital of HUF, and 20 lakh rupees daughter gave him, and he invested in his own name in HUF. Section 40B says that in case of a representative assessee, the person whom he represents, to his capital, provisions of section 40B will be applicable. So here HUF has placed 8 lakh rupees from its own capital. So if we consider interest of 10%, 80,000 to HUF, it will be deductible under 40B, it will be income of HUF. If we are paying at 15%, 1,20,000, then in that case, it will be governed by provisions of 40B. Over and above 12%, it would not be allowed. So only to the extent of 12%, deduction of 96,000 will be available to the firm, and 96,000 will be taxable income of HUF. But 10 lakh rupees and 20 lakh rupees, which are contributed by A from his own pocket or from his daughter's fund, and if they are paying 15% interest, then in that case, these funds are not belonging to the partner, because partner is HUF, although in the name of A. So they say that it is not the money given by a person represented, but by the person representing that particular person. So 15% interest, say 1,50,000 and 3 lakh would be tax deductible if the firm is able to justify that this rate of 15% is a reasonable rate of interest. If the bank borrowing rate is 14.5%, they can always defend that this is unsecured loan, so 0.5% more is valid, and entire 1,50,000 and 3 lakh can be deducted, and it will be income of the A in individual capacity or his daughter in individual capacity. In case of shareholding, company HUF is not a person, it cannot be a shareholder. But then a CLB has stated that although HUF cannot be shareholder, it can nominate Karta or some other person, and in his name HUF can purchase shares. HUF can also have similarly a demat account. So these were investments and earning of income through company, through proprietary firm, and through mechanism of partnership or LLP. So we have considered building up of an asset and earning of income out of those assets. Now I believe that 10 minutes are remaining. So rather than going in for partition, I would rather like to deal with the questions which have been raised. And because once when you understand the HUF and create, on some other occasion, we can discuss about partition.
Yes, sir.
So are there questions? There are questions.
Sir, should I read the questions?
Please, please. So I will stop sharing the
Sir, first question is whether stamp duty is applicable for partition of immovable property of HUF.
Yeah, I will answer both partition as well as gift. For stamp duty, we need not study income tax law. What we have to study is Stamp Act, Maharashtra Stamp Act. Since we are in Maharashtra, those who are in Vapi, maybe Gujarat Stamp Act. Under Maharashtra Stamp Act, partition carries stamp duty, and that is 3% stamp duty. Only the mechanism of calculating that stamp duty is you exclude the largest share, and on smaller share you have to pay stamp duty. I will explain. Supposing the HUF is having kitty of 5 crore rupees, and that is distributed between 5 persons. 2 crore rupees go to one person, and 1 crore rupees go to other 3 persons. Now we have to execute a deed, and in that deed the larger portion is 2 crore rupees. So that larger portion remains and 3 crore rupees are getting partitioned. So you have to pay stamp duty on 3 crore rupees at 3% plus registration fee. So that way partition will have to be carried out. And incidentally, in case of gift, I also informed that by gift also we can have capital to the HUF. But routinely what I have seen that a gift deed is executed on a stamp paper of 500 rupees and they say that I am giving gift of 1 crore rupees to my son's HUF or to my brother's HUF. But let me tell you that this gift deed is incorrect, is understamped, because for gift 3% stamp duty is prescribed. So if you use it 500 rupees stamp paper, then this gift deed would be irregular. It is not that it is not admissible in law as evidence, but you have to pay compounding fees or penalty. So be careful while you are executing gift deed. Please comply also with the provisions of Stamp Act. Of course, there is one route where you can bypass this stamp payment also and create an evidence. But for the purpose of present consumption, gift also carries stamp duty. If you are writing, if you are giving gift orally, then it is not required to be given. But if you are giving gift of immovable property or if you are giving partition of immovable property, the document is compulsory under Indian Registration Act.
Okay, sir. Sir, next question is, if there is a widow having minor son and major daughter, can we create HUF? If yes, what is the date of HUF and who will be the Karta?
See, as I stated, a female member cannot create an HUF. If we assume that Mr. A, Mrs. A, and they have got daughter D who is major and minor son C. In this case, if Mr. A already had HUF, so Mr. A HUF is there, and in a passage of time, Mr. A expires. So that HUF remains only with Mrs. A, her daughter and her son. So this HUF will be Mr. A HUF. You have not created the HUF. HUF is already there, but the male member or the Karta died and this HUF continued. And when it continued, the daughter is a coparcenary who is a major member. So that daughter can be Karta and they can continue the HUF. Now in a given example, you have said that, okay, there was a male member. But there is also a case law that even if male member is not there, there is a case decided by the Supreme Court and that is available in my PPT, that in case two brothers were remaining members in the HUF and wife of two brothers and daughters of those two brothers. So the elder brother died. Thereafter the younger brother became the Karta and younger brother also died. So what were the people? Widow of elder brother, widow of younger brother and daughters of both the brothers. So 4 members were there. There also the HUF has said that because these family members have continued to live together, possibility of they adopting to some male member, they getting married cannot be denied. Therefore, the HUF continues, and in this case, even female member can become Karta of the HUF.
Okay.
So
sir.
yes, if the HUF exists, it will continue. But if HUF does not exist, you cannot create.
Okay, sir. The next question is, can HUF earn commission income on sales?
The answer is yes. Only thing is that they have to have a setup. Because if Karta earns commission income and says that HUF has earned, that will not be possible because this is out of exertion of personal services. But if supposing HUF starts a shop of commission agents and they employ 3 persons, who 2 persons will be commission agent, 1 person will do administrative job. So in that case, whatever commission is earned by those 2 persons will be commission earned by HUF because HUF is paying remuneration to them. They are employees of the HUF. Or you can professionally also engage some persons as commission broker. So if you want to earn commission agency, maybe you will have to have infrastructure, that infrastructure and people who will run this commission agency business. Then you can earn commission business. Going forward, you can also have hospital income. If supposing husband and wife are doctors and HUF is having hospital setup, then hospital's income also can be earned by HUF, but medical fees will be charged by husband and wife. That will not be HUF income because medical services cannot be rendered by HUF, but services of room, providing oxygen, providing ventilator, nurses, other food, medicine, those supplies can be given by HUF. So that type of professional income also can be thought of by HUF by running a hospital, not medical services.
Okay, sir. Sir, can father and minor son form HUF if father is divorced?
Yes,
Yes.
they can, because there is plurality of male members.
Okay. Sir, next question is, can one person become Karta of two HUF? One of his father HUF after death of both father and mother, and he and his one sister live only. Second, his own HUF Karta with his wife. Sir, I am not getting the question.
So let me tell
Should I
you,
get the
answer is in
Yeah.
affirmative. That given example, Mr. A HUF is there, B is his son. So on demise of A, B will become Karta of A HUF, and B is also Karta of B HUF. So simultaneously you can be Karta of two HUFs, or maybe three HUFs also. If supposing B's grandson is there, in that case, supposing A expires, B also expires, then B's grandson will be or B's son will be A HUF's Karta, B HUF's Karta, and also his own HUF Karta.
Okay, sir. Can grandfather be co-parcener of grandson family HUF?
You have to go downwards, not upwards. So grandson can be member of his grandfather's HUF, but grandfather cannot be member of his grandson's HUF or even his son's HUF. नीचे जाने का, ऊपर नहीं जाने का.
Okay, sir. What should be the date of formation of HUF? I think
Marriage का
What
date देने का.
the date of formation?
Marriage, because on the date of marriage, from single you become family. From a single person you become a family.
Okay. Gift received from father a plot of land, whether it is HUF property.
It depends upon gift deed. अगर gift deed में लिखते हैं sons HUF तो HUF को होगा. अगर gift deed writes son, then it will be sons. So drafting is to be seen.
Can we provide services under HUF?
ये का कौन सा? ये का तो नहीं कर सकते, because this is services are rendered by a member as individual capacity or as a partner or as an LLP or a corporate practice. In HUF form you cannot practice even if your wife is a chartered accountant. But then if chartered accountant is having his professional practice and he is having his HUF, then he can make investments. He can purchase shares, he can invest in property, give it on rent, but he cannot do business. That is the explanation given by Ethical Standards Board. So you cannot say I am practicing as a chartered accountant and in one kirana shop I am partner as a Karta of my HUF. That is not possible. Or in any other business you cannot be a partner.
Pawan sir,
If for next question is,
Pawan sir,
if for
there are many questions.
Yes, sir.
Already the next session faculties and chairmen also arrived.
Okay,
so
sir.
We can pose the question to the Chitle sir.
Okay, sir. We are having email IDs of all the questionnaires. Those who have asked.
भी आ गए, उनको पूछ लो, वो बाद में बता देंगे.
Okay, sir.
अरे वो भी हमारे भाई.
Okay, sir. Let's move ahead with.
भेज दो query, देख लेते हैं.
Yes.
बिल्कुल sir, बिल्कुल. Okay, over to MC.
And I think PPT have already made.
Thank you very much.
अभिषेक सर भाई, आपको पीपीटी मिल गया है ना?
यस सर, पीपीटी मिल गया सर आपका.
हाँ ठीक है, वो सर्कुलेट कर दो तो केसला वगैरह सब आ जाएंगे लोगों के पास.
कुछ 7,000 के आसपास रजिस्ट्रेशन आए हैं उनको.
किसको भी भेजो, ऐसा नहीं कि रजिस्ट्रेशन किया तो ही भेज दो.
सर ठीक है सर.
ठीक है.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent deliberation and your presentation drew the audience and hold their attention for more than 1 hour. We all admire you, sir, for your in-depth knowledge, and surely this will benefit to our members. And sincere thanks to all the branches for giving your vital time with us virtual session. So, I would also acknowledge the presence of our next special esteemed speaker, the Ankush from Gurugram, as he has joined us in full duration second session. And we would also thank the Pawanji Jadikar, Vice Chairman of Amravati Branch, for his valuable we are now moving on, and I would request our Amravati Branch Vice Chairman, also the Chairman of this session, Damodarji Khandelwal sir, closing remarks on this eye-catching first session. Now, over to Khandelwal sir.
Thank you, Amufi. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sunil?
Yes, sir, you are
Yes,
audible.
yes, sir.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. You are
Respected
audible.
Chairman of the branch, Respected Chairman of Wafi branch, Abhishek Tiwari ji, Prashant ji Agrawal, Chairman of Jalgaon branch, Vinay Bhaskar ji, Chairman of Wafi branch, our own Chairman, Mr. Sri Salampuriya.
I request all of you mute yourself. All other. Sir, continue.
And it is recognized as a separate taxable entity under our income tax law. This is a unique blend of civil law, personal law, and taxation law only in our country in India. Though we regularly practice in HUF taxation and we ourselves are also part of a HUF, there is a lot of confusion, sir. The topic really gets complicated with concept of like multiple HUFs, partial partitions, mutual property rights, amendments like daughter rights as co-partner, etc. We are fortunate today that we had opportunity to listen a learned speaker like C. Chandrasekharji Shitlesar on this complicated topic. We cannot ask anyone better than Chairman of Direct Tax Committee of ICAI to enlighten us. Our learned speaker sir have very lucidly explained the topic. He has covered all the aspects in a very understandable manner. He helped us clearing a lot of many confusion and made our way to practice HUF taxation a lot brighter like a bright sun shining out of rainy clouds. So we thank you for the sharing knowledge and are eager to listen to you on many taxation and professional topics on which we know you have masterly. We really appreciate your time and effort, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much, C. Damodarji Khandelwal sir, for your closing remarks on this patchy kin session. Now, we are inching towards the end of our tough session on the second day of virtual national conference. So, I would now request our Amravati branch executive member, Sri Prakash Ji Warde sir, to please deliver his vote of thanks on this first session. Now, over to Sri Prakash Ji Warde sir.
Thank you, Saket Bhai. Dear members, ladies and gentlemen, in this virtual national conference organized by Professional Development Committee of ICAI, hosted by Vasi branch and co-hosted by Amravati, Vapi, Akola, Jalgaon branches, our own Central Council member, C. Chandrasekharji Chittale sir, has shared his vast knowledge gathered in last 35 years with us on HUF and its taxation. We all have been benefited from his thoughts which he shared with us. Many confusions are clarified. On behalf of all branches and participants in this national conference, I propose a heartfelt thanks for CCM Chittale Sarji for sharing his knowledge and answering queries of the participants. Thank you very much Sarji and all the participants for patiently listening. For the next session, I hand over the charge of this seminar to MOC and Vasi branch. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Thank you very
I
much,
also recognize the
Prakash ji
presence
Warde,
of our nominee, branch nominee, Vimal Agrawal, sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome and thank you, sir. Sir Chitre, sir, many thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much, sir. चितळे सर धन्यवाद sir.
प्रकारचे वाद्य सर
Thank you,
for
sir.
giving
Thank
a
you
vote
very
of
much.
thanks on this running session. So in this last, I would like to add that a good event never ends in the world. They take only a pause and keep us awaiting for the next. So in this way, we are now concluding our today's first session of this second day of virtual national conference. So without wasting much of your time, we are now starting our next session. For this, I would now request the Ankit Ji Rathi sir, IPC of Vasai branch, to please take the charge over this session and continue the further proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saket bhai. Very good afternoon, members. Welcome you on second day, second session on very important, relevant, and interesting topic. Yes, I say interesting. Opportunity for chartered accountant, ecosystem startup. Very interesting topic. For this, we have a very learned speaker, CA Anshul Kumar sir. Sir, welcome you. Despite of your so much busy schedule, you took time and accept our invitation for this session. Without taking much time, I just recognize the presence of our chairman, Sri Abhishek Bhai, regional council member Vimal Ji, Saket Bhai, Didi Gandelwal sir, Kayur sir, Amit Bhai, Prasant Ji, and all the participants. Now I request our regional council member and branch nominee, Sri Vimal Kumar Agarwal sir, for a word of wisdom or welcome speech. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Ankit. Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I congratulate Vasai branch of WIRC for hosting this national conference, which is organized by Professional Development Committee of ICAI. I also congratulate to Amravati, Jalgaon, Vapi, and Akola branch of WIRC for co-hosting this conference. The selection of topic and speaker is extremely good, for which more than 6,000 members are connected in this conference. This session's topic is Startup Ecosystem Opportunity for CA. Today we have CA Anshul Kumar Singhal as our eminent speaker. Friends, as you know that in today's scenario, there are lots of opportunities in startup. In recent years, there were a lot of startups like Zomato, Swiggy, Big Basket, Paytm, Grade, Zerodha, and many more, which have given lot of opportunities to CA. Yesterday, listing of Zomato IPO saw strength and potential of startups. Some new startups have created more value than big players like Hero Honda, Domino's in short period of time. There are lot of opportunities for CA professional in startup ecosystem, and this will be enlightened by our today's speaker. To organize this conference, Vasai branch chairman CA Abhishek Tiwari, vice chairman Saurabh Agarwal, secretary CA Lokesh Kothari, immediate parts chairman CA Ankit Rathi, managing committee member CA Amit Agarwal, CA Vijender Jain, Amravati branch chairman CA Sunil Kumar Agarwal and his team, Jalgaon branch chairman CA Prasant Agarwal and his team, Vapi branch chairman CA Kayur Dedia and his team had done very good job. Friends, this year I am heading MCS Coordination Committee of WIRC. Objective of this committee to equip the CA students to the profession with some essential skills such as sharpen communication and presentation skills, to develop interpersonal and leadership skills, to prepare the students for a career either in employment or in practice by educating them to adaptable and accountable. Friends, I am also the Vice Chairman of IBC Committee of WIRC. WIRC had taken various initiatives for the benefits of members like back-to-back power pack seminar by expert faculty, launched various useful publications for members and students. In last, I would like to say to Vasai branch, Amravati branch, Jalgaon branch, Vapi branch and Akola branch that I will always be ready to support in case of any help. Thank you. Over to Ankit.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful welcome speech. Now, without wasting time, I request CA Amit Ji Agarwal, Managing Committee member of our Vasai branch, kindly update about our today speaker, CA Anshul sir.
Thank you, Ankit Rathi ji, for giving this opportunity. CA Anshul Kumar ji, his partner in Lalit Vanjani and Company. He looks after the direct tax and transfer pricing. His professional experience has more than 16 years of experience with him in corporate tax and transfer pricing matters, and has worked with Big Four, Deloitte and PwC for around 13 years. Anshulji has vast experience of supporting various multinational companies in formulating their tax and transfer pricing strategies. Anshulji has hand-on experience in setting up global transfer pricing policy for his clients, tax planning, compliance, and tax controversy management. He also represents clients at different income tax appeal levels up to tax tribunal levels. Anshulji is also working in the startup ecosystem for past many years, and he is the Joint General Secretary of Swadeshi Startup, a non-profit organization promoting ingenious startups. He is also the co-founder of Startup Bazaar and Invest Catalyzed Angel Network. Anshulji's professional qualification is honor graduate in commerce from Delhi University. He is a member of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, and he is regular speaker in seminars organized by various branches of Institute of ICAI, Amity University, Swadeshi Startup, Asia Economic Council, and many other organizations. With this, we welcome you, sir, to hear you on this important topic.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, Amitji, for this wonderful introduction. And I thank you, Abhishek Tiwari ji, the current chairman of Vasai branch, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on this big platform of national conference, which has been organized by Professional Development Committee of ICAI and hosted by the Vasai branch, and which is also co-hosted by Vapi, Akola, Amravati and Jalgaon branch of ICAI. I thank you, Ankit Rathi ji, immediate past president, and also I would like to thank my immediate past chairman of Gurgaon branch, CA Dheeraj Sharma ji, for connecting me with Abhishek Tiwari ji for this wonderful session. And I also acknowledge all the other office bearers of different branches who have been working tirelessly to make this conference a great success. And I'm pretty sure that the Chartered Accountants fellow members are having great time listening to wonderful speakers and wonderful views on different various aspects of profession. So I would like to share my presentation today on the... Can I share my presentation now, Abhishek ji?
Yes, sir, please. Please take the charge of session, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Yes, sir.
Great. So, basically, what we will be doing is, as the topic is startup ecosystem and what are the opportunities for chartered accountants and fellow members, we will discuss what is the background of startups in India, how has it been coming up, what are the opportunities, what are the services which we can render for startups, and what are the services which we can render for investors, because these are the two key stakeholders, the founders of startups and the investors, which are the two key stakeholders wherein as a chartered accountant we can serve them. So as a background of Startup India program, it was announced by the present government in 2015. A basic program was announced that the government will be coming up with action plans and how they wanted to promote indigenous businesses, because ultimately there was a need of employment generation and which could not have been made without promoting entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship was given a big push in 2015 with a with the program aiming at building a strong ecosystem to nurture innovations, because there was a lot of stress given on innovations at that point of time. Innovation was the key contributor to Startup India program, wherein the government thought that if we give a push to Indian people, Indian citizens to go on and give some innovative ideas to the businesses and start up their own entrepreneurial journey, then how government can push that, how government can augment that journey. That was the big aim. Then it was to drive sustainable growth. So basically the economy was not dependent on foreign investment. So in order to supplement that with indigenous startups also, which can come up with new innovative business ideas which can solve local problems, because ultimately entrepreneurs are solving problems. So what are the local problems is best known by Indian people, Indian citizens. That is why they thought that if we promote people of India to go on their own entrepreneurial journey, then the local problems will be solved much easier as compared to people from foreign coming into India and investing and trying to sell their own products without understanding the local geography and the local culture. And also there was a thirst to generate employment, as I already mentioned. With this view, once the policy was announced in 2015, the government came up with a detailed action plan in 2016. In this action plan, they mentioned that how government is going to help, that they mentioned that what kind of startup they will be recognizing, what kind of funding assistance they can provide, what kind of compliance easing they can do, and how they will handhold the startups to move on their journey. Under this plan, a startup entity which can be recognized can avail not only tax and regulatory incentives but also avail favorable financing government. There was a fund set up of 10,000 crore rupees under the nodal agency of SIDBI, which provided a lot of incentives and collateral free loans to startups under Mudra scheme and under capital guarantee scheme. So there were startups which can come to various branches of banks. Generally, the PSU banks are leading these initiatives under the fund which is managed by SIDBI, and a lot of PNBs and SBIs are catering to these kind of startup funding. In fact, in Mudra loan, it is a very effective loan wherein loan of 50,000, 5 lakh and 10 lakh rupees under the different schemes can be availed without even giving collateral. Similarly, in the capital guarantee scheme, the government is providing certain benefits of up to loans of up to 2 crore rupees without a collateral, but you should have a business plan. The founders must be great. So those are some topics which we'll talk about in later slides. So first of all, just before moving on, what are the opportunities for chartered accountants? First of all, let's understand what is startup. I hope that most of you may be aware about this, but let us just understand the basics of what is a startup as per the government. So first and foremost thing is that every new business is not a startup. In terms of availing the benefits available to the startup under the Startup India program, each and every new business is not considered as startup until and unless they meet certain criteria as defined. So what are the criteria and who is generally governing these criteria? It is the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, which we generally refer to as DPIIT. So earlier it was known as DPIIT is the new name. Earlier it was known by some other name. And now it defines various kind of criteria which a startup needs to fulfill to avail the benefits. The criteria are various kind of criteria wherein it talks about the number of years it should be in existence, the type of entity which it should be, the turnover, the kind of business activities they are into. So all these criteria have been defined by the DPIIT, and if you fulfill those criteria, you have to apply for it. You have to apply that I am fulfilling these criteria and therefore DPIIT, you should give me the registration. And until and unless you apply for the registration, the new business entity cannot be considered as a startup in the eyes of government. Only after the recognition is granted, a recognition certificate is granted by DPIIT, only then a new business entity can be classified as a startup. Then let's see what are the criteria. What are the criteria which have been mentioned to which need to be fulfilled in order to obtain a startup benefit? First of all, it is a period. The period means that from the date of incorporation till the expiry of 10 years, you shall be considered as a startup. If you have crossed the 10-year threshold, you will not be considered as a startup, because government feels that a 10-year period from the date of incorporation is sufficient enough to for a business to become mature, right? So when a business becomes mature, there should not be any requirement of government support or government incentives in terms which are available to a new and fresh, which is a startup or business which is trying to stand up on its own feet. So therefore, the period is very important from the date of incorporation or registration. Registration means registration of the entity, because the startup benefits are also available to partnerships. So it is not incorporated. So registration does not mean registration as a startup with DPIIT. It is the date on which entity comes into existence. Then what are the entity forms? The entity forms are private limited company, or a partnership firm, or a limited liability partnership. So what is the point which needs to be seen here is that a proprietorship firm is not considered as a startup. So if someone comes up to you as a client and he says that I have started up my own business in a proprietorship firm, you will not be you have to advise them that, boss, you are not going to be eligible for startup benefits under a proprietorship firm. So if you are going to have available, you are going to avail benefits under the Startup India program, you have to register any of these partner entities. Then the third criteria is about turnover. The annual turnover of the business entity must not exceed 100 crore rupees. So if in any year the turnover exceeds 100 crore rupees, it will cease to be a startup. This will not now be considered as a startup. So say for example, if a company is incorporated in year 1 and in year 3 the company crosses the threshold of 100 crores of turnover, then from third year onward the company will cease to be recognized as a startup. So therefore, because the logic is very simple, the government thinks that if you have reached this kind of threshold, probably again you have become mature enough as a business that you don't require the government support in terms of incentives or any kind of benefits which should be available to the smaller startups to stand up on their own feet. Then the fourth criteria, which is one of the most important criteria which needs to be looked at, is the activities criteria. What are the activities which a business is carrying on? The activities means, first of all, we all think, in fact most of the founders also think that they must be involved in certain innovation. They must be innovating some product, they must be innovating some process, they must be doing something innovative that will land them up in startup benefits. But I will give you an example. There was a client which came to us 2-3 years back, and it was an e-gaming company. Now e-gaming company was it was not a pure e-gaming in the sense that they were not launching their own e-games. They were not producing and launching their own e-games like Nazara or any other company. What they were doing was they were writing the codes of e-games for foreign clients. Right? They had set up a team of mathematicians, designers, algorithm writers who were creating the concepts, who were writing the algorithms which run in the background of an e-game, and then they were writing it for their clients who were launching it in overseas market, right? So in a pure sense, they were not doing any innovation, they were not doing any kind of newness, because nor they were launching it in their own name. So they were not coming up with in the market to say that yes, we have launched this particular, say for example, if you have heard of Ludo, which has gone viral in lockdown, and so many games have gone over, like Dream 11 and so many other games. They were doing it as a contract service provider for somebody else. Now, when they came to us for certain other tax and regulatory compliance services, we asked them that why don't you go for startup registration? And we tried to understand their business because they were earning a lot of good foreign exchange from their foreign clients. And even in the first year of their operation, they had clocked a very, very good revenue in terms of foreign exchange revenue, as well as they were employing unique kind of employee force in terms of they were giving employment to mathematicians, statisticians, or graphic designers, right, and algorithm writers. So we asked them in detail and tried to gauge what kind of this e-gaming market is developing in overseas market, and how and where are the competitors lying, whether there is any other player in India who is trying to do same kind of business, or who are producing games on a contract basis and not launching on their own. So we did research and found out that this e-gaming industry is almost $100 billion industry in overseas market. And in fact, the Indian code writers can be a very, very lucrative business for Indian revenue perspective, because India has no dearth of talent in terms of mathematicians or graphic designers and anything else. And we have a cost efficiency edge also, because ultimately when we are competing in global markets, the talent which we have, the kind of games which we can produce was much better than the others who are producing it. So we told them that, boss, you must look at it from a different perspective, and it is not necessary that you must be inventing something. It is not that you are a client facing some app, or you are yourself running the app, only then you will be able to claim these startup benefits. So what we did was we created a pitch deck for them. We created a pitch which was not based on innovation, but which was more focused on wealth creation and employment generation. We gave them the financials of last year. We in the pitch deck we mentioned that what kind of employment will be generated in next 3 to 5 years, and what kind of revenues are expected to be earned at that point of time because of the growth which can be earned. So from that perspective, we took the presentation and filed for startup registration. They got the first level startup registration, and as well as the second level startup registration, which gives you a 3-year tax benefit. So at that point of time, less than 300 startups were registered for 80 IAC benefit, which is the very, very unique kind of exemption or deduction which is available, and one of the foremost benefit of startup registration. So we were also surprised, and the client was also surprised that we are not doing any innovation, and this is, I'm talking about 2019, 2 years ago. So this is the kind of services which as a chartered accountant we can offer to our clients, even though the client was not aware that they can also be a startup. But with effective due diligence, effective research about their business and the markets available in foreign countries, we were able to put up a point before the reviewers or the interministerial board that this is something, a startup which you can look at and which can be approved for giving an 80 IAC benefit. So this is how we must look at, and whenever a business comes to you, you must look at it in detail. We must just not look at the innovation point of view. We should see whether there is an employment generation, a large scale employment generation, or whether there is a wealth creation. It may also be seen that the wealth creation might not be just for the startup, but if you have created a supply chain which is creating wealth for each stakeholder in the entire business value chain, then also you can put across a point that yes, this is a business which is eligible for startup registration. So therefore, activities criteria to understand the activities and the business model of the client is very, very important. Now this is splitting up, which is very common in all tax laws and everywhere. We all see that startup benefits should not be made available to an existing business which just splits up and reconstitutes in a new business. So we have seen this particular condition very often, and therefore it is quite common and we are aware about, so I will not spend too much of time on this. So this every criteria and many other benefits or conditions are available in this notification GSR 127. I have put a link here for everyone's benefit. So when I will be sharing this presentation to you, the link is available and you can just click on this notification and see what are the other conditions. Now let's come on to what are the opportunities for us as a chartered accountant, what all we can do for startups. We can help in ideation, the business ideation, the business validation. What is ideation means that if a founder comes up with a business idea, whether that is a good idea to do business or not, whether there is a business case, whether there will be a valid business proposition to take that idea into market, right? So because we are financial people and ultimately every business is for the purpose or aim of ultimately earning money or creating value for the stakeholders. So therefore, as a chartered accountant, we are best poised to look at the idea, to look at what kind of business it can grow into. Then once we have done, we have advised on business ideation, we can do entity setup, we can assist in business strategies, financial and tax planning, marketing strategy, business partnerships, compliance management, brand IP protection, fundraising, term sheet validation, and mergers and acquisitions. So term sheet validation is whenever a startup goes out for raising funds with the investors, there are certain terms and conditions of investment which are agreed with the set of investors. So all those terms and conditions are put in the term sheet, and there are a lot of negotiations around the term sheet, and it is very, very difficult to finalize term sheet. It is the most difficult part. So as means advisors or the financial advisors, and to keep the interests in mind of startups, we can advise the founders that what you should agree and what you should not agree. So we'll move on and discuss all these ideas in detail. So what is ideation and business validation? First of all, in startup ecosystem, we all say that there has to be a problem which needs to be solved, and therefore a business will come around that problem statement only. So identifying a problem statement which a prospective founder is best poised to solve in accordance with his or her skill sets and experience, right? So whenever a founder comes to you and says that, boss, I want to do this business, many times, I have seen many founders come to me and say that out of just sheer exuberance or excitement that they just want to do something, they just want to start something which they have seen that this startup is doing well, this startup is doing well, but they don't recognize that what are their own skill sets, right? What their educational background has been, or whether they are able to solve that problem or not, and what would it take to solve this problem, what would be the kind of investment it would take, what kind of cost they need to incur to develop a business and to make it stand. So all those ideations and deliberations can be done by the chartered accountant, and obviously there will be fees involved in it for your valuable advisory. So you can help them gauge that what it takes to run a business or at least start a business. Then you can think of how they are trying to solve the problem, right? So what are the solutions which the founder has come up, or whether they have just come up with the problem and they just don't know how to solve it. If they don't know how to solve it, whether there are alternatives which they can think of, you can just probe them to go and see that what are the solutions available in the market, do some market research. I'll just let you know one example. A chartered accountant, a fellow chartered accountant came to me and she said that there is a lot of problem of finding maids, home maids which can stay at home and take care of the babies, and it is very, very difficult to leave the babies in the creche, and we want a home environment, and therefore I want to make an app of maids, and because this is a requirement. So I asked her a few questions. I asked her that how would you ensure the safety of baby with the maid, right? How would you do a background check? How would you ensure that there is no harm at home, because at that point of time the baby will be alone. So how do you feel that there will be RWAs who manage all these services, who can come and who cannot come? How would you manage the relationships with RWAs? How would you ensure that there is a proper replacement policy available with you? Means, say for example, if a maid steals something from the house, who will be held responsible? Because ultimately, when you are supplying services, the client would hold you responsible, right? So all these questions, when I asked, the person said that no, I haven't thought about it. I just thought that this is a problem and we can create an app and just solve it. But there are a lot of issues which need to be resolved, and there are a lot of in-depth research which need to be done around the business model. So therefore, we need to think through. We need to sit along with the founder, hear them out, and then give our opinion or our views about what they should also look for while creating a startup or while setting up an entity. Because it is very, very easy to set up an entity to start a business, but it is very difficult to wind it up. So therefore, at the ideation stage itself, the services of a chartered accountant can be very, very important. Then we can help them in validating the business model and help in identifying potential opportunities and challenges in proposed business model. So many times what happens is that these are young entrepreneurs who look at a problem from just one angle, probably from a more mature experience which we chartered accountants have while dealing with many businesses, because we know that there are so many businesses running around, what kind of problems they face while doing that particular business. We can guide them, the founders, that probably you should look at it from a different angle also, or whether there can be alternate revenue streams which you can add into your current business model. What are the alternate byproducts of your services which you can add on to, right? Add on to your menu of services. Say for example, if a company is into apps and they are running their app has been downloaded by so many people and millions of people, so how they can particularly use those data in order to supply them more services. If they can create trends of users, that how their app is being used, what are the kind of services which are being preferred, what are the kind of services which are not being preferred. So whether they can create a B2B business model also by sharing the trends and identifying the markets for particular different businesses who would like to enter into markets. So all those alternate streams of business can also be identified at the business validation stage and see that what all opportunities lie ahead in a particular business. Then you can also help in preparing a broad business plan, because many times the founders are from technical background and they don't know how to create even simple budgets for what kind of revenue are they going to earn if they were to sell their services to say 1,000 clients or 5,000 clients. What will be the per person revenue they foresee, and create simple templates of revenue and what are the costs going to be incurred, and that can give the founder a very basic, a preliminary idea of whether he needs to go down that lane and start up the business entity, or is it something which he needs to do first, collect some money and collect some funds in order to fund that business at the first stage. Because many times what happens is that founders come, they say that we have an idea, we have a brilliant idea that will change the world, and now get me a funding at the ideation stage itself. It is very, very difficult. Nobody is going to invest their hard-earned money, even the largest of VCs, until and unless a founder has run up a successful startup. At the ideation stage, it is very, very difficult to get funding. So all those things, all those support can be provided to the founders. Now, once the founder or the entrepreneur has decided to open up an entity, and you have also supported him, or many times it comes that now the person has already decided he doesn't want you to help in business validation or business ideation, they can come up and just ask that I need to set up an entity. So ensuring that a right form of entity is set up for that particular business is very, very important. right? It can be a challenging task to identify the right form of entity to start the business. Each entity form has its own pros and cons, such as degree of simplicity in setting up, winding up, commercial liabilities, compliance obligations, credibility in market, fundraising ability, etc. So as a CA, how we can help? Many times, the first and foremost question I ask any client which approaches me is, what is your objective? Would you be looking to raise funds in, say, any time down the lane? And if the answer is yes, and if they are creating a business to raise funds, means if they are in a business which will require funds from outside third parties at a future date, then my suggestion is always to go for private limited companies, because what happens in startup ecosystem is that limited liability partnerships are almost a no-no for investors to invest in, because they don't want to get to become a partner. Also, in a company, issuance of shares is much easier as compared to inducting a partner in a limited liability partnership. Furthermore, raising capital from outside of India is much easier in a private limited company as compared to LLP. Although FDI is now allowed, but it is very restricted and comes up with so many conditions, right? So therefore, if a person is going to run the business as a family business only, and they don't want to go out and raise third-party funds, then probably in that situation LLP can be a good model, because the compliance requirements are lower, the audit requirements are higher. Means, say for example, if there is no 40 lakh of turnover, the audit will not be required. So ultimately, the business of LLP is simpler as compared to private limited company. So therefore, we need to understand the objectives of client and then advise on what kind of entity form they should go for. So it is not a simpliciter, means if the person comes and says that I need to incorporate a private limited company. Many times people come to me that we need to incorporate a private limited company, and I ask them that what do you want to do? What is your target of business? And they say that we will be doing 10 lakh or 20 lakh of turnover per year. Then I say that why do you want to go for a private limited company? You will end up having so much of compliance, a regular audit, board meetings, annual return filings, and so many things. Why don't you just go for a startup in form of partnership, or at the max limited liability partnership? So those are the kind of things which we need to advise as a chartered accountant, as a professional. Right? So we need to understand the business objectives of the founders. And once the entity form is chosen, obviously we are all very expert in setting up all the partnerships and LLPs and companies and proprietorship also. Many times we also suggest that if you are doing a startup, then just start it in a pilot mode in form of a proprietorship. Just run it for 3-4 months, 5 months, 6 months, so that you gauge the market, you see, test the waters, what is going on, how is the response of your product, whether it is being accepted by the customers or not, what are the teething problems in setting up the supply chain. All those things can be catered in a proprietorship model very easily, without much of a fuss, without incurring much of costs in setting up. And if you find that yes, there is a good way to go and this business is running around and doing good, then probably you can gradually move on to a next level of entity setup. So therefore, because if the business does not succeed, a proprietorship is very easy to wind up. Therefore, we should not immediately move into setting up a private limited company or a limited liability partnership. So that is what we must take care. Then we move on to certain planning. Once the entity is set up, then actually the chartered accountants will come handy at all stages of a startup journey, of a startup ecosystem life, which we call. So once the entity is set up, then we can help in startup registration and assistance in obtaining such registration. As I told you that there was a limited liability partnership which was doing e-gaming business, and they were not even thinking of startup registration. And then when we advised them, they not only got the first level startup registration, they also got the ATISC registration. So that is how, as a chartered accountant, we can help the client to recognize their own potential, that what lies with them. Then we can help them in formulating a business strategy with short-term, medium-term, long-term objectives, business objectives. Because as I said, most of the startup founders or entrepreneurs, they come from a technical background. They are either BTechs, engineers, mechanical engineers, or software engineers who are trying to develop some good products, innovate in the processes. So when the first generation entrepreneurs are coming up in the market, they don't even know from family background also that how to run a business. So at that point of time, our guidance can come in handy. In fact, we can help them in setting up financial goals, right? What are your business objectives, to guide them to set up business objectives, that it is not just the product which sells in the market, it is marketing. You need to set up some targets in the short run, in the medium term, in the long run, and you need to adhere to them also. So all those kind of guidance we can provide. Then we can engage with the startups in planning the steps to be taken to achieve the business targets, right? So we can also help them not in just setting up the targets, but also to run with them and assist them in how they should achieve the targets, what they should do. So first is identifying the target customer base. What happens is founders come and they say that we will launch it pan-India basis. If launching it in pan-India basis does not work, because in India we have different markets. Within India, each state and each region is a different market. So you need to target the customers differently. Or if you are coming up with products for elderly age people or middle age people or children, you need to differently target all those people. So first of all, we need to tell them that you have to identify your customer base. It can't be just all of India, right? Then defining a marketing strategy, that how we should go about it, whether the free marketing strategies are there, social media marketing is there. We can connect them with some marketing agencies, and we can help them that how you should budget it. Because what happens is they create marketing strategies which have so much of cost involved in it. So we can hold them and say that you should also fix target about, with the marketing budget, that if you are going to incur 100 rupees of marketing spend, then what is the target which you are going to achieve from it? You must set up a corresponding financial revenue target. So, or even if not financial revenue, some of the targets that if you spend 100 rupees, it will get you 2 clients, it will get you 3 clients, it will get you 4 downloads of your app, right? Or it will help you in signing 4 clients. So all those financial targets must be aligned with the marketing spend. Only then, because what happens is many times startup founders just keep on spending and without realizing that it is not yielding any benefit. So those kind of things which we can help them out. Then human resource requirement. Many times startup founders do not envisage that they can't do everything. What happens is most of the startup founders think that I am the whole soul person. In the starting phase of 4 or 5 months or 1 year, they tend to do many jobs on their own. So we need to guide them that, boss, hiring an employee is not just incurring a cost, it is an investment. Because ultimately, until and unless you will have more hands to work on, you will not grow in your business. So all those strategies and planning we can help. Logistics requirement, regulatory approvals, if the particular business is certain is of certain nature which needs regulatory requirements. Say for example, if they are into chemical business, in chemical engineering, or they are into certain kind of product manufacturing. So all those kind of approvals which we can help them in taking, and also in terms of certain state incentives, if they are going to make investment in a particular state, what are the state incentives there available in that state. So we can also look at it and advise these startups in order to avail those benefits. Then obviously cost effectiveness, we have to guide them that how you need to control your costs without impacting on your business growth. Then there are other areas which we can assist them in preparing business plans and periodic reviews, basically financial forecasting, budget preparation, cost control measures. They can, what we have seen, many of the founders, they just spend. They don't bother that we are in an entity form, we can't spend on company's behalf, we are, or how much in cash we have to spend, or what are the kind of requirements if we need to take a bill or not. They just spend through their credit card and they say claim reimbursement. And when we ask them that where are your bills, where is the bill of the service, they say that we don't know, or they will just go and pay on from their own credit card, but they will forget to deduct TDS on those accounts. So all those things which we can help them and guide them to create policies around it. Then there are so many tax planning opportunities which are available. In income tax, for example, I mentioned ATIAC, which gives 100% tax deduction for 3 years of any 3 years in a block of 10-year period. So this is one of the very good benefit which is available to a second stage startup, which is also recognized by interministerial board, right? Then there is 80JJA, which is for biodegradable waste collection. So there are so many companies now coming up in new ventures coming up in biodegradable waste, because when we are using electronics and there are so many other things which are leading to not electronics but some other products which are leading to biodegradable waste. And if companies are looking into it and collecting it, 80JJA gives you 100% tax deduction for 5 consecutive assessment years from the date of commencement of business. 80JJAA. We have seen so many businesses employing salespeople, because generally salespeople do come at a cost of less than 25,000 rupees. There are so many sales personnel coming at the salary of 20,000 per month or 18,000 per month, right? And where now in 80JJAA, even the services companies are covered. So earlier it used to happen that only manufacturing companies or companies engaged in producing some articles, they were only covered. But now it is very wide open. So all the services company who are generating employment, because one of the criteria of startup is employment generation. So most of the time we can have a look at the employee sheet and just ask them whether the conditions of 80JJAA in relation to 240 days or whatever limit is there is fulfilled or not. And this can give you a 3-year deduction of the additional employment cost which you have incurred. And so this is a benefit which almost nobody is aware of, right, in the entrepreneurial or startup ecosystem. Then how to go about 115BAA, BAA is manufacturing entities, they will get 15% of tax rate if they are into manufacturing. BAB is 22% of tax rate with filing of Form 10C, right? So there are so many things which you can advise, because ultimately if these compliances are not met, they will be ultimately paying higher tax rate. And obviously you may ask that most of the startups are not generating profits, then what should we do? But it's not the case with every startup. There are so many startups who start generating cash profits from day one, right? So there are so many things, and that is why we need to keep our eyes and ears open where this kind of benefit can be available. And wherever we find an opportunity, we have to advise them. Similarly, in GST, the output tax, the invoice, what kind of invoice you should generate. The people don't even know how to raise an invoice, what kind of information should be put in, or if they have come up with an e-commerce platform, right? So in e-commerce, they need to take a GST registration even if they don't have a single rupee of turnover. So all those kind of things we can advise them. The input tax credit management, the export benefits, if they are into export of services, what kind of refunds they can claim of input tax credit. So all those tax planning opportunities are also there, which we as a chartered accountant are most well poised to offer to our clients. Then we can also, because ultimately we are dealing with so many clients over our portfolio, and we are rendering services to so many of them, and most of the time we are dealing with entrepreneurs or the owners of those businesses. We can help the startups in forging various kind of partnerships with them. So if they are into product manufacturing or trading, you can help them set up with some distributors. You can get them some technical collaborations if they are into technical business, or the marketing or media partners, or mentorship. Means we know so many people who are willing to provide their immense knowledge to young entrepreneurs, because young entrepreneurs have the energy to run a business, but there are so many mature people having decades of experience in a particular field. They want to now transfer the knowledge to younger generation, so they can give their experiences, they can share their experiences, they can mentor the startups in different aspects of business or a particular product range which they are making. So all those things you can arrange, and you can be the bridge between the startups and their business partners. And also, as a chartered accountant, the startups do trust a lot. They place a lot of trust on the words of a chartered accountant. So as a chartered accountant, we should avail this opportunity of bringing the businesses together and helping them in forging relationships. Ultimately, as we all say, that a chartered accountant is the only profession who prospers in the prosperity of their clients. So that is something which we should all follow, right? Then compliance management. This is the bread and butter of our profession. Compliance management we all do for all the clients, but yes, in startup ecosystem also there is so many of compliance which we can do. Bookkeeping, audit support. Many times what happens is that the company, the startup has grown a little big, or they have got an investment from a fund, venture fund or capital fund, but their accounting processes are not that mature. But what happens is, whenever a big fund comes in and invests money, their first requirement is that you will have to get audited from a big firm, right? Either it can be Big 4 or it can be Big 6. So they don't have the capacity to manage those accounting policies or to prepare the financial statements at that level. So as a chartered accountant, we can come across and we can say that we will help you in graduating to the next level where you can get your financial statements audited by these big firms, right? Because ultimately it is nothing, they are not at a particular, they are doing something wrong. But whenever the audit is being done by certain big fours, they have their own processes. They will look into certain things, right? They will look into internal financial controls. They look at processes, written documented processes of approval system, that how the bills are being approved, how the revenue is being managed, what are the policies in place or not. So all those things which we need to document and provide to the big auditors, for that the audit is completed successfully. So this is now coming up as a very big service line, audit support, where you are not doing actual audit, but you are supporting the company in getting the audit done. Then obviously income tax compliance, monthly TDS statements, quarterly TDS returns, annual returns, GST compliance, input credit reconciliation. It's a big task. I've seen so many startups lose their money in input credit because they didn't reconcile it well. A monthly GST payment, there are so much of heavy interest liability if the GST is not paid in time. So all these things, monthly and quarterly and annual GST returns. Then regular tax planning according to the business model of the startup, as we earlier discussed. The secretarial compliance of the corporate law of the company, if the entity is in a limited liability partnership or a company format, that what are the corporate laws which are applicable to them, what are the kind of board meetings they should have, what are the different registers they should maintain in accordance with those laws, what kind of annual returns they need to file, how they need to apply the accounting standards and prepare the financial statements. Everything is there which you can help them around. And then there is compliance with so many other laws like labor laws, the PF laws, whether it is applicable or not, how they should account for the gratuity and whether they should take up a policy or not for meeting their employment related liabilities. Then the prevention of sexual harassment, and this is such a big law as on date that if the company is big and they have employees more than a particular threshold limit, they need to create these kind of structures, right? And they need to have those committees in place which can help them in meeting all the compliance requirements. So, and there can be so many other laws which we can related to particular business of the entity which we can help them in. Then moving on, it is very, very important because whenever a startup is growing, they are growing on a business front, but they don't know how to create policies around it. So we can help them in framing internal and external business policies, which can be HR policies, that how the people will be hired, what would be the CTC around, what would be the components of the salary structure, or the notice period, or the or other policies relating to human resources, right? Then the terms of business with the customers, that if you are selling a product or you are providing certain services, that what you should enter into a contract with a particular client. But many times what happens is just this startup goes and just hires or acquires a client, and they don't see that what can be the implications if the services are gone wrong, if the product does not meet the expectations of the client. Then how should they limit their business exposure? How should they limit the risks, the financial risks involved in transaction? So that is where we can help them in creating business contracts which they can sign with their clients as well as with vendors, so that their financial exposure is limited to the lowest possible. And also, if their vendor does not perform services, their interest should be protected, that what kind of damages they can get from the vendors, or if the client does not pay and on time, what are the kind of interest component which they can obtain, or they can at least have the right, even if that is not enforced. Probably the terms of contract must have it. We have seen many times that if there is no contract in place, the client can come up and ask so much of damages, which can go into a very hefty sum. So therefore, it is very, very important to see how we should protect the interests. Then, if the client is operating in overseas market and getting the data, that what are the privacy policies, whether they are in compliance with the overseas laws or not, and whether in India also they are compliant with IT laws or not. So all those privacy policies which we can create and we can put it on their website, which can help them put it on their website, so that whosoever is visiting their business venture, they know that how our data is going to be used by them, right? The sales return and the refund policy, how much time you can make the sales return and how much refund you will get. So all these things a young startup founder does not is even aware of. So therefore we can help them in vendor verification policy. So if they are getting certain goods and services from particular vendors, how they should do an onboarding of vendor, what documents they should obtain, so that ultimately if they don't run away with the money. Many times they ask for advance because young startup founders, they say that we will pay in advance, we need services. But how do they verify that they are dealing with a particular a good vendor or not? So then there can be some standard operating procedures for their business, which we can all help in creating. Then lastly, we can help them in creating some MIS template for the founders or the shareholders to get to know that what kind of business is being running, how it is performing, how is the debtor creditor going on, because they make sales. Salespeople will just make sales. They will not bother about whether the revenue has been realized or not, whether the payment has come up or not. So it is the function of finance department or us as a chartered accountant to keep reminding the business owners that you have created you have blocked a lot of working capital in your debtors, and your creditors are pushing you for payments. So you need to realize and what kind of periodic conversations they need to have with their debtors and the clients. And if they had projected certain costs of their business, and if there is a spike in those costs, how they should look at it, whether it is acceptable, the spike in the cost, or whether it is something which can be absorbed, or what are the reasons of those cost escalations. So all these things which we can help them identify in order to run the business properly. So moving on, another very important aspect is the brand and IP protection. You ask most of the startup founders, they don't even know that we should get the trademark registered. They will just create a brand, they will create a logo on their own, or they'll hire somebody to create a logo, or they will create a unique name of their business, and they will not know how you should protect it. right? So we can help them in telling them that you should get it registered. We can help them in obtaining the trademarks and the copyrights and the logos and the brands registered with the trademark authority, so that they have the exclusive right of using those brands and trade names, and they don't let it be used by somebody else just because they were not aware of registering it, right? So, and if a startup has developed any innovative product, innovative formula, innovative process, then you can also advise them to get it patented. And for the startups, even the startup patent fees is very relaxed. Almost 80% of the startup fees is borne by government only. So in registering a patent, even the startup founder which is registered with DPIIT will not incur too much of government cost, at least. Obviously, the professional cost, whenever you are serving, you will have a cost to attach to it. But we can advise them that if you get a patent of this particular formula or process, there is nobody who can use it against your business interests. Then the product designs, web templates, app templates, content, etc. See, copyright is also very important. How you have designed your website, how you have designed your app, it is also covered under Copyright Act. And I personally saw a client which had almost copied the same format of a foreign app. It was a foreign app, and they had created a similar app for the Indian audience, but that foreign app somehow found it, and within 2 to 3 weeks they issued a notice to the Indian founders that you have copied our content, you have copied our formats of the website and the app, and you must bring it down immediately. And the founders were they were very surprised and shocked that how they came to know about it. So it is also something, and they could issue the notice because they had protected it. So ultimately, this is something which we can also advise the clients that how they should give disclosures about their copyright, because most of the times if you give a disclosure and if it is your proprietary content which you have created, you can just give a disclosure with round in the circle C, right at the year, and with the entity name. It gives you a copyright over the content for at least 40 years. Right? So after 40 years, obviously the content is also not going to be of any worth. But giving proper disclaimers in the content which has been created by a particular startup is also very, very important and needs to be advised upon. Then the most important point, which is the fundraising and the M&A. Fundraising, we all know, every startup, he thinks of the idea later and he thinks of funding first. So most of the startup founders, they will just come up with a business idea to raise funds, and they are just fascinated by fundraising. So obviously, if the business idea is good, we can assist them in raising funds at different stage of venture, in debt also and as well as in equity. There are many businesses which can get corporate finance from banks or financial institutions or NBFCs if their business projections are good, or if they can have some collateral given to the banks or the financial institutions. Similarly, we can help in preparing financial projections. Most of the business owners, they don't know how to create financial projection. They will just struggle and just but don't have any idea of creating financial projections. So this is something which we can always help them out in. Financial model of next 5 years on a monthly basis. What are the kind of revenues they are expecting? How much cost they are going to incur? What is the kind of capital investment? What are the kind of human resources they are going to hire? And all the costs can be built up. What are the marketing costs involved? Right? At what stage, at which month, time period they will require further funds to be infused? What are the kind of working capital blockage which will happen? So all those financial projections are very, very important whenever you are going to an investor or even to a banker. They will require financial projections. So that is something where we can come handy. Then we can offer our valuation services. We can value the startup, because ultimately whenever a founder comes up, he will say that I need 2 crore rupees, I need 4 crore rupees. And the second question, when we ask him that what kind of percentage of shares you are willing to leave for the kind of money you are raising, and they will have no answer. They will have absolutely no answer. They will just say out of their gut feel, okay, we can give 25% value shares, we can give 10% shares. Then I will ask them that, okay, for 2 crore, if you are willing to give 10% shares, then you are saying that your startup is valued at 20 crore rupees, right? So how you have come up to a value of 20 crore rupees, and they have no idea. They have no basis. They are just seeing that, okay, that startup got funding, that startup got funding, so I should also get. So ultimately, whenever a funding is to be raised, valuation is the core basis, that how you have valued it. Obviously, it is very difficult to value a startup at an ideation stage, but yes, certain assumptions can be laid down, certain financial projections can be prepared, on the basis of which estimated business valuation can be arrived at, so that the talk can be initiated. Obviously, an investor will also assign his or her own value to a particular startup, but then there is a negotiation space. Ultimately, if the founder does not even know how to create a valuation or how to do a financial projection, he will have no negotiation space at the on the table when in negotiating with the investors. So therefore, we need to help them identify that what is the proper valuation which can be arrived at for their particular business. Then there is a term sheet finalization. Obviously, if the investor is interested to invest, they will come up with some terms and conditions of investment. They will say that we need board seat in the company, we'll need so much of inspection at every quarter, or we'll need these reports, or if there is any further investment coming into the company, there will be an approval taken from us, or if the valuation is lower than the valuation at which you have given the shares to us. Means, say for example, if investor A has invested in month of March, right, at a value of 10 crore rupees, but if in the month of September there is a investor B which comes in and the founders give him the shares at a valuation of, say for example, 6 crore rupees, then the person who came in early in March is at a disadvantage because he gave a higher valuation. So there can be restrictions put in, right? So from a founder's perspective, we need to see that what are the kind of detrimental restrictions which have been put in. Similarly, from an investor standpoint, it can be the other way around also, right? So term sheet finalization is the other thing. Then the deal structuring, how the money is to be put in a tax and efficient regulatory compliant manner, how they should, many people come and say that we will put in equity or preference shares or convertible debentures, or the startup founders do not want to readily give away the equity stake at the very initial stage. But generally founders say that you take compulsorily convertible debentures which will be converted at, say for example, 1 year down the line or 2 years down the line, and at that point of time, whatever is the actual business valuation, we will convert you at a discount of 20% or 30% because you invested early. So because if I take the investment at day one itself, the stake which the founder is going to lose is going to be massive, right? So there can be post fundraise compliance with the regulatory requirements. If there is an FDI which has come up, you can do compliance with the FEMA regulations, the RBI regulation, Form FCGPR filing, or if there is a transfer of shares happening in Form FCTRS filing and everything. So there will be post fundraise compliance, the regular compliance of filing of FLA return if there is an FDI coming in. So all those things which you can do, assistance in identifying and acquiring other ventures also. So when the startup grows and they are into a space where they can acquire other startups, you can also help them in acquisitions at that point of time. So similarly, from an investor standpoint also, till now we have discussed all these services which we can provide to startups. Now we'll just see, I have a brief look at what advisory services which we can provide to the investors, because they are also an important part of the startup ecosystem. So first is the identification of investment. Many VC funds or PE funds, you will find that they don't have good startups to invest in. So when you are working with startups, you will know that which of these startups has the potential to grow in a big startup. So once you know the fundamentals, you are better placed to take them to VCs or the PE funds for them to evaluate and to invest their money into. Then advising the various investment options. Many times nowadays angel investors are coming up. Those are high net worth individuals. Even the service professionals who are in job, they have created a lot of wealth while being in job. They also want to create some alternate investment opportunities for themselves. They have invested a lot in mutual funds or listed equity shares or properties. They want to have a pie of the startup business. So because the growth can be 10x times or 15x times, it is exponential growth if it clicks. So they create their portfolios also. So for angel investors, you can come up and help them in finding the right business opportunities or the investment opportunities, right? Because many times the investors have their own way of looking at a startup, or they may have an interest area that I only want to interest in my field of startup, so I will not look at it another one. So then identifying exit opportunities. Obviously a person is investing because they want to exit, and the startup market is not liquid like equity shares. So you have to be mindful of whether a particular startup will give exit opportunities to the investors or not. So that is also something which need to be planned or at least discussed at the stage of investment. Then advising the terms and conditions of exit, advising on the right valuation of exit price, all those investment advisory you can give them. Then the second and very important service which you can offer is the due diligence. Whenever an investor is investing in a startup or a business entity, the due diligence is something which is a must. So you need to investigate that how the business has been doing, what are their key business drivers, or what is their dependent on the top clients for revenue. Many times it happens that a startup is looking good, but their majority of revenue, say 70 or 80% of revenue is coming from only one client. For that particular thing, you may want to revisit whether you want to invest in that startup, because ultimately if that one client pulls off, the startup will be gone. Then the working capital and the cash flow analysis, how much working capital is being engaged, and what are the kind of employment contracts with the top management with long-term commitments, what are the ESOPs which have been granted, or what kind of continuity in employment has been granted to key management professionals, right? What is the net debt situation of the company, whether they have taken debt, whether there are any certain guarantees. One more thing which they do is they do a background, means in a due diligence process, we also do a background check of the founders. We see that whether the founders have taken loan in their own personal names or not, or whether the founders have given guarantees for their own separate businesses. If they have given certain guarantees and the founders are going to get entangled in the other businesses also, then it may not be a good news for the startup in which the investor is investing. So all those kind of fact check and background check is also very important in a due diligence process. Obviously the tax compliance status and the tax positions taken by the startup is also very important in a due diligence process. Then there can be regular monitoring of startups, wherein we provide the investors with regular feedback about how the startup is doing. We can engage with the startup management or the financial people to get some reports, and we can set up the formats that you must give the reports in this particular format so that we can report it, right? Then we can have a statutory compliance review, a periodic review of, say for example, half yearly or a yearly review, that whether in the last year you have complied with all the laws, because non-compliance cost can be huge. So whatever the cost is going to be there, it is going to hamper the business and ultimately the interest of the investor. So the business review of investee company in respect of periodical financial targets, because ultimately whenever an investment comes in, there are obviously certain financial targets which have been set up by the investor for the founders, right? So whether those targets have been met or not, whether the business is on right track. Then interaction with the management of investee entity for exploring the right kind of exit opportunities for investor. So whenever the funds are created, the PE funds or the VC funds, they are created for a particular time period, generally for 5 to 7 years. So and they don't wait for the entire period to exit, because exit process from a startup can also take 1 to 2 years. So how to plan for the exit, that is also very, very important. And ultimately the tax management, tax planning services for investors, that how they should go about their tax planning, right? What is the investment structure, whether they need to invest directly or they need to set up, if they are going to invest multiple entities, whether they need to create an investment structure or not. Then, right, advising the investor on potential tax exposures. Many times what happens is the investor also enters into certain contracts of rendering services for which they get phantom shares kind of a thing, that we will give you 3% stake in a company in the next round, and if the services are being provided in kind or the stocks are issued for no price ultimately, but the price was given in kind by the investor in reference of the services provided, whether it can trigger certain income tax liability or the GST liabilities. These are aspects which we need to look at, right? So which we need to be careful of and mindful of. Then advising the investor on appropriate tax implications at the time of exit, whenever they exit, whether it is a short-term capital gain, long-term capital gain, whether there are any opportunities of saving tax on those gains or income which they have earned, or if they had invested in debentures, the kind of interest income, how it will be taxable. Because many times the investors, the angel investors for sure, they are not too much aware of what kind of tax implications they will have to incur at the time when they earn the gains. So we must be making them aware and at least make them tax compliant with all the income which they are earning. So that is it from my side. I would be happy to take queries if there are any. So over to you, sir. Ankit ji, Abhishek ji.
I think Vishnu ji. भाई बहुत अच्छा सेशन रहा आपका.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच.
शायद वो कनेक्टिविटी
ले सकते हैं, क्वेरीज हैं अगर चैट बॉक्स में तो कुछ ले सकते हैं हम लोग.
एक मिनट में देखता हूँ सर कुछ क्वेश्चन है क्या. Sir, where do we get the PPT of this session? So
मैं दे दूंगा.
तो और क्या है इसमें? He can act as a virtual CFO.
क्या कहा सर?
सर इसमें एक क्वेश्चन क्या है सर, पीपीटी शेयर करने के लिए बोला है, बाकी तो ऐसा नहीं है सर क्वेश्चंस. CA can act as a virtual CFO.
सर वो वर्चुअल CFO तो एक टर्मिनोलॉजी है अल्टीमेटली. देखिए मेरे हिसाब से आप एज अ प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट आप कोई डेजिग्नेशन नहीं ले सकते वहीं पे, ये मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है. बट वो कहने के लिए वर्चुअल CFO है, बट अल्टीमेटली यू आर जस्ट प्रोवाइडिंग योर प्रोफेशनल सर्विसेज इन मैनेजिंग देयर फाइनेंस फंक्शन. मेरे हिसाब से आपको कहीं पे भी पब्लिकली वर्चुअल CFO टर्मिनोलॉजी यूज नहीं करनी चाहिए अगर हम प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं, ठीक है. लेकिन आप वही पूरा का पूरा सर्विस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आप कर सकते हैं विद अ स्टार्टअप बाय सेइंग दैट ऑल दीज आर दी सर्विसेज, दी बुक कीपिंग सर्विसेज. जैसे मैंने कंप्लायंस में आपको बताया कि बुक कीपिंग करेंगे, टैक्स फाइलिंग करेंगे, GST फाइलिंग करेंगे, आपका कोई भी रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा वो लेंगे. तो ये जितनी भी सर्विसेज हैं आप उनको लिस्ट डाउन कीजिए, अपने एंगेजमेंट लेटर में लिखिए और उसमें आप अपना रिटेनरशिप फीस फिक्स कर लीजिए, राइट. सो प्लीज बी माइंडफुल कि हम एज अ प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट वी कांट रेंडर सर्विसेज ऑन अ कंटिंजेंट फीस. तो सक्सेस फीस के बेसिस पे या ऐसी फीस कि भाई आप स्टार्टअप की वैल्यूएशन अगर 10 करोड़ हो गई तो हमारी फीस भी उस परसेंटेज कमीशन के बेसिस पे हो जाएगी. उन चीजों से आप थोड़ा सा दूर रहिए. आप अपनी फिक्स्ड फीस लीजिए, चाहे वो कम आए चाहे ज्यादा आए, जैसी भी हो, जितना भी आपको एफर्ट लगता है उसमें आप वो कीजिए. लेकिन कंटिजेंट फीस से हमें बचना चाहिए, बिकॉज स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में ये बहुत बड़ा क्या बोलते हैं रेम्यूनरेशन का मोड है कि आप भी हमें सर्विसेज रेंडर कर दो, हम आपको एक स्टेक दे देंगे, आप वो स्टेक ले लेना 2% का 3% का, फिर जब भी हम एग्जिट कर रहे होंगे या हमारे पास फंडिंग आ रही होगी, हम उस टाइम पे आपको उतनी वैल्यू ऑफ आपको शेयर अलॉट भी नहीं करेंगे, बस हमने आपको एक एग्रीमेंट कर लिया कि जी आपका 2% का स्टेक आपका है, तो जब भी फंडिंग आएगी तो आपको वो 2% मिल जाएगा. So that will be considered as, to my knowledge, will be considered as contingent fees.
Over to Ankit bhai. Ankit bhai, continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful session. It's really very grateful. Without taking further time, I request our coordinator, a very dynamic lady, CA Daya Bansal ma'am, please present a formal vote of thanks for second day session. Over
Hello.
to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, all. Thank you, Atul sir, for this very knowledgeable session. I would like to express my gratitude to all the estimated delegates of this webinar for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. I extend my gratitude to our honorable speaker to take out time from the busy schedule, and as we all already know that he is a very good speaker and give the little knowledge from his percentage that is very beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Thank you, Daya ma'am, for vote of thanks. Now, without taking further time, we immediately start our third session. For this, I request Saurabh Lodaji, Secretary, Jalgaon branch, kindly take the charge of third session.
Thank you, Ankit bhai. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank all the chairmen. I would like to thank all for joining the seminar on lifestyle management for CA professionals by Shri Vishnu Parik sir. I would like to thank the chairman of Vasai branch, Baki branch, Ila branch, Amravati.
Request other member kindly mute yourself. I request other member kindly mute yourself.
I would like to thank the chairmen of Vasai branch, Vapi branch, Akola branch, Amravati branch and Jalgaon branch of WIRC of ICAI for conducting this national conference. Now I would like to call CA Prashant Agrawal sir, Chairman Jalgaon branch of WIRC, to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Saurabh. On behalf of Vasai, Jalgaon, Amravati, Akola and Vapi branch of WIRC of ICAI, I welcome you all to this 3 days national conference organized by the PDC committee of the ICAI and hosted by the Jalgaon, Amravati, Akola, Vapi and Vasai branch of WIRC of ICAI. I am very much thankful to all the participants that they have attended this seminar. Yesterday we have been guided by our torch bearers of ICAI, our beloved President of ICAI, Shri Nihar Jambu Saria sir, and Vice President Shri Debashish Mitra sir. Also, we have been guided yesterday by PDC committee Chairman Shri Babu Abraham sir, and they have thrown the light on this miracle of technology. This is the miracle of the technology that due to which only we can gather these more than 6,000 people from all over the India for this national conference. All this technology was available in the past too, but it was taught us to use by this COVID only. तो कोविड में कुछ बहुत बुरी चीजें हुई है तो कुछ अच्छी चीजें भी हुई है दैट वी आर यूजिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी ओवर हियर एंड कमिंग टू द टुडेज टॉपिक ऑफ द लाइफस्टाइल मैनेजमेंट. मेरे ख्याल में यहाँ पे श्री विपुल पटेल सर भी सॉरी हमारे जो आज के स्पीकर है जो हमको गाइड करने वाले हैं श्री पारिक सर, वो भी यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं. So I welcome them to all. I welcome them also. And coming to the today's topic of lifestyle management for CA professional, it is indeed very necessary topic for we chartered accountants. But it is always ignored by us. हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट लोग हमेशा इसको इग्नोर करते हैं कि हमको हमारा लाइफस्टाइल किस तरह से मैनेज करना है and it is indeed a very important part of our life. And आज द लाइफस्टाइल वी आर हम जो आज लाइफस्टाइल जी रहे हैं वो हमारा फ्यूचर डिसाइड करता है. तो इट इज इंडीड अ वेरी नेसेसरी दैट हाउ वी शुड मेड आवर लाइफस्टाइल दैट इट विल बी बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस इन द फ्यूचर एंड दिस विल ऑल्सो मतलब हमारा प्रेजेंट भी सही हो. So this all will be guided by Shri Vishnu Parik sir, who is a author and also a lifestyle coach. So this must be a very interesting topic, and he will guide us on this topic. So I will request CA Saurabh Lodha to give introduction of today's speaker, CA Shri Vishnu Parik sir.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to introduce Shri Vishnu Parik sir, who is a speaker of the seminar. Shri Vishnu Parik sir is a multifaceted personality. He can be recognized as an eminent writer, poet, motivational speaker who has transformed the lives of millions of people with his tales and writings. He has presented his lectures on social, educational, political and spiritual subjects in many prestigious universities like IITs, MNITs, ICAI and other educational institutions across India. For literature and writing, he has been awarded Sahitya Ratna Samman in 2019, Shekhawati Sahitya Ratna Samman in 2020, and state level Nimbak Vedic Samman, Manav Mitra Samman, and Jaipur Ratna Samman in 2021. In 2021, he has also been awarded the Swami Vivekanand National Award. He has completed his master's degree after graduating in law. He holds a bachelor's degree in commerce and is a master's degree in management as well as a strong grasp of philosophy. Many reputed universities and colleges of India invite him for lectures. Presently, he is the director of Pragyasthali School, which is located in Sikar district of Rajasthan state, as well as he is working in various social institutions at various posts. Apart from being the National Secretary and Youth in charge of Vipra Foundation, a global organization of Vipra Samaj, he is discharging his roles in various positions in many prestigious organizations like Gayatri Parivar, Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh and Sanskar Bharati. I would like to welcome sir and would like to hand over the seminar to him.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Saurabh ji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Vishnu sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of you. Welcome, नमस्कार, खुशामदीद. और आज की बड़ी खूबसूरत शाम में हमारे आज के जो सेशन के चेयरमैन हैं सीए शांत अग्रवाल सर, आपका बहुत बहुत नमस्कार. और हमारे आज के जो मॉडरेटर हैं सीए सौरभ लोढ़ा जी, सेक्रेटरी जलगांव ब्रांच, आप सबके अलावा अंकित राठी जी, सीए दया बंसल जी, सीए अभिषेक तिवारी जी मुझे दिखाई दे रहे हैं. और मैं ये समझता हूँ कि सेशन करने के बाद आज मैं जिस सेशन में बैठा हूँ, मुझे कहते हुए कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि मैं सिर्फ भारत के ही नहीं अपितु दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ मस्तिष्क के मध्य आज बैठा हूँ और आज के सत्र को लेने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिल रहा है. उसके अतिरिक्त जितने हजारों हजार लोग टीवी के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हैं, जैसे अभिनंदन स्वागत कर रहा हूँ. कुछ दिनों पूर्व मुझे महाराष्ट्र की यात्रा में जलगांव निकलने का अवसर मिला था. मुझे पता होता तो शायद मैं सौरभ जी से उस समय मिलता. मैं शेखावाटी से राजस्थान से आप सबको प्रणाम निवेदित करता हूँ, नमस्कार करता हूँ. और दोस्तों, एक विषय पर बात करने से पूर्व मैं छोटा सा ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जिस धरती में वन वन घूमे रघुनायक श्री राम, जहां पार्थ का मोह नाश करने आए घनश्याम, जहां जन्म ले आए युग ऋषि युग दृष्टा श्री राम, उस पावन माटी को मेरा बारंबार प्रणाम, बारंबार प्रणाम. टुडेज टॉपिक इज द लाइफ मैनेजमेंट फॉर द सीए प्रोफेशनल. मुझे लगता है कि लाइफ मैनेजमेंट केवल सीए प्रोफेशनल्स का ही नहीं, ये हमारा एक ऐसा विषय आपने लिया है, आयोजकों ने ऐसा विषय लिया है जो एक आम व्यक्ति का विषय है, जो हर व्यक्ति से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है. और हम कोई अपवाद नहीं है, जो सीए है वो भी अपवाद नहीं है, क्योंकि आप जिस क्षेत्र में काम करते हैं उसको भले लोग जिस भी क्षेत्र में काम करते हो, लेकिन यदि देश की आर्थिक स्थिति को मजबूत करना है, ऐसा कह जा सकते हैं कि जो कुबेर की भूमिका हमारी सृष्टि में, हमारी संस्कृति में रही है, उस भूमिका में आप सब लोग होते हैं. और ऐसे में बहुत सारे प्रेशर, चाहे वो प्रशासन की तरफ से हो, चाहे वो क्लाइंट की तरफ से हो, चाहे वो सरकारों की तरफ से हो, वो सारे के सारे प्रेशर्स आप पर आते हैं. और ऐसे में आपको अपने जीवन को सही ढंग से आगे संचालित करना होता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि यह सत्र बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बन जाता है कि कैसे हम अपनी लाइफ का मैनेजमेंट करें। मैं इस विषय पर बोलने से पहले एक छोटी सी प्रार्थना आप सबके साथ करना चाहता हूं, जो बिना किसी जाति और धर्म के है। दोस्तों, हम सब देखते हैं कि जब हम सुबह उठते हैं तो भगवान भास्कर का दर्शन हमें होता है। भगवान भास्कर, भगवान सूर्य किसी भी जाति धर्म से ऊपर उठकर होते हैं। कोई जाति धर्म उनके अभी मायने नहीं रखती है, क्योंकि उनकी जब प्रकाश की रश्मियां हम तक पहुंचती हैं तो वो कभी भेद नहीं करती कि हम कैसे हैं। उन्हीं भगवान सूर्य की एक आराधना, एक प्रार्थना के साथ में मैं मेरी बात को प्रारंभ करूंगा, और इसको हम गायत्री मंत्र भी कहते हैं। 24 अक्षरों का ये मंत्र हम सबको ये सिखाता है कि कैसे हम सद्बुद्धि के माध्यम से न सिर्फ अपने जीवन को बल्कि सामाजिक और पूरे राष्ट्रीय जीवन को कैसे श्रेष्ठ बना सकते हैं। एक विषय मैं आपसे और कहना चाहता हूं कि भारत में जन्म लेकर के यदि हमें अपने जीवन के मैनेजमेंट की बात लिखनी पड़े तो शायद ये उचित बात नहीं होगी, क्योंकि भारत में जन्म लेना ही सौभाग्य का विषय है। और जब आप कभी गूगल करेंगे तो पाएंगे कि भगवान सूर्य जहां से निकलते हैं और भारत के ऊपर उनकी जब रश्मियां, उनकी किरणें पहली बार पड़ती हैं, उससे 2 मिनट पहले का तापमान, टेम्परेचर 470 डिग्री सेल्सियस होता है। आप इंसान की छोड़िए, तांबा पिघल जाए, इंसान की तो बात छोड़िए, तांबा भी पिघल सकता है। और जहां भारत के बाद में भगवान सूर्य 2 मिनट के बाद में जाकर जहां पर अपनी रश्मियों को बिखेरते हैं, वहां इतने ग्लेशियर है कि जीवन की कल्पना करना संभव नहीं है। इसके बीच में पूरी दृष्टि, एक पूरी शक्ति बचती है। और ऐसा कहते हैं कि लगभग 4000 गैलेक्सीज की इस पूरे ब्रह्मांड में भारत को जहां पर लाकर के ईश्वर ने खड़ा किया है, वो स्थान इतना महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यहां सर्दी, गर्मी, बारिश, शरद, जिन ऋतुओं को आप आनंद ले सकते हैं वो सारे ले सकते हैं। हो सकता है कि आप यदि यूरोप में चले जाएंगे तो पूरी सर्दी में आपका जीवन निकल जाए। हो सकता है कि आप साउथ अफ्रीका की कंट्रीज की तरफ चले जाए तो आप बहुत सारा जीवन गर्मी में बिताना पड़े। लेकिन यदि हर रंग यदि कहीं है, हर मौसम कहीं है, तो वो भारत में है। और भारत की इसलिए भी खूबसूरती है कि यहाँ पर भगवान ने स्वयं घुटनों चल करके इस जमीन को चाटा है, इसको चूमा है। और मैं जिस जगह से आता हूँ, छोटा सा परिचय मैं उसका देना चाहूंगा। मैं शेखावाटी से आता हूं। आप सब लोगों ने शायद राजस्थान का नाम सुना होगा। भारत के सेना के इतिहास में इस नाम को कोई नहीं भूल सकता। एक उदाहरण मैं आपको बताता हूं कि कारगिल जब युद्ध हुआ और भारत के 550 बेटे और इसमें बेटे बलिदान हुए, उनमें से 250 बेटे देने वाली धरा शेखावाटी है। हमारे यहाँ माओ के बारे में कहा जाता है कि जब भी देश के लिए आवश्यकता होती है वो अपने कोख की नाल तोड़ करके देश को समर्पित कर देती हैं। तो शेखावाटी की पावन धरा से आज इस वर्चुअल नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठे हुए सभी हमारे बंधुओं को मैं मेरी ओर से प्रणाम निवेदित करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं आप सभी का। जहां जिस रूप में आप मुझे सुन रहे हैं वहीं तक आप मेरा प्रणाम स्वीकार कीजिए। और आज हम लाइफ मैनेजमेंट ऑफ ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ ए सीए प्रोफेशनल इस विषय पर चर्चा करेंगे। उस चर्चा से पूर्व मैं अनुरोध करूंगा, एक छोटी सी कहानी मुझे याद आती है। एक बार एक बच्चा था, मैं अपनी भूमिका कर दूं, एक डिस्क्लेमर डाल दूं।
सर आवाज म्यूट हो गया आपका सर।
अभी आ रहा है सर?
ऑडिबल? यस, अभी आ रहा है सर। यस
ओके। तो मैं अभी कहना चाह रहा था कि मैं दुनिया के सबसे प्रखर मस्तिष्क के में एक डिस्क्लेमर डाल धीरे से मुझे जानकारी आपको वहां पर सत्र में, तो मुझे एक छोटे से बालक की कहानी याद आती है। एक छोटा बच्चा था, मंदिर में वो खड़ा हो गया, मंदिर में जाता और भगवान के कान में, प्रशांत जी आप सुनिएगा इसको, वो भगवान के कान में जाकर के कुछ कह करके वापस चला आता। हर दिन उसका एक क्रम होता, वो जाता भगवान के कान में कुछ कहता और वापस चला आता। जो पुजारी जी वो बड़े स्तब्ध थे, उनको बड़ा आश्चर्य हो रहा था, यार ऐसा क्या चक्कर है, क्या कह करके आता है, ऐसी कौन सी प्रार्थना करके आता है भगवान को, और बड़ा खुश होकर के घर चले जाता है। पुजारी जी से रहा नहीं गया तो उन्होंने एक दिन उस बालक को बुला करके पूछ लिया, बोले बेटा बात क्या है, तू कौन सी प्रार्थना करके आता है, क्या कह के आता है, तेरी प्रेयर्स का फॉर्मेट क्या है, बता तो सही हमें, तू क्या कह के आता है। उस बालक ने कहा कि मुझे केवल एबीसीडी आती है, मैं अभी स्कूल में हूँ, प्री स्कूल में हूँ, मुझे केवल एबीसीडी आती है। मैं समझता हूँ भगवान तो इतने बड़े व्यक्ति हैं कि मैं उनके कान में जाके एबीसीडी बोल देता हूँ, प्रार्थना उनको जो बनानी है उसमें से बना लेंगे अपने हिसाब से। तो मैं अपनी भूमिका उस बालक से रखना चाहूंगा कि मुझे जिस विषय पर आपने मैं रख दूंगा उसमें से जो श्रेष्ठ बातें आप निकाल ही लेंगे, का मुकाबला हम नहीं कर सकते। ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं मेरी बात कुछ ठीक लगे तो उसे कहना ईश्वर की माता पिता की बात में ढल जाएगा, और यदि कोई बात आपको ऐसी लगे जो ठीक नहीं हो तो मुझे बालक समझते हुए वापस लौटा दीजिएगा, मैं उसे अपने साथ ले जाऊंगा। इस भूमिका के साथ में मैं गायत्री मंत्र से अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करूंगा। क्योंकि गायत्री मंत्र मानव जीवन का एक ऐसा मंत्र है, जैसे आप कभी किसी अनजान स्थान की ओर जाते हैं और आप अपना रास्ता भूल जाते हैं, मार्ग भूल जाते हैं, तो आपके मोबाइल में से निकाल करके आप अपना जीपीएस ऑन करते हैं, वहां पर अपनी डेस्टिनेशन का पता डालते हैं, वो जीपीएस आपकी अंगुली पकड़ करके आपको स्थान पर ले जाता है। हमारे मानव जीवन में भी चाहे अनचाहे, जाने अनजाने कुछ ऐसा हो गया जो नहीं हो गया, एक मानव के नाते उसकी हमसे अपेक्षा नहीं थी, हमारी जीवन की दिशा भटक गई है। सब कुछ होते हुए भी यदि कुछ ना होने के एहसास से हम लोग जीने लगे हैं, तो गायत्री मंत्र एक ऐसा मंत्र है जो बिना किसी जाति धर्म के भगवान सूर्य की प्रार्थना के रूप में केवल एक शब्द कहता है कि हे ईश्वर, हमें सद्बुद्धि का मार्ग प्रदान करिए, हम सही जीवन को जी सकें। इस भाव के साथ में मैं गायत्री मंत्र से अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करता हूं। आप सबसे भी अनुरोध है, आप जिस भी ईश्वरीय संरचना को मानने वाले लोग हैं, आप इसको मेरे साथ में बोले और इस कार्यक्रम का हम लोग प्रारंभ करते हैं। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। आप सबको बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत प्रणाम। ये प्रार्थना मैंने इसलिए भी की है कि आज गुरु पूर्णिमा का पावन पर्व है। 5000 वर्ष की भारतीय संस्कृति को यदि उठा करके देखते हैं तो एक चीज जो इसमें शाश्वत रही है वो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा है। और जिस जगह हम लोग बैठे हैं वहां तो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा को सीए इंस्टीट्यूट ने मैंडेटरी बना दिया है। भले आप डिग्री पास कर लें, भले एग्जाम पास कर लें, लेकिन जब तक शिक्षक गुरु के साए में बैठ करके 3 साल की आखिर नहीं कर लेंगे, तब तक आपको व्यावहारिक क्षेत्र में उतरने की योग्यता नहीं प्रदान की जाएगी। आपको किसी गुरु के साए में पल करके, घिस करके अपने आप को तैयार करना ही होगा कि समाज को जब आप अपनी ओर से प्रेरणा देने जाएंगे तो उस गुरु शिष्य परंपरा को लेकर के जाएंगे। मैं समझता हूं कि 70 वर्षों की लगभग इस यात्रा में सीए इंस्टीट्यूट का ग्लैमर भी इसीलिए बना हुआ है कि उन्होंने अपनी कुछ परंपराओं को यथावत बना करके रखा है। उसी गुरु पूर्णिमा के पावन पर्व की शुभकामनाएं देते हुए मैं अपने विषय को, अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करता हूं। दोस्तों, आज के विषय में 2 चीजें हैं, एक लाइफ, एक मैनेजमेंट। प्रबंधन सीए करने वाले व्यक्ति बहुत पढ़ते आए हैं और मुझे लगता है कि उनका पूरा जीवन प्रबंधन में निकलने वाला है। दूसरा शब्द है लाइफ, जीवन। हम इस जीवन को प्रबंधन कैसे करें, इस जीवन का प्रबंधन कैसे कर सके, उसको जोड़ करके कैसे चल सकें, ये आज का हमारा विषय है। लेकिन मैं इस विषय पर आने से पूर्व एक दर्द भरा प्रश्न आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। क्या हमें अपने जीवन के प्रबंधन के विषयों पर चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता होनी चाहिए? क्योंकि यदि इस पूरी सृष्टि को देखते हैं प्रशांत जी, तो एक बात निकल करके आती है कि वी आर द बेस्ट क्रिएशन ऑफ द गॉड ऑन दिस प्लेनेट। इस दुनिया में जितना कुछ रचा गया है, चाहे किसी कॉर्नर में चले जाएं आप, उसमें से वी आर द बेस्ट क्रिएशन, हम सबसे बढ़िया उसका क्रिएशन है। हम यूं भी कह सकते हैं कि हम ईश्वर के राजकुमार और राजकुमारियां हैं। और यदि आप भारतीय संस्कृति को उठा करके देखते हैं, मैं अनेक विषयों पर इस्लाम के मामलों में बोलता हूं, मैं इस्लाम को उठा करके पढ़िए, क्रिश्चियनिटी को पढ़िए, आप जो है वो जूस को पढ़िए, आप दुनिया की अलग अलग संस्कृतियों को जाकर के पढ़िए। किसी भी धर्म की, किसी भी संस्कृति की, किसी भी किताब की, किसी भी महामानव की, किसी भी बड़े व्यक्ति की, उसकी लिखी गई बातों के पास जाकर के पढ़ेंगे तो सिर्फ आप एक बात अनुभव करेंगे, वो ये कहेंगे कि ईश्वर मानव की सर्वश्रेष्ठ कृति है। वी आर द बेस्ट क्रिएशन ऑफ गॉड। और उस बेस्ट क्रिएशन को यदि हम ये देखते हैं कि बेस्ट क्रिएशन तो बेस्ट होना चाहिए, उसके जीवन में तो उल्लास आह्लाद होना चाहिए, उसके जीवन में तो म्यूजिक होना चाहिए, उसके जीवन में तो आनंद हिलोरे लेना चाहिए, लेकिन आज हम देखते हैं कि उसका जीवन डरा, सहमा, सकुचाया, मुरझाया, धीरे धीरे मृत्यु की ओर बढ़ता हुआ हमें दिखाई देता है। तो क्या हम वास्तव में ईश्वर की बनाई हुई सर्वश्रेष्ठ कृति के साथ न्याय कर पा रहे हैं? ऐसा क्या हमारे जीवन में हो गया जिसकी वजह से हमने पूरी की पूरी आर्ष संस्कृति के 2 ही चीजें निकल करके आती हैं। यदि हमारा जीवन सत्य है कि जिस तरह का जीवन आज हम लोग जी रहे हैं, इफ इट इज ट्रू, तो फिर जो लिखा गया आर्ष साहित्य है, जो बड़ी आत्माएं निकल करके आई हैं, जो बुद्ध ने कहा है, जो महावीर ने कहा है, जो विवेकानंद ने कहा है, वो या तो वो गलत है या आज का जीवन गलत है। दोनों में से एक चीज पर हमें विचार अवश्य करना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा क्या हो गया कि जिस संस्कृति की, जिस परिकल्पना की बात हम करते थे, जिस अहम ब्रह्मास्मि को लेकर के हम चले थे, जिस सोहम की बात हम करते थे, जिस संस्कृति के माध्यम से स्वयं में ईश्वर अवतरण की अवधारणा वाले देश की बात हम करते थे, वहां के लोगों का जीवन मुरझाया हुआ, धीरे धीरे अपने आप को मृत्यु की ओर धकेलता हुआ प्रतीत हो, तो ये विचार अवश्य करना पड़ता है कि हमसे कौन सी चूक हुई, हमसे कौन सी गलतियां हुई। ऐसे में एक संभावना निकल करके आती है कि हमारे जीवन में दो घटनाएं महत्वपूर्ण हैं। पहली है हमारा जन्म और दूसरी है हमारी मृत्यु। और मजेदार बात यह कि दोनों ही घटनाएं हमारे हाथ में नहीं है। हमारा बर्थ और हमारी डेथ, दे आर नॉट इन अवर हैंड। हमारा जन्म कहां होगा ये हम तय नहीं कर सकते, ये हमारे जन्म जन्मांतरों की यात्रा का परिणाम होता है। और हमारी मृत्यु कब आएगी ये भी हमें नहीं पता है। कई बार फिल्म वाले वैसे तो गाने अच्छे नहीं लिखते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कई बार फिल्मों में गाने अच्छे लिख दिए जाते हैं। एक फिल्म आई थी मुकद्दर का सिकंदर, उसके गाने की पंक्ति है, जिंदगी तो बेवफा है एक दिन ठुकराएगी, मौत असली महबूबा है साथ लेकर जाएगी। तो ये तय है कि हमें मृत्यु तक पहुंचना है, वो हमारी असली महबूबा है, वहां तक हमें पहुंचना है, लेकिन तय नहीं है कब। यानी बर्थ से डेथ तक की इस यात्रा में, BCD की यात्रा में, न स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट हमारे हाथ में है न एंडिंग पॉइंट हमारे हाथ में है। उसके बीच में बचता है C, दैट इज चॉइसेस। उसकी संभावनाएं हमारे हाथ में है। और दोस्तों हमने देखा है कि जब जब हमारी संभावनाएं सकारात्मकता की ओर बढ़ी हैं, तब तब हम में से राम निकल करके आते हैं, बुद्ध निकल कर आते हैं, कृष्ण निकल करके आते हैं, इस्लाम के पैगंबर निकल करके आते हैं, जैनियों के तीर्थंकर निकल करके आते हैं, बुद्धिज्म के लोग, बौद्ध हमारे मध्य से निकल करके आते हैं। और जब यही संभावनाएं नकारात्मकता की ओर चली जाएं, तो हमने बड़े विष्णु के रूप में, कंस के रूप में, शिशुपाल के रूप में, आतंकियों के रूप में और न जाने कैसे कैसे राष्ट्रद्रोहियों के रूप में निकल करके आते हैं। मतलब B से D की इस यात्रा में जो बीच में बचता है, दैट इज चॉइसेस, हमारी संभावनाएं। उन संभावनाओं की सकारात्मकता का ही जीवन में अवतरण होना जीवन के प्रबंधन का विषय बनता है। मैंने आपसे कहा कि क्या हमारे को इस ईश्वर के सबसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ कृति को उसके जीवन के प्रबंधन करने की आवश्यकता थी, यह आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी? उसके ऊपर विषय पर विचार करने पे एक बात निकल करके आती है कि शायद हमने अपने जीवन की कीमत नहीं मानी। देखिए, दुनिया में असली और नकली की कीमत होती है। हमने अपने जीवन की कीमत नहीं पहचानी। हमें नहीं पता था कि हमारी लाइफ की कीमत क्या है। आज भी बहुत बार लगता है, बहुत बार हम लोग जब स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, कॉलेज में हमने पूरा किया, और मुझे लगता है कि जितने लोग सुन रहे हैं, आप सबके जीवन में भी एक बात रही होगी कि कहीं ना कहीं जब आप कॉलेज में पढ़ रहे थे, जब आप अपनी स्कूलिंग में थे, तो एक बात आपके सामने निकल करके आई होगी बहुत बार, जिसमें कोशिश यही रहती थी कि एक शानदार डिग्री हम लोग ले लें, पढ़ाई कर लें। आपने उस पढ़ाई को पूरा कर लिया, आप चार्टर्ड एक अच्छी सी हमने डिग्री ले ली है, उसके बाद में एक शानदार सा हमें जॉब मिल जाए, हमारी प्रैक्टिस जम जाए, हमारी एक अच्छी सी बीवी, खूबसूरत सी बीवी आ जाए, बच्चे हो जाए 2 टेडी बियर से, एक बढ़िया सा घर बना लिया, एक अच्छा सा मोबाइल ले लिया। आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट द ब्यूटी ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ। ये पूरी ह्यूमन लाइफ की ब्यूटी नहीं हो सकती है। इसके लिए हम लोग नहीं बने थे, क्योंकि दुनिया में बाकी जितनी योनियां हैं वो सब भोगने आई हैं। वो सारी की सारी जो है वो भोग योनियां हैं। आज कोई कुत्ता चाहे, कोई बैल चाहे, कोई गधा चाहे, कोई पंछी चाहे, कोई मोर चाहे, कोई शेर चाहे, भले जंगल का राजा होगा, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का हिस्सा पूरी, उसके पास विकल्प नहीं है। अभी मेरे से पहले वक्ता बोल रहे थे कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमें इतना सुख तो दे दिया कि आज 5-6 हजार लोग एक साथ मिलकर के हम लोग बात कर पा रहे हैं। ये हमारे मस्तिष्क की संभावनाएं थी, ये ईश्वर ने हमें क्षमता दी थी। उसने जितना सब कुछ है, आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स, साइंस, म्यूजिक, हिस्ट्री, फिलोसफी, बायोग्राफी, एवरीथिंग उन्होंने हमें दिया है। जो संभावनाएं चाहिए वो सारी की सारी आपके पास हैं, लेकिन आपने अपने जीवन की कीमत नहीं मानी। आपने अपने जीवन की कीमत को कुछ चंद सिक्कों तक ला करके रख दिया। मुझे घटना याद आती है, सिकंदर जब भारत आ रहा था, तो भारत में आकर के वो कुछ समय तक, लंबे समय तक चलता रहा, और चलते चलते 10-12 लोग थे। एक बूढ़ी माई की कुटिया उनको दिखाई, उनको लगा कि भूख लग रही है, जाकर के खाना खा लिया जाए। तो जाकर के उन्होंने माई से कहा, माई हमें भूख लगी है, क्या मैं खाना खा सकता हूं? तो जो सिकंदर के साथ वाले व्यक्ति थे उन्होंने अनुरोध किया, तो माई ने कहा, मेरे पास जैसा रूखा सूखा है मैं बना करके दे देती हूँ, क्योंकि भारतीय परंपरा की सब लोग बैठ गए, खाना खा गए। व्यक्ति को लगा मैं सिकंदर का परिचय दे दूं तो शायद माई है। तब जी उसने अचानक से बोल दिया, बोले माई मेरे साथ में सिकंदर महान बैठा है। इतना सुनना था कि माई जो हाथ में अपनी रोटी परोसने वाली थी वो सीधी अंदर गई और जाकर के वहां से उसके पास में 2-5 सिक्के पड़े थे, वो सिक्के लाए और सिकंदर के थाली में डाल दिए। सिकंदर को बड़ी भूख लगी थी, उसको लगा कि माई ने ये क्या किया। सिकंदर ने कहा, माई आप ये क्या कर रही हैं? उसने कहा कि मुझे लगता है कि तेरी भूख सिर्फ इन सिक्कों से मिट सकती है, क्योंकि यदि खाने से तेरी भूख मिटती तो इतना रक्तपात करने की आवश्यकता क्या थी तुझे। मुझे लगता है कि ये भूख तेरे सिक्के मिटा सकते हैं। सिकंदर को अपनी गलती का बड़ा एहसास हुआ। और दूसरी घटना उसके साथ ये हुई थी कि जब वो भारत आ रहा था तो भारत आते समय उसके गुरु ने कहा था कि बेटा भारत जा रहे हो, हमारे लिए क्या लेकर के आओगे। अभी जैसे प्रशांत जी बैठे हैं, सुनील जी सलामपुरिया बैठे हैं, मान लीजिए कहीं विदेश घूमने जाएंगे, कभी मेरे को फोन मिला लिया कि विष्णु जी आज हम यूरोप जा रहे हैं, बोलिए आपके लिए क्या लाते हैं, तो मैं कह दूंगा कि भाई साहब आते समय ये सामान लेते आइएगा। तो जब सिकंदर भारत आ रहा था उसके गुरु ने कहा कि भाई तू भारत जा रहा है, मेरे लिए क्या लेकर के आएगा। सिकंदर ने पूछ लिया, बोले गुरुदेव बोलिए क्या चाहिए आपको, आपका बेटा आपका शिष्य इतना बोलेंगे करके आऊंगा। उन्होंने कह दिया एक काम करना, हिंदुस्तान के किसी योगी को जाना, में योगी सस्ते होंगे। तो गुरु ने कहा कि भारत में तो किसी भी कॉर्नर पे बैठे हुए किसी भी गली कूचे में आपको योगी मिल जाएंगे, किसी से पूछ लेना और ले आना। सिकंदर भारत आया। उस घटना के बाद में वो आगे जा रहा था तो उसने देखा कि एक नदी के किनारे एक दंडीधारी योगी आराम से बैठ करके अपनी साधना में लीन थे। उसने पूछा ये कौन है, तो किसी ने कह दिया योगी हैं। सिकंदर को लगा अरे वाह, गुरुजी का आइटम तो यहां बैठा है, इसको ले चलते हैं। अभी सिकंदर उनके पास पहुंचता है और जाकर के कहता है कि नमस्कार प्रणाम, मैं सिकंदर महान। योगी ने अपनी आंख खोली और पूछा भाई तुम्हारा नाम सिकंदर है, ये समझ में आता है, तुम्हारा पिता ने निकाल दिया, और महान कैसे हुए। सिकंदर बड़ा चौंका क्योंकि उससे ऐसा प्रश्न पूछने का साहस किसी में नहीं था। उसने कहा मैं महान इसलिए कि आधी दुनिया जीत चुका हूं, बची हुई दुनिया और जीत लूंगा। योगी ने कहा जी उससे क्या हो जाएगा, उससे क्या कर लेगा। उसने कहा यार अजीब प्रश्न पूछते हो आप, आधी दुनिया जीती है, बाकी दुनिया जीतूंगा, पूरे दुनिया का राजा बन जाऊंगा। योगी ने कहा फिर क्या करोगे। बोले फिर एक बड़ा सा महल बनाऊंगा एंटीलिया की भांति का, जिसमें सर्व सुविधाएं हो। बोले वो महल बना लोगे तो फिर क्या करोगे। बोले उसके बाद में उसमें बहुत सारी रानियां होंगी, मेरे बेटे पोते होंगे, फिर क्या करोगे। बोले फिर बड़े आराम से बैठूंगा। तो योगी ने कहा यार ये काम तो मैं आज भी कर रहा हूं, बड़े आराम से मैं इस नदी के किनारे भी बैठा हूं, ये करने के लिए इतना रक्तपात करने की आवश्यकता कहां से पड़ गई। सिकंदर की आंखें वहां से खुली, वो वापस लौटा और उसने अपने सेनापति को आदेश दिया कि जिस दिन मेरा जनाजा निकले मेरे दोनों हाथ खाली छोड़ दें। मित्रों इस बात को कहकर के मैं ये नहीं कहना चाहता कि हम लोग पुरुषार्थी ना बने, अर्थार्जन ना करें और अपने जीवन की शांति को ना खोएं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो कोरोना 1.5 साल से है, हो सकता है कि इसके पहले की जीवन की आपाधापी में हमें रुक करके सोचने का समय नहीं मिला होगा कि हमारी लाइफ का मैनेजमेंट हम कैसे करें, लेकिन इसके बाद में मेरी बात से शायद आप सहमति होगी कि इस कोरोना के आने के बाद एक बात हमें समझ में आई है कि जो प्राप्त है वो पर्याप्त है। जितना हमें प्राप्त है वो हमारे लिए बहुत पर्याप्त है। यदि ये कॉन्फ्रेंसेस नहीं हो रही होंगी तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद आपको ये टाई और सूट पहनने की आवश्यकता भी नहीं थी। 2-2 महीने तक केवल हमने कैपरी और एक टी शर्ट डाल करके अपना पूरा समय निकाला है। चाहे हम में से कोई सिकंदर रहा होगा, चाहे हम में से कोई सामान्य व्यक्ति रहा होगा, इससे एक बात सिद्ध होती है कि जो प्राप्त है वो पर्याप्त है। तो फिर जीवन की शांति खोने का कारण क्या है, फिर ऐसा क्या हो गया कि जिसकी वजह से शांति खो रहे हैं। उसके 2 कारण हैं। मैंने कहा ना कि हमने अपने जीवन की कीमत को नहीं पहचाना। आप कल्पना करके देखिए, एक मुझे भगवान बुद्ध की एक छोटी सी कथा याद आती है। एक महिला आती है, भगवान बुद्ध बैठे अपने प्रवचन कर रहे थे। महिला ने भगवान बुद्ध से कहा, बोले महाराज मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है, मैं बहुत गरीब हूं, ईश्वर ने मेरा न्याय करके कुछ नहीं दिया। ये शिकायत आपने भी अपने आसपास के कई लोगों से सुनी होगी, और कई लोगों की क्यों, कई बार तो हमारे मन में भी आता है, कई बार तो हमारे मन में भी आ जाता है कि यार हमारे साथ न्याय नहीं हुआ, हमें ये चीज नहीं मिली। उस महिला ने जब आकर के भगवान बुद्ध से कहा तो भगवान बुद्ध मुस्कुराए और उससे कहा कि एक काम करते हैं, आज एक टेस्ट करते हैं कि तुम कितनी गरीब हो। उसने कहा महाराज मैं आपकी बात का मर्म नहीं समझी। बोले बेटा मैं समझाता हूं, एक काम करते रहे, एक वाला हाथ है वो काट करके मुझे दे दे, मेरे पास कई सेठ लोग आते हैं, उससे मैं तेरे को 5 लाख रुपए दिलवा दूंगा। महिला ने कहा बाबा जी आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, हाथ कैसा काट के दे सकती हूँ मैं आपसे। बोले बेटा चल 10 लाख रुपए दिलवा देते हैं। बोले नहीं 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 महाराज मैं बिल्कुल नहीं दूंगी। बोले चल एक काम कर, हाथ तेरे को इतना पसंद है तो एक काम कर, अपनी आंखें दे दे, दोनों आंख निकाल दे, उसके बाद तुझे समझ में आ जाएगा कि तेरे को 20 लाख रुपए मिल जाएंगे। महिला ने कहा बिल्कुल नहीं। बोले एक काम कर, दोनों पैर दे दे, 50 लाख रुपए दिलवा देता हूं। उसने कहा महाराज आप क्या फालतू बातें कर रहे हैं। तो भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा बेटा जब तेरे एक एक अंग की कीमत लाखों में है और सारे शरीर की कीमत कितनी होगी, जब ईश्वर ने तुझे ये दे दिया उसके बाद में भी तेरी शिकायतें अभी तक उससे है कि मुझे ये नहीं दिया वो नहीं दिया। दोस्तों हमने अपनी कीमत नहीं पहचानी। आप सोच करके देखिए कि जिस मोबाइल में, जिस टीवी में, जिस सोशल मीडिया में हम सारे दिन उलझे रहते हैं, कीमत उस सोशल मीडिया की नहीं है, कीमत उस मोबाइल की नहीं है, कीमत उसे देखने वाली आंखों की है। लेकिन हमने आंखों की कीमत को कभी नहीं देखा। आप जिस मोबाइल को लेकर के चलते हैं उसका जो म्यूजिक सुनते हैं, संगीत को, कीमत तो संगीत की नहीं, कीमत आपके कान की है। उससे आपके कान काम नहीं करते तो बाहर बजने वाला संगीत आपके लिए बेमानी हो जाएगा। लेकिन जो ये ईश्वर का अवतार, जो ईश्वर के रहने का स्थान, मुझे मेरी दादी माँ इस दुनिया में नहीं है, वो अनपढ़ थी, लेकिन दादी माँ ने के मुंह से मैंने कई बार सुना था कि बेटा आत्मा तो परमात्मा। मैंने उनसे एक बार पूछ लिया, दादी माँ इसका मतलब क्या रहता है? दादी माँ ने कहा कि शरीर के अंदर जो आत्मा बैठी है वही परमात्मा है। सोच करके देखिए कि आप अपने घर के रहने के ऑफिस के स्थान को इतना शानदार रखते हैं, क्या कभी आत्मा के रहने के इस स्थान पर आपने विचार किया, मंथन किया, इसको कैसा रखा गया? शरीर की कीमत है, जीवन की कीमत है, उस कीमत को नहीं माना। लाइफ मैनेजमेंट का यदि मैं पहला सूत्र आज आपको यहां से कोई प्रेषित करना चाहता हूं तो वो ये कहना चाहता हूं कि शरीर की कीमत को पहचानिए, इसके महत्व को पहचानिए। इसको मशीन की भांति इतना घिसते मत जाइए कि एक समय के बाद में सिर्फ इसको दवाइयों की आवश्यकता है। आज के यदि किसी युवा का शरीर हम देखते हैं, किसी व्यक्ति का शरीर देखते हैं, 1000 किस्म के जीर्ण शीर्ण अवस्था में हमने उसे पहुंचा दिया। हमने उसको जैसा चाहे भक्ष भोजन खिलाया, जैसा चाहे उसको काम लिया, सोने उठने की कोई व्यवस्था हमने उसकी नहीं रखी और स्थिति यहां तक पहुंच गई, हम ऐसी पोजीशन में आकर के पहुंच गए कि आज मेडिकल साइंस में जितनी बीमारियां लिस्टेड है उससे डबल बीमारियां आपको जीवन में देखने को मिलेगी। हर बार मेडिकल साइंस की किताब मोटी हो जाती है नई नई बीमारियों के कारण। क्या आज के 1.5 साल पहले, 2 साल पहले मेडिकल साइंस में कोरोना जैसी किसी बीमारी का उल्लेख था? आज के 40 साल पहले की मैं घटना याद करूं तो कभी कोई हमने 80s के आसपास में कहीं एड्स का नाम सुना था? न जाने कितनी बीमारियां हर दिन हम पैदा करते जा रहे हैं और हर दिन वो हमारे जीवन में आती जा रही है। और आप सोच कर देखिए कि हल्का सा जुकाम आता है और वो हमारी सारी इम्यूनिटी को ध्वस्त करते हुए निकल जाता है, हमारे पूरे ढांचे को चरमरा करके चला जाता है। हम थोड़ी सी धूप बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाते, थोड़ी सी ठंड हमें सहन नहीं हो पाती है, क्योंकि हमने अपने शरीर को जो इतना मजबूत ईश्वर ने देकर के भेजा था। मुझे आश्चर्य होता है दोस्तों, कुछ समय पूर्व मैं एक डॉक्टर के पास बैठा था और उनसे कुछ चर्चाएं मेरी हुई और उन चर्चाओं में जब जो चीजें उन्होंने मुझे बताई, मैं तो कॉमर्स का व्यक्ति हूं, लेकिन जो चीजें बताई मैं दंग रह गया कि इस मशीनरी को बनाने वाला कैसा अद्भुत व्यक्ति होगा। ये जितनी संरचनाएं हैं वो सारी संरचनाएं शरीर ने बनाई है, ईश्वर के दिए गए इस सबसे बड़े गिफ्ट ने बनाई है। लेकिन हमने इस जीवन प्रबंधन के पहले सूत्र में आज यही लें कि हमने सबसे ज्यादा अन्याय किसी के साथ किया, सबसे ज्यादा इग्नोर यदि किसी को किया तो वो हमारा शरीर था। आप सोच करके देखिए आज की शरीर की हालत ये हो गई है कि हल्का सा जुकाम, हल्का सा बुखार, हल्का सा डर, हल्का सा भय हमारे पूरे शरीर को चरमरा करके रख देता है। मुझे कहते हुए कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं है कि कोरोना काल में कोरोना होने की वजह से लोग कम मरे हैं, लेकिन अपने डर और कमजोर इम्यूनिटी की वजह से अपने को ज्यादा खोया है। आप सोच करके देखिए कि हमने अपने शरीर को इतना आराम दे, इतनी आराम तलबी में खड़ा कर लिया कि वो थोड़ा सा भी प्रेशर नहीं झेल पाता। हमारे राजस्थान में कोटा है, मुझे आश्चर्य होता है इस बात का कि राजस्थान के कोटा में हर दिन खबरें सुनने को आती हैं कि बच्चों ने आत्महत्या कर ली। क्या आपके जीवन की कीमत केवल के एक परीक्षा में आने वाले परिणाम भर की थी? हमने इस मानव जीवन की कीमत एक एडिडास के जूते जितनी भर कर दी। अखबार उठा करके देखते हैं कि एडिडास के जूते खरीदने थे, दूसरे व्यक्ति को मार डाला। हमने मानव की कीमत उस एडिडास के जूते भर तक की कर दी। हमने ऐसे ऐसे लोगों को देखा है, आप इसको क्या मानेंगे कि एप्पल का मोबाइल चाहिए था, अपनी किडनी बेच दी। आप सोच करके देखिए कि हमने अपनी मानव की कीमत कितनी कम कर दी है। लाइफ प्रबंधन में और आने वाले सारे दिक्कत एक ही आती है कि हमने अपनी कीमत नहीं पहचानी। हम हैं क्या, हमारी कीमत क्या है, हम क्यों आए थे, किस रूप में हमें बनाया गया है, उसकी कीमत न पहचानने का परिणाम ये था। धीरे धीरे हमने अपने शरीर को निश्चिन बनाया कि आज हमारा शरीर, कई बार हमें देख करके लगता है कि शरीर हमारे जीवन जीने के लिए नहीं बल्कि मेडिकल साइंस के प्रयोग करने की प्रयोगशाला के रूप में हमारे मध्य बच करके रह गया। डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, ऐसा लगने लग गया कि जैसे कोई बिग बाजार का ऑफर हो कि आपके डायबिटीज हो रही है तो साथ में ब्लड प्रेशर फ्री है, ब्लड प्रेशर आपके हो रहा है तो थायराइड फ्री में मिल रही है आपको, एक के साथ एक बीमारी फ्री। और ये छोटे छोटे उम्र के बच्चों तक भी पहुंच गई। ऐसी जीवनचर्या हमने कौन सी अपना ली, ऐसी कौन सी जीवनचर्या को हमने मान लिया? सबसे पहली बात ये थी कि एक तो हमने अपने, ये जो प्रॉब्लम हुई उसका कारण क्या है? दो कारण है। पहला, हमने अपने जीवन की सफलताओं की परिभाषा को प्रतिस्पर्धा से जोड़ दिया। हमने अपने जीवन की सफलता की कोई परिभाषा नहीं रखी है। आप में से इतने, आप सब लोग सक्सेसफुल हो गए। आज मुझे लगता है कि इस वर्चुअल नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठे हुए जितने भी लोग हैं वो अपने जीवन में औरों से बहुत अलग हैं, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि 70-75 वर्ष की इस यात्रा में यदि 150 करोड़ लोगों में से चंद लाख लोग सीए बने हैं तो ये तय है कि ये सारे के सारे लोग क्लास हैं, ये मास का हिस्सा नहीं है। आप में से सारे लोग सक्सेसफुल हैं। सीए होना अपने आप में सफलता की परिभाषा है, लेकिन मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, एक बार मन पर हाथ रख करके स्वयं से पूछ लीजिए कि क्या आपको सफल होने का आनंद लेते हुए अपने आप को पाया है? क्या कभी शाम को सोते समय हर दिन ईश्वर का धन्यवाद करते हुए सोए कि मजा आ गया, तूने जीवन जो दिया उसमें इतनी सफलताएं दे दी? मैं बहुत ईमानदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, और मेरे निजी जीवन के अनुभव से, क्योंकि मुझे हजारों संस्थाओं में हजारों लाखों स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में जाने का अवसर मिलता है, हम में से यहाँ बैठे हुए जो बड़े से छोटे लोग भी हैं, यदि 5 मिनट उनके पास बैठ करके चर्चा करें, उनको ये विश्वास दिला दें कि उनकी बात हम तक रहेगी, हम और आप रो देंगे, हमारे आंसू निकल पड़ेंगे, अंदर की जो पीड़ाएं हैं वो विगलित होने लगेगी, वो पिघलने लगेगी। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि सीए जैसी डिग्री ले लेने के बाद भी मन में ये अधूरापन, ये खालीपन क्यों है? इस खालीपन का कारण क्या है? ये सिर्फ खालीपन यदि हमारा दूर हो जाता है, अंदर में एक संतोष का भाव निकल करके आ जाता है, तो जीवन अपने आप प्रबंधित होगा। मैंने आपसे कहा ना, हम इतने अकेले हो गए हैं कि मोबाइल में 5000 फ्रेंड हैं, लेकिन फोन करने के लिए एक व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं जिसको दिल खोल करके कह सकें अपनी बात। ये अकेलापन हमने खुद आमंत्रित किया है, हमने इनवाइट किया है इसको, हमने अपनी जीवनचर्या को इस भांति का बना दिया है। एक घटना भी देश में घटी और आप सबने उसको देखा कि कुछ दिनों तक मीडिया केवल उस पर फोकस रहा। मैं उस घटना में नहीं जाना चाहता, वो घटना हत्या थी कि आत्महत्या थी, मैं उसमें भी नहीं जाना चाहता। लेकिन एक व्यक्ति हमने देखा कि 25 साल का युवा जिसका नाम सुशांत सिंह राजपूत था, उस युवा ने कुछ छूटती फिल्मों के आधार पर प्रेशर में आकर के उसने आत्महत्या किया। उसकी हत्या हुई मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन वो व्यक्ति कहीं ना कहीं जीवन छोड़ करके चला गया। और ऐसे अनेकों उदाहरण मैं देखता हूं, चाहे वो आध्यात्मिक जगत के लोग हों। मेरे अनेक मित्र हैं जो सिविल सर्विसेज में हैं, आईएएस हैं। मैं कई बार देखता हूं कि आईएएस अपने परिवार के साथ दिल्ली में आत्महत्या कर लेता है। मित्रों, फिर कौन सी परिभाषा चाहिए आपको? बिहार के सामान्य से परिवार से निकला एक व्यक्ति जिसके पास चलाने के लिए मोटरसाइकिल नहीं हुआ करती थी, उसने इंजीनियरिंग में टॉप किया, उसने अंतरिक्ष की बातें पढ़ी, उसने जाके एक फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में बड़ा नाम किया। और ऐसा कहते हैं कि जिस समय उसने जीवन छोड़ा उस समय भी लगभग 60 करोड़ रुपए उसके पास थे। तो उसकी कौन सी चिंता खाई जा रही थी जिसकी वजह से उसको लगा कि मेरा जीवन आगे नहीं चल पाएगा? उसका एक ही कारण है, हमने सफलता की परिभाषाएं तय नहीं करी। हमने बच्चों को भी इतना प्रेशर डाला। आज भी यदि हम करते हैं लाइफ मैनेजमेंट की बात, और लाइफ मैनेजमेंट में चूंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके बच्चे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे भी जिनके बच्चे भी बहुत बड़े हैं, तो मैं उनसे एक बात और कहना चाहूंगा, हमारे जीवन में तनाव आने का एक बड़ा कारण और रहा हमारा परिवार। हमने क्या सोचा, दुनिया में हमारी कोई नहीं सुनता, तो एक काम करते हैं, बच्चों को सुना। हमसे सबसे बढ़िया ऑडियंस हमें हमारे बच्चे मिलते हैं। मैं आपको कह देना चाहता हूं कि बच्चे आपके माध्यम से दुनिया में आए हैं, बच्चे आपसे दुनिया में नहीं आए। आप में और उनमें इतना सा फर्क है कि आप थोड़े पहले आ गए, वो थोड़े बाद में आए हैं। आपने अपने जीवन साथी के साथ सहमति जब करके और कुछ आनंद के क्षण बिताए, बच्चे आपके आ गए। उनको अपनी संपत्ति मत समझिए, उनको अपनी संपदा मत समझिए। और जिस पत्नी को लेकर के आए हैं वो भी आपकी सहधर्मिणी है, जो पति आपके साथ में है वो भी आपका एक साथी है। एक दूसरे पर अधिकार नहीं है। कभी भी इस अधिकार की बात, जीवन में जो सबसे बड़ा हमारा प्रबंधन करने का सूत्र है वो हमारे परिवार से निकले। मैंने निजी जीवन की बात की, उसमें पहला सूत्र था शरीर। यदि ये स्वस्थ रहेगा तो बहुत सारी चीजें स्वस्थ रहेंगी। और दूसरा हमारा परिवार। परिवार में हमें क्या लगता है कि हमारे सबसे बढ़िया ऑडियंस हमारे बच्चे हैं। हमें लगता है कि हम उनको जीवन की दिशा दे सकते हैं। ये भूल मत करिए, वो स्वतंत्र आत्मा है। वो कभी भी आपसे, हाँ, उनके शारीरिक अस्तित्व को आपने प्रदान किया है, जीवन आपने प्रदान नहीं किया है। यदि माता पिता ही जीवन प्रदान करते तो कभी भी, एक हमारी कहावत चलती है, भला बुरा के, ये मारवाड़ी की कहावत सुनाता हूं आपको, भला बुरा के होत है बिगड़ जात है वंश, बैलोचन के बली हुआ उग्रसेन के कंस। भगवान उग्रसेन के घर पर कंस पैदा होता है और बिलोचन के घर पे बली महाराज आ जाते हैं। यदि माता पिता की प्रतिछाया बच्चे होते तो ये ड्यूअल पर्सनैलिटीज नहीं देखने को मिलती। आपके बच्चे आप जैसे हो कोई आवश्यक नहीं है, आपकी पत्नी पति आपके जैसे हो कोई आवश्यक नहीं है, और उनको वैसा बनाने की कोशिश भी मत करिए। मैं जानता हूं संस्कृति को मानने वाले होंगे, एक ईश्वर का अवतार है भगवान शिव, उनको हमें से हर कोई व्यक्ति मानता है, हर कोई व्यक्ति जानता है। और लगता है कि किसी ना किसी दिन आते ही, शिवरात्रि के दिन तो आप भी शिव मंदिर गए होंगे, आप ऐसे कई लोग गए होंगे। सुनील जी, प्रशांत जी मेरी बात से शायद शिव जी के मंदिर में गए होंगे, उस मंदिर में जाके बहुत बार आराधना की होगी। मैं चाहता हूं कि 2 मिनट आप मेरे साथ आए और उस शिव के मंदिर को आज मेरी नजरों से, मेरी दृष्टिकोण से उसको देखने का प्रयास करें। मैं एक नया दृष्टिकोण देता हूं, जितने लोग सुन रहे हैं वो भी इस बात को सुनेंगे, अनुभव करेंगे। शिव परिवार में जाइए आप, वहां पर परिवार के मुखिया के रूप में भगवान शिव बैठते हैं, पास में माता पार्वती बैठती है, उनके पास में उनका बड़ा बेटा कार्तिकेय बैठता है, छोटा बेटा गणेश बैठता है, और भगवान शिव का वाहन नंदी वहां बैठता है। इस पूरी शिव पंचायत की संरचना को गौर से देखिएगा। मंदिर जाने का कारण इसलिए नहीं है कि वहां जाकर के ईश्वर मिल जाएगा। हमने हमारे धर्म और अध्यात्म की परिभाषा को ब्लर कर दिया है। हमें आध्यात्मिक होना चाहिए, धार्मिक नहीं होना चाहिए। जब शिव जी के मंदिर में जाते हैं तो अब की बार जाकर के अनुभव करिएगा कि जो परिवार के मुखिया हैं भगवान शिव, उनका वाहन क्या है? नंदी, और उनकी पत्नी मां पार्वती का वाहन क्या है? शेर। दो ऐसे पशु, दो ऐसे जीव जिनमें भयंकर शत्रुता होती है। यदि शेर को नंदी दिख जाए तो शेर नंदी को छोड़ता नहीं है, तुरंत पकड़ लेता है। पहला पति पत्नी के बीच का रिश्ता। दूसरा आता उनका बड़ा बेटा कार्तिकेय। कार्तिकेय जी का वाहन क्या है? मोर, और भगवान शिव के गले में क्या पड़ा है? नाग। मोर का सबसे पसंदीदा शिकार होता है सांप, सर्प। मोर को यदि सर्प दिख जाए तो तुरंत उसको पकड़ करके उठा ले जाना चाहेगा। तीसरा आ जाइए, छोटे वाला बेटा गणेश। गणेश जी का वाहन क्या है? मूषक, चूहा। भगवान शिव के गले में क्या है? नाग। नाग का पसंदीदा है चूहा। यदि उसको दिख जाएगा तो तुरंत चूहे को वो खा जाना चाहेगा। परिवार के 4 लोग बैठे हैं और चारों के साथ में रहने वाले जो प्राणी हैं वो एक दूसरे की विपरीत संस्कृति के और विपरीत प्रकृति के हैं, एक दूसरे को खा जाने को उद्यत हैं, फिर भी साथ बैठे हैं। ये परिवार की परंपरा है। दिस इज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ ए फैमिली, फॉर ए आइडियल फैमिली। यदि आपके परिवार में आपकी पत्नी, आपके बच्चे, आपके भाई, आपके मित्र आपके विचारों से अलग हैं, इसका तात्पर्य ये नहीं है कि आप उनसे अलग हैं, बल्कि वो परिवार में बैठने की स्थिति में हैं। और यदि ऐसे परिवार में वहां नहीं बैठ सकते तो संदेश निकलता आता है कि भगवान शिव के मंदिर में आ जाइए, वो स्थान ही आपके लिए बचा हुआ है। बाकी आपको घर रहने का हिम्मत नहीं, आपको अधिकार नहीं दिया गया है। तो शिव परिवार की कल्पना से निकल करके आता कि हमारे बच्चे, हमारी पत्नी, हमारे भाई, हमारे माता पिता सब अलग अलग हैं। केवल उनको जन्म हमने भर दिया, हमको किसी ने जन्म भर दिया है, लेकिन इकाई सब अलग अलग है। आत्माएं सबकी अलग अलग है, न्यूरॉन सबके अलग अलग है, माइंड सबका अलग अलग है। ऐसे में यह कल्पना करना कि सब सिर्फ और सिर्फ मेरी मर्जी से चले, मेरे अनुसार चले, मैं समझता हूं ये जो अपेक्षा है ये हमारे लाइफ के डिसमैनेजमेंट का, मिसमैनेजमेंट का सबसे बड़ा कारण। अपेक्षा आपने पाल ली है कि संतान मेरे अनुसार चले, पत्नी मेरी इच्छा अनुसार चले। यहां जब आपने ये अपेक्षा पाली, वहीं से अपेक्षा के साथ में क्रोध का जन्म होता है। अपेक्षा पूरी नहीं होगी, क्रोध आएगा, क्रोध शुरू हो जाता है। पहला सूत्र ये लीजिए कि शरीर को भगवान का मंदिर मान करके ठीक रखेंगे, और दूसरा सूत्र ये लीजिए कि परिवार में जितने भी लोग हैं वो जिस भी संस्कृति और प्रकृति के हैं, हमें उन्हें खुले मन से स्वीकार करना है, क्योंकि ईश्वर ने हमारा उसको इस जन्म का साथी बनाया है। यात्रा के रूप में बस चल रही है, गाड़ी चल रही है, कुछ लोग बैठते हैं, कुछ उतर जाते हैं, चलते और आते हुए निकलते हुए इस पूरी यात्रा में उनको हमारा साथी भर बनाया गया है। उस साथी के साथ में हम पूरे मनोयोग के साथ में अपना जीवन जिएंगे। हम ये कभी भाव नहीं रखेंगे कि वो साथी क्या मेरे से मेल खाता है या नहीं खाता है। वो आपका घर वाला है, वो आपका साथी है, वो आपसे मेल खाता ही है, उसको आपको अपने साथ लेकर के चलना ही है। और तीसरा सूत्र निकल करके आता दोस्तों, आप स्वयं की कीमत को बहुत कम आंक चुके हैं। आप वो रोड वाली गाड़ी है जिसमें सबसे पावरफुल इंजन है, चाहे तो आप उसमें स्वयं बैठ करके यात्रा करें, और चाहे तो हमारे एक राजस्थान के महाराजी की तरह उसमें मैला भी ढो सकते हैं। आप वो पुष्पक विमान है जिसकी कल्पनाएं अंतरिक्ष तक पहुंच जाती हैं, चंद्रमा तक चली जाती हैं, मंगल पर घर बनाने की चर्चा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ये कल्पनाएं हम ही कर सकते हैं। क्या हमने उन कल्पनाओं तक करने और उसको साकार करने वाले मानवीय शरीर को इतना हल्का मान लिया कि केवल सफलता में तोड़ देती है, केवल ना पाई गई हमारी सफलताएं हमें अपने आप को समाप्त करने की ओर बढ़ा देती हैं? किस बात का डिप्रेशन है हमें? दोस्तों, मैं बहुत बार ये बात कहता हूं, मुझे नहीं पता कि आप किस जाति, धर्म या संप्रदाय या वंश को मानने वाले लोग हैं, लेकिन मैं एक बात बहुत गर्व से कहना चाहता हूं कि यदि आपका जन्म भारत में हो गया तो आपको कहीं से भी डिप्रेशन में आने की आपको हक ही नहीं मिलता है, क्योंकि ये तो वो धरती है जिस धरती ने दिल खोल करके दुनिया को स्वीकार किया है। आप सोचिए हमारे पर कितने हमले हुए। आज तक आप देखेंगे, आपकी संस्कृति को जिसको भी मानने वाले हो आप, मुझे आश्चर्य होता है कई बार कि हम अपने ही पुरखों को भूल चुके हैं, हम उनकी बात जाते नहीं हैं, उनके पास बैठते नहीं हैं। आप एक बार उनके पास जाकर के देखेंगे कि मैं दो सामने एक चरित्र लेता हूं प्रशांत जी, भगवान राम का। आप सोच करके देखिएगा, इक्ष्वाकु वंश में पैदा हुआ वो व्यक्ति जिसके वंश का कभी नाश नहीं हो सकता, जिसके बाप दादा उनसे भी बड़ी विरासत लेकर के आए। आज धीरूभाई अंबानी से के आगे देखेंगे तो मुकेश और अनिल अंबानी दिखते, धीरूभाई अंबानी के पीछे कौन था? लेकिन भगवान राम की वंश की यदि वंशावली मत करूं, भरत से शुरू होकर के यदि वहां तक आओगे तो आप देखोगे हर व्यक्ति एक से बढ़कर एक हुआ। उस व्यक्ति का पूरा जीवन सोचिए। सबसे पहले पैदा हुए, पैदा होते ही माता पिता को बड़ी खुशी हुई, लेकिन गुरु आ गए, बोले साहब हम गुरुकुल में ले जाकर के पढ़ाएंगे। गुरु को मना नहीं कर सकते थे, गुरु के पास लेके चले गए। गुरु जी वन वन घूमते रहे, जो बाकी के युद्ध थे वो लड़ते रहे। अचानक से जाकर के जनक के दरबार में पहुंचे और कहते कि धनुष को तोड़ो, नहीं तोड़ोगे तो मेरे गुरुत्व का अपमान होगा, तोड़ोगे तो एक लड़की से शादी हो जाएगी। मतलब प्योरली अरेंज मैरिज, लव मैरिज का कोई ऑप्शन नहीं। आपको अपने उस लड़की से शादी करनी है जिसको आपने कभी देखा नहीं है। शादी हो जाती है, शादी होकर के लौट करके घर आते हैं आप। घर आने के बाद में सुबह आपका राज्याभिषेक होना है, यानी सुबह आपको ओथ सेरेमनी करनी है। आपका सपना है कि लाल किले से अगला झंडा आपको ही लहराना है। तभी रात को केकई और मंथरा का षड्यंत्र होता है और आपको वलकल पहन करके 14 वर्षों के लिए वनवास में निकल जाना पड़ता है। वनवास में पैदल घूम रहे हैं, इतने में पता चलता है कि पत्नी को रावण उठा के ले जाता है। युद्ध करते हैं, जीत करके पत्नी को घर लेकर के आते हैं, वापस लौट करके आते हैं, पता चलता है कि पत्नी किसी बात से नाराज होकर के वन में चली गई है। वन में 2 संतानें होती हैं, बड़ी होती हैं और आकर के अपने पिता से युद्ध करने लगती हैं और तभी पता चलता है कि ये तो दोनों मेरे ही पुत्र हैं। और जब ये भाव पता चलता है, आभास होता है कि पुत्र मेरे हैं, जब पुत्र सामने आते हैं तो पत्नी फिर से छोड़ करके जंगल में चली जाती है और वहीं से मां सीता फिर से भूमि जाती, भूमि में समा जाती है। आप सोच करके देखिए उनके पूरे जीवन की व्यथा को। कौन सा क्षण उनको ऐसा मिला होगा जिसमें खुश रहे होंगे, लेकिन आप उनके चेहरे पर कभी मुस्कान को गायब नहीं देखते। यदि आप राम को मानने वाले व्यक्ति हैं और राम के जीवन के इतनी मुश्किल हालातों के बावजूद भी उनके जीवन की मर्यादा नहीं ले पाते हैं, तो जीवन हो सकता, जीवन के प्रबंधन वहां से उठा सकते हैं। आपके दूसरे कैरेक्टर है भगवान कृष्ण। सोच करके देखिए, जो मेरे से पहले संतानें मेरे भाई बहन आए उनको कंस ने पैदा होते ही मार दिया। जिसका जन्म जेल की कोठरी में होता है, जन्म लेते ही मां बाप से उठा करके दूसरा व्यक्ति उनको उठा करके और उफनती नदी में किसी और को सौंप करके आ जाता है। छोटे से बालक पर आकर के न जाने कितने हमले होते हैं, धीरे धीरे बड़े होते हैं, जिनसे प्रेम होता है वो राधा उनको जीवन में कभी नहीं मिल पाती है, राधा को छोड़ करके फिर चले जाते हैं। पूरी जिंदगी में युद्ध लड़ते रहते हैं, पूरी जिंदगी में संघर्ष चलते रहते हैं। हमारा और आपका जीवन तो उतना संघर्ष में है ही नहीं। हमारा और आपका जीवन तो बड़ा शांति से, बड़ा सुगमता से चलता है। फिर हमें किस बात का तनाव है, फिर हमें किस बात का स्ट्रेस है? क्यों हम अपने परिवार के साथ इतना समय नहीं बिता पाते? क्यों अपने आप के साथ नहीं बिता पाते? किस चीज का मन में इतना तकलीफ है? क्यों इतनी विगलता भरी हुई है कि मैंने कहा ना कि यदि प्रेम से बैठ करके कोई बात कर लेगा तो हम रो देंगे, हमारे आंसू निकल पड़ेंगे। उसका कारण सिर्फ एक है, जीवन में हमने एकाकीपन को अपना लिया है। हमारे जीवन में हमने इतना एकाकीपन ले लिया, इतने ज्यादा हम लोग अकेले हो गए हैं कि हमने अपने आप को अपनी मूल विधा से हटा करके, अपने मूल स्वरूप से हटा करके जो दुनिया ने हमें दिखाया वो सिर्फ मान लिया। हमारी शिक्षा की व्यथा है। आप लोग तो शायद चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट किए हुए लोग हैं, मैं एक स्कूल का चलाता हूं और मैं सिर्फ छोटे बच्चों से देखता भर हूं, पढ़ाता मैं अवश्य नहीं हूं। मैं देखता हूं कि छोटे छोटे बच्चों को आज की शिक्षा पद्धति में जो बातें सिखाई जाती हैं वो उनके जीवन में तनाव भरने वाली होती हैं। सुनील जी, प्रशांत जी, कितने सूटेड बूटेड व्यक्ति बैठे हैं। मैंने एक बार देखा कि छोटे बच्चों की जो फर्स्ट ईयर की किताब थी, पहली साल की किताब में, उसमें लिखा हुआ था ए फॉर एप्पल, बी फॉर बुक और जी फॉर जेंटलमैन। जेंटलमैन वही है जो सूट बूट पहने हुए, जिसके टाई लगी हुई है, और वही बच्चा जब वहां जेंटलमैन पढ़ करके अपने घर जाता है और वहां धोती पहने हुए अपने पिता को देखता है तो वो कंफ्यूज हो जाता है कि मैं जेंटलमैन वो देख करके आया था, वो था कि मेरा पिता जो धोती पहने हुए, कुर्ता पहने हुए मेरे घर पे बैठा है वो है। हमने बच्चों के छोटे से मस्तिष्क में ऐसी चीजें भरना प्रारंभ कर दिया, हमने कमतरी भर दी। और दोस्तों, मुझे आज कहते हुए धीरज से जब बात हुई थी तो बात करते समय धीरज ने से कहा था कि भाई साहब आप कॉन्फ्रेंस का प्रारंभ इंग्लिश में करिएगा। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मेरी पूरी शिक्षा जो है वो अंग्रेजी माध्यम में हुई है। मैंने जो अपनी पूरी शिक्षा ग्रहण की वो अंग्रेजी माध्यम में रही है, लेकिन मैं आज भी पूरे गर्व से हिंदी बोलता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मेरी मातृभाषा को बोलने का यदि मेरे में स्वाभिमान नहीं है तो मैं अपनी चीजों पर गर्व नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैं क्यों कमतरी भरूं? उसका अंग्रेजी बड़ी खूबसूरत लगती होगी, लेकिन वो हिंदी से खूबसूरत नहीं हो सकती। वहां पर केवल मदर, केवल एक शब्द होगा, लेकिन आप एक बार मां बोल करके देखिए। मैं साहित्य का व्यक्ति भी हूं, मुझे कविता लिखने का अवसर नहीं मिलता। और सीए इंस्टीट्यूट की तो भौतिक ब्रांच में मेरे कलम बच्चों में, शायद अभी जब कोरोना खुलेगा तो भौतिक रूप से भी होंगे। किसी दिन मेरी कलम ने मां के ऊपर 4 पंक्तियां लिखी थी, मैं ममत्व का सार है, खड़ी मात्रा उसकी प्रेरी में। मां शब्द को परिभाषित करता हूं, कौन सी अंग्रेजी इसको आएगी? ममत्व का सार है, खड़ी मात्रा उसकी प्रेरी, बिंदु है कुंड प्यार का मातु। हिंदी को हम क्यों ना बोले, क्यों भाषा क्यों अपनी संवेदनाओं को संप्रेषण कर भाषा ना बनाए, क्यों सहारा पकड़े? मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अंग्रेजी से वैश्विक भाषा है, मुझे भी आनी चाहिए, दुनिया से कॉम्पीट करना है, लेकिन मैं हिंदी बोलना भूल ना जाऊं। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है जब आजकल के बच्चों को देखते हैं, और कई बार ऐसे शब्द बोल देता हूं मैं, बच्चे कहते हैं सर गूगल करना पड़ता है। उनको गूगल एक दूसरा आपके जीवन के प्रबंधन का सूत्र है। मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, आप कभी भी बच्चों को ज्ञान मत दीजिए, आप उनको ये मत मानिए कि वो आपके सबसे बड़े ऑडियंस हैं। मैं सिर्फ इतना सा कहना चाहूंगा कि आप अपने बच्चों को अपनी संस्कृति से जोड़ दीजिए। कोई बात उनको ज्ञान के रूप में कहिए मत, सुनाइए मत, आप सिर्फ उनको इतना सा बता दीजिए कि उनकी संस्कृति क्या है, वो किस संस्कृति से आते हैं। अपनी भाषा से जोड़ दीजिए, अपनी संस्कृति से जोड़ दीजिए। आप अनुभव करेंगे कि जब बुढ़ापे में आप जाएंगे तो बच्चे अपने आप आपके पास आ जाएंगे। जीवन के प्रबंधन का सबसे बढ़िया सूत्र यह है कि हमारा जीवन तीन फॉर्मेट में चलता है। पहले हमारा बचपन होता है, फिर युवावस्था आती है, फिर बुढ़ापा होता है, और इट इज ए साइकिल, ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, कुछ भी नहीं है। पहले आपके पिताजी थे, वो पिता के रूप में बड़े थे, आप बच्चे थे, उन्होंने आपको कुमार की तरह पाला। जब आप बड़े हुए तो वो वृद्ध हो गए, अब आपका दायित्व तो बनता है कि आप उनको शहंशाह की तरह पालें। लेकिन ये बात कहने से नहीं आएगी, ये बात आपके चरित्र और आचरण से निकल करके आएगी। आपको सिर्फ अपने बच्चों को अपनी संस्कृति से जोड़ भर देना है, बच्चे स्वतः आपको उसी भांति से प्रेम देंगे, मांगने से नहीं होगा। भारत जैसे देश में वृद्धाश्रमों की आवश्यकता कैसे पड़ गई? मुझे आश्चर्य होता कई बार सुन करके कि हमारे जीवन प्रबंधन में ये चीज कहां से आ गई कि हमें अपने लिए। मैं एक मेरे मित्र से मिला और दुर्भाग्य था कि वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है। उसने कहा यार मैं एक फंड इकट्ठा कर रहा हूं। मैंने कहा क्यों? बोले यार पति पत्नी दोनों में बच्चे नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा क्या? वो बोले एक बच्चा गोद लिया है, पता नहीं यार जिसको गोद लिया वो बुढ़ापे में पालेगा कि नहीं पालेगा, तो एक व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं कि कम से कम किसी ओल्ड एज होम में जाकर के तो समय बिता सके। मित्रों, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या हमारी संस्कृति, भले वो गोद लिया बच्चा हो, भले वो हमारा जन्म लिया बच्चा हो, ये भाव मन में कहां से आ गया? क्या कोई संतान कभी ये सोच कर सकती है कि वो अपने माता पिता को वृद्धाश्रम में छोड़ करके आ जाए? इस कल्पना भर से हमारी रूह कांप जाती है, हमें डर लगने लगता है। लेकिन ये व्यवस्था हमने पैदा की है, और वो हमने पैदा क्यों कर ली? क्योंकि हमने संवाद की भाषा बदल दी। हमने अपने बच्चों के साथ में बातचीत करना बंद कर दिया। बच्चों को मित्र बनाना पड़ेगा। बच्चों को आपके ज्ञान की आवश्यकता नहीं, आपके मित्रवत व्यवहार की आवश्यकता। और जिस दिन उनको यह महसूस हो गया कि आपका मित्रवत व्यवहार उनको मिल रहा है, मैं दावे से कहता हूं वो बच्चे उस दिन आपके सबसे बड़े मित्र बनकर के आपके सामने निकल करके आ जाएंगे। आपको कोई चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। आपको कभी भी सोचने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी कि हमारा बुढ़ापा कैसा बीतेगा। उसके लिए एक ही व्यवस्था है, उन बच्चों को अपने संस्कार से जोड़िए, विश्वास दिलाइए उनको। हार्वर्ड में एक बार एक इंडियन स्टूडेंट से एक सवाल पूछा गया कि व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ फेथ, विश्वास की परिभाषा क्या है? आपको पता उस बच्चे का उत्तर क्या था? उस बच्चे ने उत्तर दिया कि हमारे यहाँ हिंदुस्तान में एक माँ जब अपने बच्चे को खिला रही होती है और उस बच्चे को हवा में उछालती है, बच्चा 100% रिस्क में होता है, पूरी तरह से जोखिम में होता है, फिर भी बच्चा खिलखिलाता है क्योंकि उसे विश्वास है कि नीचे उसके माँ के हाथ हैं, उसे गिरने नहीं देंगे। दिस इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ फेथ। ये विश्वास की परिभाषा है। ये विश्वास की परिभाषा बच्चों को बढ़िया मोबाइल दिला देने से, महंगी गाड़ियां दिला देने से नहीं होगा। बच्चों को ये विश्वास दिलाइए, बच्चों को वो संस्कार दीजिए जिसमें आप पल बढ़ करके बड़े होकर के आए हैं। कोई आवश्यकता नहीं उनको महंगे मोबाइल दिलाने की। उनको अभाव में जीना सिखाइए, क्योंकि आपने भी अभाव में जीवन सीखा होगा। आप सोच कर देखिए, आज जब हम पूरी संस्कृति को देखते हैं, मैं तो बहुत ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि का व्यक्ति हूं। मेरी 5वीं तक की स्कूली शिक्षा तो पेड़ के नीचे हुई है, सरकारी स्कूल के प्रोडक्ट हैं हम लोग। और वहां देखते थे कि यदि पिताजी घर पे आकर के कह देते कि आज हमारे गुरुजी ने पीटा, तो पिताजी पूछते नहीं थे कि क्यों पीटा, 2 वोट चिपका देते। जन्म अधिकार था अपने बच्चों का। आज आप हिम्मत कर सकते हैं? आप सोच नहीं सकते इस बात के बारे में, क्योंकि आपको लगता है कि पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा। उसका कारण है हमने अपने अधिकार, मैंने कहा ना, हमने अपनी कीमत को भुला दिया। हमारे जीवन के लिए, आर्थिक जीवन के लिए हमने अपनी परिभाषाएं इतनी ब्लर कर दी। यहां से को पता क्या है, तो हर परिभाषा आपको स्वयं तय करनी पड़ेगी। मैं एक उदाहरण बताता हूं आपको। आज का जो मीडिया है वो आप देखते होंगे तो आपको समाचार या कार्यक्रम एडवर्टीजमेंट में से छांटने पड़ते हैं। एडवर्टीजमेंट इतने आते हैं, उस एड में से कार्यक्रम छांटना पड़ता है। ऐसे में जब एक 8,000 की पेंशन पाने वाला अन्ना हजारे, उसका आंदोलन का हश्र क्या रहा उसमें मत जाइए, लेकिन वो अन्ना हजारे जब रामलीला मैदान में बैठता है तो 5-5 घंटे टीवी चैनल बिना रुके उसकी खबर को दिखाते हैं। मैं दावा करता हूं कि आज देश का सबसे बड़ा उद्योगपति भी आकर के बैठ जाएगा तो ये टीवी चैनल 5 घंटे अनकट नहीं चलेंगे। क्या 8,000 की पेंशन पाने वाले अन्ना हजारे के उस समर्पण को या उस आंदोलन को आप उसकी सफलता नहीं मान सकते? नहीं मानते हैं। आपको स्वस्थ जीवन मिल गया, श्रेष्ठ माता पिता मिल गए, क्या वो सफलता नहीं है? वो है। हमने नहीं मानी। हमने सफलता को कंपटीशन से जोड़ा। थोड़ा सा मैं चाहूंगा, हमारे पास सफलता की परिभाषा क्या है? आज सफलता की परिभाषा ये है कि मेरे पास घर कितना बड़ा है, ये नहीं है। मेरे पड़ोसी और मेरे दोस्त के पास ये इसमें सफलता नहीं है। गाड़ी का ब्रांड कौन सा है, दोस्त के पास कौन सी ब्रांड है, सफलता उससे तय है। ये अंतहीन दौड़ है। इस अंतहीन दौड़ में कहां तक चलते जाएंगे, कहां तक पहुंचते जाएंगे, कभी इसका अंत नहीं आने वाला। ऐसे में आपको अपने जीवन की सफलता की परिभाषाएं स्वयं तय कर लेनी होगी। और जिस दिन उस सफलता की परिभाषा पर आप पहुंच गए, पुरुषार्थ करिए, पुरुषार्थ से सफलताएं पाइए, धन कमाइए, ये हमारा अधिकार है। कि सफलता की परिभाषा में कहीं हम नहीं कर दे रहे हैं, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हम अपने बन गए कि हमें ये पता ही नहीं चल रहा कि सफलता पाने के फेर में हम पहुंच कहां गए। इस सफलता की इस परिभाषा को आपको तय कर लेना होगा। और जिस दिन मैं आपसे दावे से कहता हूं आपने उस परिभाषा को तय कर लिया, उसी दिन आपके जीवन में शांति, आपको अनुभव होने लगेगा कि जीवन सरलता के साथ, सरसता के साथ बीतने लगा है। और एक, चाहे वो पति हो, चाहे वो पत्नी हो, चाहे वो बच्चे हो, उनसे अपेक्षाएं मत करिए। थोड़ा सा समय खुद के साथ भी बिताइए। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि मैं गुरूर करूं तो कैसे करूं, मिट्टी का ढेला हूं, मिट्टी में मिल जाना है। इस बात को याद रख करके चलिए कि मिट्टी के ढेले और मिट्टी में मिलेंगे। गुरूर किस बात का, अभिमान किस बात का, कौन से गुरूर में हम लोग खड़े होकर के अपनों से दूरी बना लेते हैं, ये बात आपको ध्यान रखनी पड़ेगी, मद्देनजर रखना पड़ेगा इस बात को कि हम लोग जिस जहां आए वहीं जाना। दिन हमने अपनी की पढ़ा, उसी दिन हमें लगेगा कि हम वाकई में एहसास करने लगे हैं, उसी दिन आने लगे हैं जब अपनों के सामने दिल खोल करके रखना शुरू करेंगे। और थोड़ा सा अपने आप को भी खुश करिए। मुझे कई बार आश्चर्य होता है, जैसे जैसे हमारी उम्र बढ़ती जाती है हम अपनी नई परिभाषाएं गढ़ने लगते हैं, हमसे बचपन खोने लगता है। आज यदि आप में से किसी व्यक्ति को कह दिया जाए कि सड़क पे चलते हुए आपको बच्चों के साथ खेलने लाए, आप खेल नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि आपने उस बचपन को मार दिया है। उस बचपन को जिंदा रखिए, बचपने को जिंदा रखिए। और मैं समझता हूं समय की सीमाएं हैं, 7:52 हो रहे हैं, मेरे पास केवल 8 मिनट ही बचे हुए हैं। मैं इस जीवन प्रबंधन को अपने एक छोटे से गीत के माध्यम से पूर्ण करूंगा। ये गीत एक ऐसा गीत है जिसको कोरोना में सबसे ज्यादा समझा गया है। यदि लाइफ मैनेजमेंट ऑफ द सीए प्रोफेशनल। और मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूंगा मित्रों, आपके पास स्ट्रेस ज्यादा है तो सफलताएं भी ज्यादा है। सीए पता नहीं है, देखो जब आपने सीए किया होगा तब 2 प्रश्न हमारे कांस्टेंट थे। एक तो रिजल्ट आपका आने वाला, आपको भले ही पता नहीं हो, आपके पड़ोसियों को पता था तेरा रिजल्ट आने वाला है, क्या रहा, आपको कई बार लगा हो गया रिजल्ट मेरा, आपको क्या टेंशन है। और एक, आप जो भी जब सीए की परीक्षा दे रहे होंगे तो 2 चीजें सेम कॉमन आई होंगी। हमको पता है आपका परिणाम क्या रहने वाला है, लोगों को पता था। आप सफल हो गए तो हमें पता था भाई सुनील जी तो बड़े इंटेलिजेंट, उनको सीए बनना ही है। और यदि नहीं बने, बोले हमें पता था क्या लेन देन होना ही नहीं है। तो जब लोगों को पहले से जिस चीज का परिणाम पता है उसकी टेंशन हम क्यों ले भाई, क्यों उनकी चिंता करें कि वो क्या सोचेंगे और क्या नहीं सोचेंगे। ऐसे में जीवन प्रबंधन यही है, चाहे सामान्य व्यक्ति हो, हमें समझना पड़ेगा, हमें जानना पड़ेगा, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा मूल हम इस चीज के लिए थे, हमारी कीमत क्या थी, हमारी वैल्यू क्या थी। दोस्तों वैल्यू आपके इमोशंस की थी, भावनाओं की थी, आपके मन के संचार की थी, आपके मन की ताकत, मन की ताकत आपके पास होती है तो सामान्य सा नरेंद्र भी स्वामी विवेकानंद बन जाता है। मन की यदि शक्ति है और उसको आपने तय कर लिया तो पत्नी से दुष्कारा हुआ सामान्य व्यक्ति भी स्वामी तुलसीदास बन सकता है। जिसके जीवन में सबसे कम बुद्धि मिल गई वो व्यक्ति कालिदास बन करके और बड़े संस्कृत साहित्य रचयिता बन सकता है। कीमत सारी की सारी इस बात की है कि आपने अपनी कीमत कितनी पहचानी है। कोरोना के समय में एक गीत मैंने लिखा था, जब मैंने देखा कि बहुत सारे हमने अपनों को खोया, 5 मिनट मेरे पास में बचे हैं, मैं उस 5 मिनट में एक गीत के माध्यम से अपने आज के इस पूरे सत्र को सूत्रों के माध्यम से आप तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास करता हूं। और वो ये है कि कोरोना आने के बाद हमें एक बात समझ में आ गई है कि जो प्राप्त है वो पर्याप्त है और कुछ भी स्थायी नहीं है। जिन हंसते खेलते मुस्कुराते चेहरों को अपने आसपास में देखा, हमने देखा कि वो चेहरे जैसे हाथ में से मिट्टी फिसलती है, रेत की भांति हमसे फिसल करके दूर निकल गए, हम उनको रोक नहीं पाए। और वो कौन व्यक्ति हो सकता है जो ये दावा कर दे कि मैं तो आने वाले लंबे समय तक रहने ही वाला हूं? ऐसे में मुझे लगता है हमें अपना जीवन ऐसा करना पड़ेगा। मित्रों, बहुत बार आप तैयारी करते हुए पिकनिक घूमने निकले हैं, उसकी बड़ी तैयारियां करते हैं, लेकिन मैंने कहा ना, जिस अंतिम डेस्टिनेशन की ओर जाना उसकी तैयारी हम में से कोई नहीं करता। क्या हमारा जीवन ऐसा है कि आज भी यदि ईश्वर हमें बुला ले तो कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी, कुछ काम बाकी नहीं है, तब तो हमारा जीवन प्रबंधित है। और यदि ये लग रहा है कि मुझे कुछ समय और चाहिए, कम प्रबंधन की कमी को दूर करने का एक छोटा सा गीत, केवल 2 बंद सुनाऊंगा क्योंकि समय की सीमा है। शायद ये गीत लिखते समय मैंने एक अलग पृष्ठभूमि में लिखा होगा, मैं सिर्फ 2 गीत की आपके बताऊंगा और वो मेरे पूरे तो मुझे लगेगा कि मेरी यात्रा में आना, आपसे संवाद करना सार्थक बन पड़ा है। गीत इस तरह से है कि हम लोगों को बहुत बार हमने अपनों को खोते हुए देखा है और हमें लगता है कि बहुत बार मैं आज आपको बड़ी ईमानदारी से बताता हूं, आप आज तक अपनी पत्नी को भी शिकायतें भरपूर की हैं, आप अपने पति से भी शिकायतें भरपूर रखते हैं, अपने कलीग से, मित्रों से शिकायतें भरपूर रखते हैं और उनका एक्सप्रेशन जितना करना चाहिए उससे डबल करते हैं। लेकिन आप उनको जितना प्रेम करते हैं, जितना अच्छा मानते हैं, वो आपने संप्रेषित नहीं किया। दिल की गांठें खोल करके एक बार उनको बोल करके देखिए, उनसे जाकर के गले मिलिए और गले लगा लीजिए, या तो माफ कर दीजिए या माफी मांग लीजिए, जीवन की कड़वाहट को छोड़ दीजिए। आप देखेंगे कि जीवन प्रबंधित अपने आप होते चले जाता है। ये मानव निर्मित मशीन है, इसके प्रबंधन में इतनी आवश्यकता है कि जैसे आपको मौलिक रूप से बना करके भेजा गया था वैसे हो जाइए। बस नया जो लबादा हमने ओढ़ा है उसको मत ओढ़िए और मृत्यु को ये स्वीकार कीजिए कि वो कभी भी आ सकती है। तो एक छोटा सा गीत, उसके 2 बंद रख करके मैं अपने सत्र का विराम करना चाहूंगा। आपकी इजाजत हो प्रशांत जी, क्योंकि आप चेयरमैन हैं आज के कार्यक्रम के। मैं 4 मिनट में आपकी सभा करके फिर मैं इस सत्र के समापन की ओर बढ़ना चाहूंगा। सर आप आदेशित करें प्रशांत जी।
बिल्कुल विष्णु जी, बिल्कुल
जी जी, धन्यवाद। मैं गीत रखता हूं आपके मध्य, उसको समझिएगा। मुझे लगता है कि जितना प्रखर मस्तिष्क यहाँ बैठा वो उसको समझेगा। मृत्यु है एक शाश्वत घटना, जब चाहे घट जाती है, जाने वाला चल देता है, यादें बस रह जाती हैं। प्रबंधन ऐसा ही हो कि जिस दिन हम भी जाएं, हमारे जाने से भी कुछ चेहरों पर, कुछ आंखों में कुछ पानी टपक जाता है तो जीवन जीने की सार्थकता है, और वो पानी नहीं टपक पाया तो हमारा जीवन बेकार है। मृत्यु है एक घटना, चाहे घट जाती है, यादें बस रह जाती हैं। क्षण भंगुर से इस जीवन को, क्षण भंगुर से इस जीवन को प्रेम से क्यों न जिया जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। पहला बंद आपके सामने रखता हूं। भारतीय संस्कृति को और हमारे जीवन प्रबंधन के सूत्रों को 4 पंक्तियों में रखने का प्रयास किया है। आप तक संवेदनाएं पहुंचे तो लिखना सार्थक होगा। भस्म की इस ढेरी को हमने, आप चाहे, मैं हिंदू संस्कृति को मानने वाला व्यक्ति हूं, आपको दफनाने की परंपरा है, और यदि आप अन्य संस्कृति को मानने वाले तो भी आपके परंपरा है। ये मिट्टी का ढेला है, इसको हमने क्या मान लिया, कहां से जीवन का प्रबंध, वो इस ढेरी को हमने शाश्वत सा सुख मान लिया। इन बूंदों को सागर गहरा जान लिया। सांसों से जकड़े पिंजरे को, कोरोना ने बता दिया हमें, सांसों से जकड़े पिंजरे को अपना ही घर मान लिया। 2 पल की जीवन रचना को अमर कहानी जान लिया। मुझे घटना याद आ जाती है छोटी सी बीच में। एक बार एक सेठ जी थे, रात को अचानक से नींद में जगे तो पत्नी ने पूछा क्या हुआ, आप उठ कैसे गए? बोले मुझे नींद नहीं आ रही है, मैं बेचैन हूं। बोले क्या हो गया? बोले मैंने 7 पीढ़ियों की व्यवस्था तो कर ली है, लेकिन 8वीं और 9वीं पीढ़ी की व्यवस्था अभी तक नहीं हो पाई है। इस बात ने मुझे बड़ा चिंतित कर दिया है। पत्नी को लगा कि पति की समस्या का इलाज किसी संत के पास जाने से हो सकता है। पड़ोस में एक संत थे, वहां लेकर के गई। वहां जाकर के सेठ जी बैठे, देखा कि एक शिष्य आए और संत के 1 लाख रुपए, संत ने वो रुपए उठाया और उठा करके जो वहां पर अपने कुछ शिष्य बैठे थे उनको बांट दिया। बोले ले जाके इनको घुमा। सेठ जी को बोला, उन्होंने क्या कर रही है? बोले साहब मैं आया, क्या होगा? बोले मैंने फोन करे, कल फिर कोई नया वो फिर देगा, फिर उसको बांटेंगे। सेठ जी को लगा कि संत मैं 7 पीढ़ियां आखिर बैठा हूँ। सेठ जी के साथ घुमा, वापस आए, बड़ी शांति से सोए। सब ढेरी को हमने शाश्वत सा सुख मान लिया, मिटने वाली इन बूंदों को सागर गहरा जान लिया। सांसों से जकड़े पिंजरे को अपना ही घर मान लिया, 2 पल की जीवन रचना को अमर कहानी जान लिया। ना जाने जीवन क्या चाहे, ना जाने जीवन क्या चाहे, कब ये सांस चली जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। अंतिम 4 पंक्तियां मेरे सेशन की रखता हूं आपके सामने। प्रशांत जी, जीवन में एक खेल ऐसा है, आप तो बड़े खेल खेलने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें आप हार करके जीतते हैं और उसमें आप जीत कर हार जाते हैं। में हार में हार है, एक खेल है जिसका नाम पहली पंक्ति में आएगा, उसमें आप जीतते रहते हैं। सुनिएगा उसको। प्रेम भी है एक खेल अनोखा, उल्टी इसकी धारा है, इसमें जीते वही सूरमा जो बाजी को हारा है। प्रेम भी है एक खेल अनोखा, उल्टी इसकी धारा है, इसमें जीते वही शूरमा जो बाजी को हारा है। मतभेदों को आज भुलाएं, एक नया प्रारंभ। जी अंतिम सूत्र मेरे उसे स्वीकार किया, आइए और उसको भुला करके गले लगा लीजिए। मतभेदों को आए, एक नया कड़वा को एक नया प्रारंभ करें। और मेरे ना जाने क्या चाहे, ना जाने नियति क्या चाहे, कब ये साथ बिछुड़ जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। मृत्यु है एक शाश्वत घटना, जब चाहे घट जाती है, जाने वाला चल देता है, यादें बस रह जाती हैं। क्षण भंगुर से इस जीवन को प्रेम से क्यों न जिया जाए। अंतिम माने हर पल को और जीवन वैसे जिया जाए, जीवन वैसे जिया जाए। मैं आप सभी को बहुत बहुत प्रणाम निवेदित करते हुए के समापन में ये कहूंगा, ये बहुत मुश्किल है। इस पूरे मुश्किल में जब मान है न सिर्फ अपने जीवन को प्रबंधित करना है, अपने आप को फिर से समेटना है, अपनी भूल को पहचाननी है। और आपके ऊपर तो दायित्व यह है कि आप सिर्फ अपने आप को समेट करके बैठ नहीं सकते हैं। जब 150 करोड़ की आबादी में से चंद लाख लोग केवल हैं, तो उनका दायित्व बड़ा है। आप समाज को दिशा लोग हैं, तो साथ ही चारों तरफ का समाज है, उनको आज आवश्यकता है आपके मार्गदर्शन की, उसको कीजिए। ऐसा जीता होगी। वाणी को विराम दूंगा। हम है युग की प्रचंड धारा, खड़ा न जाए हे नाथ दो सहारा। दुष्वृत्तियां बढ़ी हैं, उनको उखाड़ना है, कंस कर रहा है उसको पछाड़ना है। स्वार्थ की बस्तियों को अब तो उजाड़ना है, गिरते हैं उठे पर नाथ दो सहारा, हे नाथ दो सहारा। आज के इस पावन सत्र में आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया, मुझे अवसर दिया, ये मेरे लिए सौभाग्य का विषय था। मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को, सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के जो आपका नेतृत्व है उसको, आज के इसके आयोजन को, सुनील जी सलामपुरिया को, प्रशांत जी अग्रवाल को, मेरे सामने जो केयूर जी बैठे हैं उनको, सौरभ जी लोढ़ा और अन्य सभी जितने भी लोग हैं, और जो अन्य लोग अलग अलग स्थानों पर बैठ करके सुन रहे हैं, मैं आप उन सब मेरी और विनम्र सा प्रणाम ये कहते हुए निवेदित करता हूं कि आज के सत्र से कोई सूत्र ठीक लगा हो तो उसे मेरे माता पिता का आशीर्वाद, आप सबकी शुभकामनाएं माने और उसको लें, और कुछ भी ठीक बात ना लगी हो तो उसे मेरी दृष्टि कहते हुए उसको माफ करते हुए आज के इस सत्र को मैं समापन लेकर जा रहा हूँ। पुनः आप सभी को बहुत बहुत अपेक्षा के साथ कि शीघ्र ही आपसे भौतिक रूप से भी मिलना होगा, फिर से आपके किसी सत्र में आने का और आपसे संवाद करने का अवसर मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत प्रणाम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ओवर टू होस्ट।
धन्यवाद विष्णु पारिक जी, ये सत्र हमें बहुत काम आएगा। आई वुड लाइक नाउ इनवाइट सीए प्रशांत अग्रवाल सर फॉर क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स।
शुक्रिया विष्णु जी। जैसे कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने, मतलब भगवान विष्णु ने गीता का ज्ञान दिया था, आज आपने विष्णु जी लाइफस्टाइल मैनेजमेंट का ज्ञान जो दिया है वो बहुत ही सुंदर था। और मैं आज अपना क्लोजिंग रिमार्क, जैसे आपने कहा, अपनी मातृभाषा हिंदी में देना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज हम लोग ऐसा समझिए हिंदी बोलना ही भूल गए। जैसे कि आपने कहा कि हम लोग अपनी मातृभाषा को ही भूलते जा रहे हैं, तो इस बार मैं अपना क्लोजिंग रिमार्क हिंदी में ही देना चाहूंगा। और विष्णु जी, आपने जो सेशन आपका ऐसा था कि ऐसे लग रहा था कि आज हम बस सुनते ही रहे। 1 घंटा, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि 1 घंटा आपके सेशन के लिए बहुत कम है, क्योंकि अगर आप देखें कि जो विष्णु भगवान ने गीता में कहा है, इट इज द बेस्ट लाइफस्टाइल मैनेजमेंट। और क्या होता है कि हम पूरा गीता सुन के उसमें से नहीं ले पाते, लेकिन जो 1 घंटे में आपने पूरा लाइफस्टाइल का सार निकाल के दिया, वो बहुत ही सुंदरता से निकाल के दिया आपने आज। और मतलब ये हमारे पूरे जीवन में ये चीज हमें काम आने वाली है। जैसे कि आपने भगवान शंकर का उदाहरण दिया परिवार के लिए, तो वो बहुत ही सुंदर उदाहरण था कि परिवार में 5 लोग अलग अलग तरह के हो सकते हैं, बट इसीलिए वो परिवार है कि हमको साथ रहना है। आपने भगवान श्री राम का उदाहरण दिया, भगवान श्री कृष्ण का उदाहरण दिया कि उनके जीवन में कितनी समस्याएं थी, कितनी कठिनाइयां थी, उसके बावजूद उन्होंने किस तरह से अपना जीवन यापन किया और किस तरह से हमेशा उनके चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट थी। तो ये आपने बहुत सुंदर बातें बताई सर। यहाँ जो मेरे उपस्थित है, हमारे अमरावती ब्रांच के चेयरमैन सुनील भाई सलामपुरिया, वसई ब्रांच के चेयरमैन अभिषेक तिवारी जी, अकोला ब्रांच के चेयरमैन श्री केयूर रेड्डी, और मेरे मैनेजिंग कमेटी के मेरे सेक्रेटरी सीए सौरभ लोढ़ा, हमारी इमीडिएट पास चेयरमैन कमेटी मेंबर सीए स्मिता बाफना, मेरे ब्रांच के ट्रेजरर सीए विक्की बिरला, मैं सभी लोगों को, मतलब जो आज का सेशन रहा, ये इससे मैं डेफिनेटली श्योर हूँ कि हम ये सारे लोग जो यहाँ उपस्थित है, जिनके नाम मैंने अभी लिए या जिनके नाम मैं नहीं ले पाया, तो वो सारे लोग, दया बंसल मैडम, ये सारे लोग आज के सेशन से काफी प्रभावित होंगे। और डेफिनेटली इन सबको, और जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स है, जो भी 5 से 6 हजार लोग आज जो इस सेशन को अटेंड कर रहे हैं, इन लोगों को जरूर आपके सेशन से लाभ होगा विष्णु जी। और हम लोग तो चाहेंगे कि हम फिर से आपका एक फुल फ्लेज बड़ा सेशन ले, और डेफिनेटली मैं अभिषेक जी से आपका नंबर लूंगा। और स्पेशल थैंक्स मैं करना चाहूंगा धीरज शर्मा जी को, कि जिन्होंने हमारी सारी ब्रांचों को जोड़ा। और आप जैसे स्पीकर हमको धीरज जी ने दिए, इसलिए मैं उनका तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं इस फोरम के ऊपर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू टू यू। एंड नाउ ओवर टू सीए सौरभ लोढ़ा। मैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा कि वो एक फॉर्मल वोट ऑफ थैंक्स आपका दे। ओवर टू यू सौरभ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं सिर्फ आधा मिनट 30 सेकंड आपको लूंगा। मैंने आपसे कहा था कि भाषा क्यों महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है, भाषा क्यों होनी जानी चाहिए। आपने कई बार सोशल मीडिया पर सुना होगा कि दिल्ली की एक बच्ची, जिसको भुट्टा खाते हैं हम लोग, आपने कई बार खाया होगा भुट्टा, वो भुट्टा हम लोग खाते हैं तो उसको गरम गरम सेक करके खाते हैं। अब उसने देखा कि उन्होंने केवल जाकर के सिनेमा घरों में पॉपकॉर्न खाया है, तो वो जाकर के भुट्टे वाले को कहती कि भैया मुझे जो हमारे भुट्टे से डंडी वाले पॉपकॉर्न पर हम लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, उसको रोकने का एकमात्र माध्यम हमारी भाषा, और वो भाषा है, तो उसको हम जीवित रखें, उसको साथ में लेकर के चले। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सुनील सलामपुरिया जी भी, मैं पूरे सत्र में आपको देख रहा था, आपने बड़ा आशीर्वाद मेरे को दिया और बड़ा धैर्य के साथ में सभी लोग सुन रहे थे। बहुत बहुत आभार।
सर मैं 1 मिनट बोलना चाहूंगा। मैं पहले तो धीरज भाई का शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा कि उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा स्पीकर, मैंने लिखा भी आपका कांटेक्ट नंबर चाहिए, हम हमारी ब्रांच पे भी एक पर्सनल सेशन रखेंगे आपका सर। और मैं चाहूंगा कि इतना अच्छा लगा मेरे को सेशन करते करते कि मैं प्रशांत जी को बोला मैं ऑलरेडी मैं 4 बजे से बैठा हूँ, आज मेरा 4 बजे चालू हो गया था, लेकिन आपका जो सेशन चालू किए तो चालू में एकदम बहुत ही बढ़िया शानदार लगा और चाहिए भी था। नहीं तो कोरोना ने भुला दिया था कि कौन क्या कैसे जीना क्या करना, सब एक ही दौड़ सिखा चल रहे थे दौड़ से। अभी कोरोना ने थोड़ा सा एक झटका दे दिया है, तो मेरे को लगता है कि इसमें समझ जाना चाहिए जो भी है। बहुत अच्छा रहा सर, एक डिफरेंट सेशन, और अभी तक के सारे सीए ही थे हमारे फोरम पे, आप नॉन सीए फर्स्ट सेशन अभी आपका हुआ है, बहुत ही इफेक्टिव रहा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
मैं सर इसका, मुझे ये एप्लीकेशन मेरे लिए नहीं है, आज पहली बार मैं इस एप्लीकेशन पे आया हूँ, तो मुझे थोड़ा सा इसका पता नहीं कहाँ क्या होगा। मैं धीरज से जरूर अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो प्रशांत जी के नंबर।
श्योर सर, मैं खुद ही ले लूंगा सर उनसे। और अभी सर आज अभी प्रेजेंट में 4004 लोग अपने को ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं सर, अभी यानी ये सेशन देख रहे हैं, अटेंड कर रहे हैं, तो काफी संख्या में। और इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग भी उपलब्ध रहेंगी सर, जो नहीं देख पाए उन्हें भी जाएगा कल ये रिकॉर्डिंग वगैरह। तो बहुत अच्छा सेशन,
काफी बहुत अच्छा रहा सर सेशन। जेन्युइनली जो प्रशांत भाई ने कहा है और सुनील भाई ने कहा, सही में विष्णु जी सुनने के लिए ऐसा काफी समय बाद ऐसा लगा, माइंड रिफ्रेश हुआ और बहुत सारी चीजें हम भूल चुके हैं, वो ऐसा लगा नहीं यार अब हमें रिकलेक्ट होता है ना, हमें हमारी मातृभाषा से कितना ध्यान रखना चाहिए और हमें हमारे बच्चों को भी क्या संस्कार देना है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये मुद्दे बहुत ध्यान में आएंगे और काम में आएंगे। एंड जो सर ने अभी कहा, बीइंग आप नॉन सीए रहने का, अभी तक के हम सब सिर्फ सीएज और वही सेशंस होते थे, तो नॉन सीए हैं, इट वाज अ वेरी गुड पार्ट, प्योरली हिंदी, वो एक चीज है। और हम में से बहुत सारे मेंबर्स भी कई बार जब सेशन लेते हैं तो ये ध्यान रखते हैं कि इंग्लिश के साथ में हम हिंदी में भी वार्तालाप करते हैं और हमारे मुद्दों को डिस्कस करते हैं, बट स्टिल इस तरीके से अपनी भावनाओं को सब तक के पहुंचाना और वो बिल्कुल अटीक लगना सभी के पास में, तो दैट वाज वेरी गुड सर। धन्यवाद उस चीज के लिए, आज के सेशन के लिए धन्यवाद है सर। यस सर,
धन्यवाद।
यस विष्णु भाई, अभी मैं हमारी सारी ब्रांचेस की ओर से एक फॉर्मल वोट ऑफ थैंक्स आपको देना चाहूंगा। विष्णु जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपने आपका अमूल्य समय हमारे लिए दिया और इस समय का मतलब आपके लिए ये 1 घंटा होगा, लेकिन हमारे लिए लाइफ चेंजिंग डेफिनेटली हो सकता है, ये मैं समझता हूं। और यहाँ पे जो भी हमारे डिफरेंट ब्रांचेस के चेयरमैन उपस्थित है, अभिषेक तिवारी जी, केयू डेडिया जी, सुनील सलामपुरिया जी, और वसई, अकोला, जलगांव, अमरावती, उसके बाद में वापी ब्रांच के जो भी कमेटी मेंबर्स है, उन सभी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने आज अपना अमूल्य समय इस कार्यक्रम के लिए दिया। साथ ही साथ मैं यहाँ पे जो भी उपस्थित सारे श्रोतागण हैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए अपना समय दिया। और डेफिनेटली ये सेशन सारे लोगों के लिए ये एक हमारे जो स्टडी पार्ट है, टेक्निकल पार्ट से उससे हटके सेशन था, लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि ये सेशन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट और सबसे यूजफुल सेशन रहेगा, क्योंकि यह हमारे जीवन के लिए है, हमारे अपने लिए है, खुद के लिए है, खुद के परिवार के लिए है। तो और मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूंगा विष्णु जी कि मेरे साथ मेरे वाइफ ने भी आज आपका सेशन अटेंड किया, एंड शी वॉज ऑल्सो वेरी मच, मतलब शी वॉज सेइंग कि इट वॉज द बेस्ट सेशन आई एवर हर्ड। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच विष्णु जी, एंड थैंक्स टू ऑल। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू आप सभी को इतना प्यार, इतना स्नेह देने के लिए बहुत बहुत हृदय से आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
और विष्णु जी आपको एक सेशन हमारे ब्रांच में लेना है, कोशिश करें अमरावती, अकोला, जलगांव सारे साथ में ही ले और सारी ब्रांचेस फिर से, लेकिन आपका एक स्पेशल सेशन जरूर रखेंगे। आपका नंबर लेता हूं मैं धीरज जी से।
मैं बिल्कुल नंबर लीजिए, मैं अगले महीने महाराष्ट्र आ रहा हूँ 4 दिन के लिए। मेरे 2 अलग अलग सेशन है, एक जो है वो उदगीर में है और एक लोनावाला में है, तो मुझे लगता है वो कहीं आसपास का एरिया रहेगा। अगस्त में
अमरावती, ये अकोला, जलगांव एक ही लाइन पे है सर हमारा,
ऑन द रूट पे है सर आपको।
तो मैं वहाँ 4 दिन जो है वो महाराष्ट्र में रुकूंगा। मैं उस समय जरूर आपसे मिलना चाहूंगा और मैं उस समय ब्रांच में आकर के भौतिक रूप से सेशन को लेना चाहूंगा।
मोस्ट वेलकम सर।
और मैं चाहूंगा कि आप अपने नंबर जो है जरूर धीरज, क्योंकि मुझे इस पूरी ऐप पे, नई ऐप है मेरे लिए, मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा कहाँ मुझे कमेंट करना है, कहाँ तो मैं चाहूंगा कि धीरज के माध्यम से आप नंबर जरूर अपने आपस में साझा करें, जरूर मैं आना चाहूंगा।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर, हम आपको कम्युनिकेट करते हैं।
प्लीज सर, प्लीज। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।